ambiguous shit, like, then that gets to be a problem.
So I think that and I agree, like, and this is ultimately like one of those problems with taxation.
Yeah.
Like, I wish every year I got a receipt for my taxes. Right. Like, I bought, like 1/1600th of a Stinger missile. Awesome. I wish I like filled like 27 potholes.
At least get a plaque.
Yeah, right. You get a portion of the Stinger missile.
Okay, here's Dua Lipa and Taylor Swift, former U.S. official Mike Pence claimed USA used celebrities to destabilize governments.
Wow, that's a big claim.
Pence claimed the USAID had trained musical artists, including Dua Lipa, Pussy Riot, and possibly Taylor Swift, to act as assets and spread political narratives for statecraft purposes. He suggests that these efforts are part of a broader initiative to influence public opinion and destabilize governments. Pence said the celebrities who can be trained to spread desired messaging are actively recruited and used as network nodes. He cited NATO-linked initiatives, and USAID-backed music diplomacy programs as key drivers behind the efforts.
Yeah, so obviously there is music diplomacy. There's sports diplomacy. All of these things are, like, especially in the international development world, things that people talk about. Even food diplomacy. One example of food diplomacy is the fact that the Thai government subsidizes Thai restaurants in the United States. Like, that's why there's a lot of Thai restaurants around. That's a legit thing.
Right. But Thai restaurants are destabilized by government.
They don't. Yet. We've got to.
I can see how that could be a slippery slope, though.
Yeah, and so like, do I worry about overusing the subversive capacity of the United States in other countries? Absolutely. Do I worry about the U.S. identifying too broad of a target base and saying, hey, we need to make everybody exactly like us? Absolutely. I totally agree with those things. But at the same time, I like that there is an apparatus in the United States of giving aid. I like that there is an arm of our government that says, you know what, the way that we want to interact with the world is by helping them at times in which they are struggling as a country.
Yeah, but it's not aid, right? What does it actually stand for?
International development, American international development. Is that right?
Right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's
international development.
Yeah, international. I mean, look, I was driving around Albanian villages giving books to kids. Like, if you can find some, like, mustache twisting pernicious means in that, good luck. But at the same time, like, I'm pissed off that there are these other more subversive, like, politically motivated actors that are using USAID dollars to potentially work against countries, because that means that everything is painted with the broad brush.
Yeah, right.
Of, well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, and also to your question about like, should our tax dollars go here? So there's a real big benefit in helping to stabilize and advance the economy of a country, because then when it descends into violent conflict is less likely, right? There are countries in the world with less state development, with weaker institutions, with greater disparity between the very wealthy and the very poor. Those are the places that wars start. Those are the places that we may end up having to go into. And so if you want to pay for an education system, or to, use the Peace Corps to go in and give English classes now, it means that maybe in 20 years, it'll be more robust when a geopolitical fluctuation happens and there is a potential that they'll go into conflict, right? And so paying now to help develop institutions may actually be a better investment, especially in a globalized world, and especially in a globalized world where oftentimes the United States has to use violent force in order to stabilize or to nation build. By the way, I for those listening at home, I did quote bunny ears on both of those words.
Spoken like a true USAID employee.
That's right. I was a Peace Corps volunteer. We're not employees.
So what is?
I'm just trying to get hired by a Chinese consulting factory.
That's next, bro.
I know.
You got Rand on your resume now.
That's right. I am open to work, guys. So I can look the other way.
So you're not actually working for a Rand.
No.
You're doing an educational thing.
Yeah, so they're one of the only think tanks that offers degrees as well. So I'm a part of their first class of national security students. So they have PhDs also.
Would they consider offering you a job after this one, Jacob?
I don't know. It's really interesting work, and the stuff that you think about, the people that you get to work with are really cool.
Yeah.
And you're certainly you're on the cutting edge of all of this stuff and being able to do really long range research on all these things. I don't necessarily know if my role is to be in think tanks. I think what I'm hoping to do is I want to raise these conversations in public more. I want to write books about this kind of stuff, about nation building, about the eccentricities of geopolitics, and that's why I started my newsletter. This is not a psyop. Subscribe, and that's because I think that there's a lack of easy public access to like what the thinking in these organizations is. I spent like 10 years abroad in a lot of places that have been dismantled by American foreign policy, and that's a really heartbreaking thing to see. And it's one of the reasons that I wanted to go back and find out how these policies are made in the first place, to learn from kind of the epicenter of the American political mind. And now I feel like I can sort of speak from the authority of not only being on the ground in certain places, but also understanding how decisions are made. And also having a great network of researchers who are curious about these things in the same place. But I think that there's a lack of public conversations about this kind of stuff from both perspectives. From the perspective of what it feels like on the ground, and also how the thinking is happening internally.
Yeah, this whole fifth generation warfare and like population mind control is so strange, and it seems so like futuristic sci-fi.
Yeah,
but like it seems like it would be really easy to do in today's day and age. All like just the media itself, like how crazy the news cycle is.
I don't think it's that hard to do. Yeah, I mean that's the.
Did you see this new stuff with the CIA director on this group chat with all these people trying to?
I've been following it.
Talking about their war plans in Yemen or something.
Yeah.
There's a whole hearing over it.
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard and the CIA director. They're saying, no, we're definitely declassified. It's totally normal for us to hash out these war plans on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Group chat, whatever the fuck it was.
Well, and then you see the sort of normalization of a massive intelligence leak. That's not a great thing.
Yeah, we are going to absolutely forget about this in 2 weeks.
That's exactly right.
Something completely different.
Yeah, and I think I guess in my heart of hearts, I was like, that would be a great thing to do on purpose if it gave you some sort of strategic advantage. To have this active leak that gave us some strategic advantage somewhat. It doesn't appear that that's the case.
You would hope people are capable of playing through each other that way, but
sure,
sometimes they are.
I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I think that one of the things that I've noticed in terms of now kind of like knowing from the inside a little bit of how policy is made is it's so incredibly slow and politically costly to make a policy. If you look at the time that they were talking about starting the Manhattan Project all the way until they had a nuclear bomb, it was years before they even started doing it, even though everybody at the exact same time totally agreed. The American political apparatus moves incredibly slowly. And so you're looking for this point at which what's called a policy window opens up. So a policy window is the moment that the idea that you've been thinking about forever aligns with the political interests of an elected leader and aligns with the needs of the population at the same time. But how do you find that? And how do you make somebody, how do you like have an elected leader who's just at the right point at the right time to implement a good idea or to implement a terrible idea? That's what the policy window is all about. And so, like, one of the things that I've been banging on, one of the things I've been banging on about in my own writing is every year there is a national security strategy that's released. Not every year, I think every administration. Then there's also a national defense strategy. Two different strategies. One is DoD, one is White House.
Right.
And as I sort of started my journey into looking at information space defense, I was like, well, I should probably just look at the national security strategy and the national defense strategy, because clearly there's got to be an information space defense strategy and security strategy. And there isn't any. We have an Arctic portion of that strategy.
Arctic.
Yeah, Arctic defense is big right now. Huge. But we don't have any information space defense strategy.
What is Arctic defense strategy?
Briefly with climate change happening,
Yeah.
there's the potential that there will be more. There will be an opening of the Arctic ice that will allow essentially a new domain of warfare in the Arctic. It opens up a trade route between Asia and Europe that I think is like 40% quicker. Yeah, actually, this is really interesting. There's a War on the Rocks article. I think it's called the Icebreaker Gap. But the Icebreaker Gap is pretty fascinating. It's like so Russia has the biggest amount of icebreakers in the world. So these are ships that can break. They crush ice so that you can create navigability between like Arctic spaces. I think that they have something like 350 or so.
Right.
They have 3.5, like one that's only an icebreaker or can be retrofitted to an icebreaker. And so they're like, okay, well, we have this Arctic defense strategy, this Arctic security strategy that we're trying to develop, and we're trying to figure out how this is going to affect American security. Well, we need icebreakers. It's like, okay, so the question is, how do we get icebreakers? Well, as it turns out, having an icebreaker factory is really expensive. And the only country that we'd be purchasing icebreakers from is Russia, but we can't buy icebreakers from them. So it's like the next best option is to buy icebreakers from Finland. But it's like, how much money are we going to have to invest into just icebreakers to ensure that we are prepared for any sort of Arctic national security crisis?
We have tons of submarines that can go up into the Arctic, though.
Yeah, I think we do.
Are you talking specifically about trade or like actual
Conflict? Probably both. I know that there's concern over this icebreaker gap, and it's something that the Five Eyes, so the five like English-speaking intelligence sharing networks, are looking at doing cost sharing to ensure that they can all sort of like use the icebreaker. But like it doesn't, like the dollars don't make sense unless you have a pretty deep order book for your icebreaker. But yeah, I mean this kind of Arctic strategies is being thought about actively. The next best example that I have for information space defense is cyber defense, right? So after 9/11, they started talking about how we need cyber defense capabilities, right? This was before we saw any major cyber attacks, because the concern at that time was what they were calling like a digital Pearl Harbor. And that would be, this devastating attack on the United States that came through our IT systems. Now, this was before we had seen any major cyber attacks. Now we've seen quite a few cyber attacks. We have constant examples of information space attacks, but no strategy to address them. We had briefly a couple of organizations that were stood up in order to sort of establish deterrence in the information space. So there's the Global Engagement Center and that was sort of destroyed. It was defunded. And then there was one more that I think only lasted like 6 months. But it's because of the same reasons that you might imagine, right? Like the reason that these were criticized was you can't have an American ministry of truth, right? Because a portion of being American is having freedom of expression and having, your right to think, say, and believe anything that you want to say. So the needle that my research is trying to thread, and frankly, I'm not doing very well. If anybody has any ideas, reach out on LinkedIn, especially if you're from like a Chinese consulting company. Is how do you preserve freedom of speech while also defending the information space?
Yeah.
There's a really good paper called there's two really good papers that I could recommend. One is a book. It's called Truth Decay. Truth decay is this concept of how we're experiencing right now in a unique way the eroding of a shared sense of fairness in our country. And for a democratic environment to function, you need a shared set of facts.
Right.
Because governance is really all about finding the problems, the challenges, identifying a solution to the challenge is an opportunity. Identifying a solution to the challenge or an opportunity, funding that solution, and then experiencing the benefits from that.
Yeah.
So sometimes people think about governance in like this three-pronged way, right? It's who decides, who pays, and who benefits. And so if we don't have at least a carrying capacity of agreeing on what the problem is in the first place, what solutions might be, and who could actually benefit from those things, then the democratic system falls apart.
Yeah.
And it's critical that we are able to have robust debates about those things, but it's also critical that we have agreement on what counts.
Right.
So Truth Decay is a really good.
That's so interesting. It's so relevant.
Super interesting book. They did really long range deep.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not there, but yeah, they do speak very not in this video. I'm not the only person who said that too. I know these other people have said it. But Zoo, you're very self-critical. It's not like it's what makes you you. So it's not like it's annoying. It's just that's just how you sound. I don't want to give away names, but other people. No. I'm not going to give names. I'm not going to give away names. So it's not on. But you are being too self-critical. It's not like you're so monotonous that people don't like you or that you're not a nice person or anything. It's not even distracting. It's just could your voice use more inflection? I would say yes. If you wanted. Are you ready to lose at mini golf? Yes. Zoot, I'm gonna open things up to you right now. I've played a little bit of mini golf since we last played, and I'm not gonna lose. Period. I'm gonna beat you a lot of times in a row. My goal is to be a top 1,000 player in mini golf in the world, and I'm not there, Zoot. I'm not there. It takes a lot of actually. Yeah, it definitely is hard to understand. Yeah, but I don't think that's so much like you mumble that. I mean, you do mumble, but sometimes it's just not always clear into the microphone. I mean, we're talking thousands of miles away from each other, so technology sometimes can get in the way as well. Oh, what a shot. Zoo, what a shot. Zoo, did you see that shot? Yeah, you are. And you're going to be so glad that you were just at a period of your life where you could just chill with me and have your life recorded as well. I mean, I record of you like 2 or 3 hours a night, so fuck you with that. And you're gonna love it. In the future, you'll be like, dude, I'm so glad that I did that. All right, Zoot, this is an incredible shot. Oh, Zoot, did you see that shot? Zoot, 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 that was one of the best shots. Look at this shot. Oh, baby. Zoot, you've got a tough shot here, son. Oh, you hit it perfectly, though. Absolutely perfect. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Yes, you did. But I'm telling you, I am not fucking around. I am going to be tough to beat. The reason I say that, oh, what a shot. Zoo, rank that shot. 9 up. Yeah, it's a good one. And even though your shot is almost as good, it's not because I was able to put that ball in the pool. No way. Is it going in? Zoo, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Zoo. That was amazing. You should be very proud of yourself. That was insane. That was amazing. Good job, Zoo. I mean it. That was amazing. Oh, Zoo. Zoo, I fucked up, son. This is your chance. Zoo, I'm just dominant. Now, judge that shot. Oh, baby, Zoo. Dude, you know that was good. You know how good that was. Dude, you know how good that was. So that looks so good. I just won this game in a dominating performance, and I'm going to keep track. That's one game to none. I'll let you beat me in skee ball. I'll let you beat me in darts. But mini golf is my game. I'm sick of it. I may be the best mini golf player who's ever been in this district. All right, Zoo. Here we go. Oh, Zoo. Did you see that shot? That was such bullshit. Dude, what the fuck, man? Oh, shit, that was a good shot. Very good shot, dude. You're using your head with that one. Don't be the ball man. Oh, I don't think this way. This is an interesting shot, and it did not pay off for me. It did not pay off for me. Oh, Zoo. Zoo, did you fuck me? God. Go in the pink. You've got a lot of pink in the way now, big dog. Oh, no way. That was not a good shot. That was not a smart shot. Oh, no. Oh, Zoo, you're going to tie. Unless you have the best shot of your life. No, but you would have stopped me there. Zoo, 0-0. We're tied after 2. Dog, this is a great shot. Maybe. One of the greatest shots in the history of this game. Hit my ball, dude. Whatever you do, just hit my ball. Be a mensch. Hit my ball. stop. So all I need is just a little bit. Oh, dude, not a good shot. Dude, not a good shot. You kind of fucked yourself, didn't you? You need one of the greatest shots you've ever had. Oh, and you almost had it. That was almost amazing. Dude, I started a little bit of a lead now. Dude, this is not good. Go in the water, dog. Oh, dude, go in the water. Bounce in the water. What an amazing shot. Dude, go in the water. Whatever you do, go in the water. You're in the water. This is obviously in the water. Obviously in the water. Water, water everywhere. Water, water. No way, dude. And I could go for the win. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Dude, you played exceptionally well. I don't know if you wanted that shot, dude. Hit my ball, dude. Dude, it's over for you, son. That's 2 games in a row. Just domination. All right, after this game, I hope you go first. If you go first, you're fucked. Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. Bounce. Oh, calm down, dude. Calm down, dude. You know, it's fine. Oh, but it's fine. It's fine if you have mental issues. I don't want to do it. Because then that ends up being all you talk about. It's not something that I want to talk about. What I do want to talk about is how well you played on that hole. You went first, and you did really well. Dude, another great shot. I would take that shot in a heartbeat, dude. It's a great shot. Zoot has an amazing shot. What are we going to do here, Zoot? Zoot has a second amazing shot. With the lead, I want you to win. Zoot, big shot here. Whatever you do, don't put it in the water. And you did. Zoot, I even said, whatever you do, No way, Zoo. Dude, I tied it back up. You're gonna need that break because it was sick on you. Dude, dude, you need a very good hole right there. Dude needs one of the greatest shots of his life. And even if he has it, even if he has the best shot in the history of this game, he's done. It will make no difference. And as I said, I was going to be tough. All right, take your break, dude. What should you eat, pussy? Yeah, pussy.
deep research on this, and also looked at other times in American history that we've experienced these kinds of things. So typically you experience like periods of truth decay during massive moments of inequality within the country. Also, it's experienced when there are new modalities of sharing ideas. This is nothing new. We've just created new ways to share ideas. If you think about it, like the printing press comes out, right? And then Europe is just like, well, I guess we have to kill each other for the next 500 years. Like, wait a second. You believe a slightly different thing about the Bible?
Right.
I mean, the second most bought book after the Bible, after the printing press came out, do you know what it was?
What?
The Malus Maleficarum, the witch hunting manual. And then suddenly we got a bunch of witch hunts. Yeah.
What year was this?
Oh, look it up.
No way.
There's also a great AFI song called Malus Maleficarum. It's pretty intense, bro.
Listen to AFI.
I'm gonna go to emo night in St. Pete.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
The Malleus Maleficarum book.
The Hammer of Witches.
When was it published?
1486.
1480s. Is it really the second most bought book?
I believe so. Fact check me. I'm ready for it.
Wow.
So, this is another moment of suddenly we have the bar to share ideas is lowered significantly. And because of that, second most Harry Potter.
After the Bible, the second most bought book is often considered the Quran.
I think specifically after the
it's a religious text.
after the invention of the printing press, I believe the second most printed and bought book was the Malus Maleficarum.
Yeah. All right.
Anyways. So yeah, like this is like this moment in history that we're living through. Things like it have happened again. I mean, it's like that great quote of like, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it always rhymes. I agree, and that's like one of the reasons that I love studying geopolitics and history and seeing how these things go together. Because if nothing else, like it gives me a way of feeling like we haven't completely departed from the map, that we're not, in the middle of some forest with nowhere to go. By studying history and geopolitics and understanding the incentives behind things, it makes you realize that like there's really nothing new under the sun, and that by studying how it's been dealt with in history, you can also see maybe around the corner to see how it could be dealt with now. I'm just so for the record, I'm in no way advocating for any sort of like restriction of free speech, but I don't necessarily believe that. Because most academics, when they talk about like how we need to deal with truth decay, is digital literacy education. We need to educate people on digital literacy to like really fact check themselves. And I just
like you're saying like how well you are adapted to using social media and not being like tricked, because I know a lot of older people that just get scammed every single
the Facebook moms are
Yes.
the biggest security threat in the United States
You
right
want
now.
a prize?
Right.
Just give us your credit card information, and we're going to send you this incredibly expensive gift. We just need you to pay the $7 shipping.
That's right. I mean,
Meanwhile, you get hosed for $1,000.
It's a renaissance of Nigerian print scams. But I mean, that's what digital literacy education is. It's basically like, hey, make sure you fact check that and don't believe those crazy things. I frankly think, I mean, I'm from the Dare generation.
Yeah, me too.
Without revealing too much, it didn't work.
Yeah.
I don't take that as an actual serious intervention to help truth decay. I just don't. I don't know what a serious intervention, really looks like. It's something that I'm currently like struggling with and trying to identify and doing a lot of research on. But
I've had CIA officers on this show before. One of them in particular, Andy Bustamante.
Yeah, shout out.
We need a common enemy to unite the country.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We need some sort of common external devil to fight against to get us back together. And we don't have that. We also don't have a cohesive national religion like
Yeah.
a lot of countries do. I'm not saying it's going to be a good thing if you do have that, because I think religion is probably the cause of more death and war than anything in the history of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what else is there? We're not going down the right path.
I think that's one of those things. Like, I don't know. To me, that feels like, yeah, it was a solution, or it was a solution in the past. It is great when there is national unity, and frankly, like one of the best examples of national unity that you can point to is the last major attack. I push back against this theory that we need to have some antagonistic relationship in order to unify nationally. Because what's the option there? To gin up wars and enemies in order to unify us? I don't think that that's the answer. I think that is.
What if we fake pretend like we have enemies, and pretend like there's these big bad guys out there, like in the public, if we're turning China and Russia as some big bad guy, they look behind closed doors, but they don't want to like that.
Yeah.
Okay, man, we're still going to do all these deals behind their backs.
Well, I think that this is something I think about a lot too. Is 1984, right? Yeah. So one of the things in 1984, actually, the Audible just did like a great audio play version of 1984. Yeah, if you really want to like get freaked out, because who doesn't? Go listen to that. It's great. But one of the main plot points in 1984 is the main character can never remember who they're at war with. It's either like Oceania or like Eurasia, right? And so, yeah, I mean, would that work? Sure. Is it ideal? I don't think so. I don't think it's ideal to lie to a population in order to like make sure that they're believing the same things. And frankly, I think that we're better than that.
I think the government does think that. I think the highest echelons of the government do that. I think they treat this as a parent-child relationship.
Yeah, and I know that Andy talks about that too.
Yeah.
There's a great line in a poem by the writer Kay Tempest, who says something along the lines of, they treat us like idiots, but that's their problem. But when we behave like idiots, it becomes our problem.
Right.
So yeah, like, do people in power oftentimes infantilize the people that they represent? Certainly. But the institutions that we have put in place are there in order to at least give us the capability of pushing back. And I think, at least my belief is that, and I think Andy would disagree with me, but my belief is that we can and should trust the American population more than it seems like happens with our elected leaders. And I think this is ultimately kind of
American population.
Yeah, I think that we should trust individuals. I think that I trust individuals more than organizations. Personally.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think that this kind of goes back to there's like in any geopolitical book that you ever read, chapter 2, 100% will always talk about like Hobbes versus Rousseau, right? So Thomas Hobbes, a man in a state of nature is lonely, nasty, brutish, and short is his life, something like that. It's real rough. But he essentially believes that we're naturally in a state of nature, evil, conniving, and those appetites need to be constrained for the proper functioning of society.
Right.
And that's constrained in his book Leviathan by the Leviathan. So we're giving up those freedoms in order to constrain our natural inclination towards violence and chaos. And then there's Rousseau, who says that in a state of nature, man is naturally equal. He's willing to cooperate and more tranquil. I think Bustamante's opinion here is more on the Hobbesian side of things, where we need to use societal controls to constrain the individual, because if left unchecked, they're going to make decisions that are not only bad for themselves, but bad for society writ large. This is your sort of like parent-child thing. I tend to trust individuals more, and I think that people really are reasonable actors when they're given proper information. I think that we've developed an information space right now where we're all sort of invested in these zero-sum politics, where it's not enough that my side wins, but the other side has to lose at the same time. I don't think that's a fair broker of an information space. I don't know how to get that information space where people are treated like adults and transparency is the the letter of the day. I don't know how to get there. Do trust individuals, and I think that it doesn't benefit us when we have a country that is predicated upon the primacy of the individual to make their own lives and their own communities better. To say that, well, the government needs to keep a lot of stuff from us because we can't be trusted with it. But that goes back to that transparency gap too, where it's like the government is oftentimes transparent enough to make us not trust it, rather than giving us transparency so that we do trust it.
We don't know what's up or down anymore.
Yeah, but you know what though? I also so anytime I go to a country, and this happened I don't know.
By the way, hey, we got wrapped up in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's get my kids. We're 3.5 hours in.
Oh shit! All right, yeah, cool. I'm gonna get a bunch of offers from the Chinese consulate. This is awesome.
Finish your story.
Yeah. I think that I never trust a country when I get into the back of a cab and the cab driver is like, "We love our political leader." It's like, no, you don't.
Right. I bet you that happens a lot in North Korea.
I've never been in a North Korean cab before.
I've heard stories.
Have you? Oh, super cool. No, I got into.
I did this dude Wally Green. He's a famous speaker. Yeah, he was a big time, big shot ping pong player, and he went to some big tournament.
Oh, I remember seeing that.
Yeah. He got in a cab to go to a tournament or whatever. He was also created or invented the telephone. He's the best.
Invented ping pong.
Everything. Yeah,
Best
exactly.
ping pong player.
Actually, I think she did say he invented ping pong.
It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and I think that's kind of the part of the political game. We shouldn't trust our political leaders, right?
Yeah.
We should be constantly scrutinizing the things that they say, and there is no way that anybody agrees 100%, not only with the political leader, but with anybody else. My best friends, I have differences of opinion with them. We have a unique capability of pushing back against political leadership in peaceful ways. That needs to be maintained, but it also needs to be maintained with a pretty clear information space that is hopefully free of manipulation by foreign actors. Because you asked me at the beginning of this, what is the greatest vulnerability that we have in the United States? And obviously my research is focused on fifth generation warfare in the information space. But I think that the biggest vulnerability that we have is the gray matter. It's the space between our ears. It's the ability for us to look at somebody else who is an American citizen and say that they're the enemy over somebody from 1,000 miles away across the world who actually does mean us harm. Right. And that's just because of the stories that we tell ourselves. I think that's the greatest vulnerability, and I don't have an answer for it. I'm gonna keep doing public thinking about how we create cognitive security in the United States and elsewhere. And if you want to hear about that, check out my newsletter. This is not a psyop, which I promise is 100% psyop free.
What is it on? Substack?
It's on Beehive.
Beehive.
Yeah, I'll put
I'll link it all below.
Link below. Yeah, and check out my book. You Are Not Here: Travels Through Countries That Don't Exist.
Hell yeah, we got it back there somewhere.
Yeah. Oh wait, what? Wasn't there a different wall back here previously?
Yeah, he scooted that one back in. I guess we're out there. And we're gonna dip in all of the second one.
It's pretty cool wall. Yeah, I noticed the set kitchen. Anyway, always a pleasure, Danny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Been fucking fascinating.
Let's I want to debate backlog about cryptocurrencies.
I'm sure you're going to CPAC, aren't you?
No, he's in New York.
You're not going up there?
No, I'll go to Albania maybe before I go. No, I'm not going to New York. I don't know. I'm in Los Angeles. Yeah.
All right, bro. Thanks
Cool.
again. It's fascinating shit.
You bet.
All right, everything's like below.
Magic Mind.
All right, Jason Giorgiani, thank you for coming, man. Good to see you, brother.
It's a pleasure to see you.
Our last podcast was bananas. We covered all kinds of crazy. What did it up to, bro?
Writing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, one of the few silver linings to being banned from academia is that you all your time to do writing.
That's right. That's the convenience of being a Nazi Mossad agent.
Yes. Go figure.
As you are famously accused of.
You're being defamed in both of those ways simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
Never had any dealings with Nazis, as far as I'm aware. Did meet with probably 4 different Mossad agents, but I never accepted their offer for checklist, so I'm a free agent.
So what kind of stuff have you been writing?
Well, my latest book is Saturnia, which has a lot on the simulation theory in it that we'll get into. And then the latest one, the cover is up there in the background. It's called Metapolemos, which is a Greek word, ancient Greek word, meaning super struggle or meta war, and or Metapolemos. And that one is a overview of my entire philosophical project, divided into the domains of ontology, epistemology, ethics, aesthetics, and politics. So it summarizes my whole philosophical project in terms of different domains of philosophy. And I wrote it to be a kind of companion volume to Philosophy of the Future, which I brought you last time.
Yes.
This one is an overview of my work in terms of the original concepts that I developed, Philosophy of the Future was. And this one, Metapolemos, is in terms of the different domains of philosophical thought. So they're kind of good companion volumes for one another. And they're either a really good introduction to my work as a whole, or a kind of executive summary.
What is the general idea of Satania?
General idea of Satania. Well, the term means the aeon of Satan.
The Aeon of Satan.
Or the aeon of Satana. And so I'm playing with this term Satana. It's the name of a, I guess you could call her a goddess. Really, she's more a Titaness. You know, there was this distinction between the gods and the Titans, which you see in Greek culture, you see it in ancient Hindu culture as well, the Devas and the Asuras. Satana is a Titaness who was conceived of as the mother of the Gorgons. You know, Medusa. So
Yeah.
these
I just read the article.
snake-haired, feminine deities.
They come from Medea, right?
Well, no, Medea was the chief priestess of them.
Right.
They were like her minions. She was a witch who basically did the most to institutionalize and organize the cult of these Gorgons. And the chief Gorgon, the kind of mother of the coven of Gorgons, is Satana. This was a cult that existed in the Caucasus, going back to probably at least 1000 BC.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting about, first of all, the name originally Satana in Old Iranian language, it means mother of 100, because she was believed to be the initiatrix of heroes. She would take these champions under the Caspian Sea into what was believed to be an underwater city. And she would train them and initiate them and confer a broadsword on them, and also potentially allow them to look into this grail that she was the keeper of. So much, much later, like 1500 years, 1800 years later, this mythos would eventually make its way into Europe, together with the migration of the Scythian and Sarmatian people, and it would become what's known as the Arthurian mythos in Europe, where this figure Satana becomes the lady of the lake, and then, Arthur, King Arthur, becomes the archetypal hero who is initiated by this Grail mistress and is given the broadsword and so forth. So the mythos of Satana is the most primordial form of what later becomes the Arthurian Grail mysticism of Europe, of Gothic Europe, Celtic Europe. And it's brought there by these Caucasian Iranian people, these northern Iranian people, called the Scythians and Sarmatians. The Greeks also called the Sarmatians Amazons. Their whole legends about warrior women come from this culture because they had female warriors. In fact, they were arguably a native culture with female rulers and female warriors. And very unusual
medieval culture because they also, I think, were the first people to invent iron warfare implements and chainmail armor. In any case, they worshipped this figure, Satana. And round about, I think, 700, 800 BC, they mass invaded the Middle East. And it said they went all the way up to Egypt. So I've made an argument in some of my work that what we believe is the Hebrew term, say, Satan, the adversary, probably comes from this Satana in origin. Because the serpent symbolism associated with Satan from the book of Genesis onward,
Right.
in various aesthetic representations has a distinctly female connotation. Like the serpent in Eden was depicted in female form often throughout the history of art. And the serpents are, of course, associated with the Gorgons.
Yes.
They have serpents in their hair, right? Which is really it's a reference to the fact that viper venom was used
Right.
in this cult.
Right.
Yeah, so the title comes from that. Okay, it's a play on the cult of Satana. But the way I use this from the opening chapter onward is in terms of the contemporary debate over whether the UFO phenomenon is demonic. So you have these colleagues of people
Yeah.
who think that either angels or more probably demons are what's behind
the Collins Elite?
the Collins elite. Yeah, the Collins elite. I think we got into this briefly the last time I was here. But some people think that the Collins elite was an unofficial interagency organization with representation from the CIA, the Air Force, and various other military intelligence organizations. That was formed, they think, some people argue, like Nick Redfern, I think, in his book, on what was that book called?
Is Tucker Carlson a part of the Collins Elite?
You say that, probably more than half jokingly. No, I don't think Tucker is part of the Collins Elite, but I think that they've done his head. I think that these are the people who put this in Tucker Carlson's head. He's been talking to Jim and these folks.
Yeah.
So anyway, some people think they were formed in 1947 to basically, between 45 and 47, to spy on Jack Parsons and investigate what Jack Parsons, the occultist and rocket scientist, was doing. With L. Ron Hubbard and others in the middle of the western desert, right? I have argued...
they had a spot in Florida they were working on some stuff, didn't they?
They were all over the place.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it was in Florida that Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, of course, stole Parsons and his girlfriend.
What?
I think that was off the coast of Florida. Yeah, they had a bad fall.
I told you, right, that the flag building for Scientology, their primary headquarters where he parked his yacht, is like 20 minutes from here.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think he used this as his launching point for his various off-the-radar activities in the oceans of the world. Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, but let's not go into Hubbard now.
Yeah, it's not.
So some people think it was formed in 47 to investigate Parsons and so forth. But I actually argue in Satanion that the Collins Elite probably goes back to the 1896, 1897 airship history.
Yeah.
Where there was this patent attorney who claimed to represent the inventors of mystery airships.
Right.
And this guy's name was Collins. And look, I don't want to be one of these guys who says the same thing every time. I think we did discuss this last time.
Yeah.
Very long story short, in a nutshell, this patent attorney, George Collins, gave an extensive testimony to the San Francisco Chronicle, and I think it was 1897, about how these airships work, how they were going to be publicly declared. The company was going to publicly declare itself on the stock exchange and come forth with this technology and so on. And then, 3 days later, the San Francisco Chronicle got back to him and wanted to have another conversation with him, at which point he said, I don't remember saying any of that stuff to you. And it turned out that he gave this entire testimony in a trance state. So this George Collins was possessed and delivered the story. And then it turned out that the supposed airship inventor was some dentist who invented dental bridges who had dreamed of building airships from his childhood. So this paranormal angle starts to emerge in the story, where you wonder, are these airships psychic projections of some kind? Are people's perceptions being manipulated? And I think from that time onward is when the feds got involved and started to develop theories about what kind of diabolical intelligence might actually be behind this phenomenon.
This reminds me, Steve, can you pull up my Twitter page real quick? I want to show you this photo I found of Jacques Vallée last night. I think it's very appropriate. Just go to X and just go to my account page. There's a whole article about it too.
You know, I knew Jacques Vallée.
No, that's not it. That's it right there. That's what you were saying last time. Scroll down right there. Oh, right. Look at that photo. Look at that. Jacques Vallée with Aleister Crowley.
No, that's Anton LaVey.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Aleister Crowley was
That's what I meant. Jacques Vallée and Anton LaVey.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. First of all, they both lived in San Francisco.
Right.
And, yeah, that's
Apparently they would have dinner parties and play Donkey Kong together.
Donkey
Yeah, that's what the article says.
Wow.
That's fascinating. Because Jacques Vallée always talks about how, he seems to be hyper interested in the whole angels and demon stuff.
Yeah. Well, the opening line of Satanion, first chapter is called Diabolical Disclosure. And the opening line is, how does one disclose the devil? That is without ending the world.
Yeah.
And it comes back to this idea that the Collins elite see themselves as holding back the apocalypse because they think that if these phenomena are predominantly demonic, disclosing that would mean disclosing the Antichrist, which would then precipitate the second coming or accelerate the second coming. So they think they're somehow doing the world a favor by maintaining the secrecy regarding the phenomenon, because it's essentially buying us time and holding back the end. So I play with that idea at the opening of my first chapter in Satanion.
So these people are religious types. These religious fanatics.
Yeah, from the Air Force.
We have to be take this view of the phenomenon.
Yeah, and I think that probably going back to maybe 47 or 1950s, they've been recruited from among evangelicals or traditionalist Catholics. But if you go back probably to the late 1890s, worship was I don't know whether they started out that way or whether they were spooked into all of these kinds of beliefs, right? But look, think about it this way, Danny. If airships that look like constructions from out of Jules Verne's sci-fi novels are showing up not just in the sky over tens of states,
Yeah.
but they're landing in people's fields. And sheriffs and judges are coming up to these things and touching them and interacting with the airship pilots.
Yeah.
If it turns out that those things aren't real, meaning they're not constructed objects, they're some kind of a projection, whether it's a psychokinetic projection, like a material, what they call materialization in psychical research, or whether it's some kind of a solid hologram. In any case, as a gentleman in the 1890s, or frankly, even this would be how most people today would read it in America. You would probably consider that a diabolical deception, a machination of the devil, right? To engage in the manipulation of perception on that kind of scale, people tend to associate that with, I don't know, satanic deception.
Seems silly.
Yeah, well, the prisms through which many people and institutions look at this phenomenon are silly or simple-minded,
Right.
dangerous.
All right, we were going to talk about the
Yeah. Let's go to the book.
What's so interesting? First of all, what made you start to pay attention to the moon?
I think this is a good place to start. It was the start of my interest in it in a serious way, and it's actually a good place, a good trajectory by which to go to it. And that's that. I paid close attention to Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project back when he was first starting it up in the late 1990s, a long time ago.
I think it was like 93 or something.
It was, yeah. I might have become aware of it in the mid to late 90s.
Okay.
So we're talking about like 16, 17 years old. From early on, I paid attention to the testimony that he amassed from all of these people who have been involved in the military, defense contractors.
Do you believe all the stuff that he says?
short answer, no.
Imagine 6 months from now.
I think in the case of Stephen Greer, and maybe we can come back around to this because I saw parts of the show with him. In the case of Stephen Greer, you have to draw some very significant distinctions between the testimony he's getting from people who serve in sensitive positions in the military-industrial complex versus his interpretations of those testimonies, which is being filtered through his own worldview and ideology, and then furthermore, his own personal experiences. Because Greer came out, like, it was 20 years ago, saying he himself was a contactee, I think from childhood. And he started doing these CE5, like, protocols for summoning entities and so forth, right? Yeah. So there's a great deal of difference between those kinds of partners versus amassing testimony from basically expert witnesses.
Yeah.
Right? And I find the stuff he did early on to be much more convincing and much more solid.
The origin story of being an ER doctor to all of a sudden getting a call to dinner with the head of the CIA seems a little suspect.
I don't know. But I'll tell you what I found very interesting about some of that early testimony. There was this one case, and here we're going to get into a case of murder. There was this one case of this, I think he was Sergeant Carl Wolf, who, although he wasn't fairly high ranking, this is how compartmentalized information works in the military. You can be relatively low-ranking person, but if you have technical expertise in a particular area, you have to be given high-level security clearance because you need to work on some technical aspect of a very sensitive subject. So in the case of Carl Wolf, he was a photographic technician and repairman. And I think it was in 1965, so a few years before we went to the moon, right? We've got the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter going around the moon preparing for the Apollo mission. And Carl Wolf is called in his capacity as a photo technician, photographic repairman. He's called into what they told him was an NSA facility. And I think he was stationed in Langley Air Force Base at the time. And they say, we need you to come over to this NSA facility and work on this photographic processing machine. In 1965, nobody knew what NSA was. It was so secret that people didn't even know it existed. So Wolf assumed that it was a NASA facility. He heard NSA as NASA.
Okay.
And it also makes sense in terms of what he saw when he got there, which is that when he walked into this place, first of all, he saw scientists from all around the world. And you could tell because there were various ethnicities. He saw Japanese, Indian, people from multiple countries speaking multiple languages, European languages.
I'm sure there are Germans in there.
Probably more than a few. And so he's taken into the photo lab, right? And there's another guy in there who's the same rank as him, I think also a sergeant. And before he gets to work on repairing this machine, this sergeant, and the two of them are in there alone, right? The sergeant can't help himself, and he breaks protocol. And he shows Carl Wolf the photographs that have been coming off this machine, right? And they're mosaic photographs where, they take their orbiter will take a bunch of images, a bunch of shots, and then they'll lay them next to each other and form a mosaic of a larger site that's been targeted for satellite photography, right? And the sergeant says, we found a city. And he starts showing you these mosaics, putting them next to each other. And they're high-resolution photographs of a megalithic city on the dark side of the earth. Spherical buildings, polygonal buildings, obelisks like the needles in Egypt, and dishes, he said, that look like radio telescope dishes. Huge structures, which I guess the resolution of the photographs was so good that he could tell that they weren't made of metal. They were made of something like a poured stone, kind of like concrete, which is interesting because a lot of ancient sites on Earth are made of that type of material. Right? These enigmatic and megalithic structures on Earth seem to have a similar construction as what Carl Wolf, at least most presented as a city on the dark side. And so he's looking at this thing, and he and then basically somebody walked in, and so the sergeant cuts off this, illegally volunteering this classified information to Wolf, and he goes to work repairing the photography machine. But anyway, he said he went home and he expected that either that night or like sometime in the next week or sometime in the next year, we would hear about this city that had been photographed on the dark side of the moon. And of course, it was never revealed, right? So this was one of the most striking early testimonies that I heard from out of Clear Disclosure Project that got me really interested in the moon. And what's really creepy is
That was 60 what?
65, a few years before Apollo. And what's really disturbing is that this disclosure wave that we're in the midst of right now, 2017, right, with that New York Times piece, right? So around about 2018, there are serious discussions about subpoenaing people to get testimony from them. And then later than that, Rush now, spearheaded this initiative to have people come and testify in front of Congress and release individuals from their security oaths, right? Well, guess when poor Carl Wolf met with an untimely end. 2018, 1 year after disclosure starts, his bike was run over by a truck.
How old was he?
Young, relative.
Can you find the story of Carl Wolf?
He might have been in his 50s or something. And this is what happened to John Mack too. This is how they murdered John Mack. They had him run over on the road.
Yeah, but isn't it? Yeah, I understand that that's sketchy about John Mack, but do you think it's probable that he was whacked? That he was not? Really? Yeah. He was 74 years old. He was 74-year-old.
Well, he was in good enough shape that he was riding his bike regularly.
Can you click on it?
Just search Carl Wolf with a K.
Oh, it's not this one?
No, well, it has it correct underneath it.
Yeah, I see.
Carl Wolf with a K.
Claimed to have top secret NASA photos showing alien structures within works with a tactical air command at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, and that top secret clearance in 2001. Wolf made startling claims that NASA was hiding evidence of artificial structures on the far side of the moon. He died in a bike accident on October 10th, 2018 in New York after being hit by a tractor trailer.
So I think it's awfully convenient that just when people are going to be subpoenaed to testify under oath and released from their security clearances, this guy has an accident. Okay, so let's go further down this path to the moon.
Quick question. Don't want to derail this, but have you heard of a guy named Hal Pottermeyer? Continue.
Okay. So they had these photographs, right? And these photographs went somewhere. There was a whole room full of international scientists that Carl Wolf ran into was on his way to prepare their machine. So these photographs went somewhere. Well, guess what? These photographs show up again later in the history of military intelligence. In the 1970s, when Ingo Swann started to work for the Stanford Research Institute on contract with the CIA, some guy who identified himself as Lambert Dolphin, which is probably a pseudonym, a code. This Lambert Dolphin basically he pulled Ingo Swann from out of the unit that he was working with. This unit that was basically CIA, right? So this Lambert Dolphin, whoever he was, and Swann was never able to figure out what outfit in the U.S. government this guy was really working for. He had the authority to take a CIA asset out of the CIA remote viewing program and put him on another task. And Swann was blindfolded. He was flown in a helicopter to a classified facility. It was one of these deep underground facilities. And he recounts having gone down an elevator. Who knows how deep. This is in Swann's book, Penetration. So Swann says he goes down there and they want his, talent as a remote viewer, and they start targeting him, on these photographs that are inside envelopes. And he basically starts describing but he's standing in the middle of a nexus of roads inside a city on the moon. And he describes these gargantuan buildings, huge, titanic scale of construction. He sees the same obelisks that Carl Wolf describes, like the needles in ancient Egypt. And he said, by the way, I got the impression that those were purely ceremonial. They didn't have any particular function. But he saw other buildings that looked like reactor domes, like as if they were nuclear power plants or something like that, and receiving dishes and antennas and so forth. So he describes this titanic city, and it stands to reason that whatever was in those envelopes were probably the photographs that were taken by the orbiter back in '65 before Apollo, the photographs that Carl Wolf had reported seeing while he was repairing that machine. So now you have a second point of confirmation that here's the really big thing. What else Ingo Swann saw on the dark side of the moon were masses of people huddled together in ramshackle shelters. People who were naked and who were being used as slave labor. This is what he said. He said that. And now the fact that they were naked and apparently breathing while working inside craters on the moon, who knows, maybe mining helium-3 or whatever, suggests that there was some kind of an artificial atmosphere. Maybe where they were working was underneath a transparent dome that wasn't, visible to Swann.
Sure.
But in any case, that's not the important point. The important point, and the disturbing point, is that he saw slave labor on the moon, and the people who were directing it were these tall Nordic-looking fellows, one of whom could see Swann. And this has been reported by other remote viewers, where sometimes when they're sent to a target, whether it's a contemporaneous target or whether it's some event in the past, they're asked by whoever's there, as if like they're a ghost. And those people are seeing the ghost.
Yeah.
Well, this Nordic on the dark side of the moon saw Swann, and he got the distinct impression, like the guy was telling him telepathically, why the fuck are you here if you don't belong?
Right.
Get out of here. Okay? Now that fits with something else that I was told. I was told this by an officer in the CIA who had read my book, Closer Encounters, and he wanted to have a conversation with me because he told me that basically
Who is this?
this was two years ago, 2.5 years ago.
He's calling you, yo, I work for the CIA. Job.
He knew someone I knew, and he got in touch with that person. And anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but long story short, he was like, how did you put all these jigsaw puzzle pieces together? He was looking to see if there was a leak and whether it needed to be plugged. He said that there were many things in that book that were the same conclusions that they had reached based on having access to classified information. And he was wondering how the hell I put these same pieces together in the same way.
But this moon stuff?
All kinds of things. The subjects that I discuss in this book, Closer Encounters.
Yeah. Okay.
And but the moon came up, among other things. And he said, listen, after Swann was sent, we kept sending people to the moon, remote viewers. And we distinctly got the message from these guys on the moon, do not keep sending people here. This is off limits. And we didn't listen to them. And the last viewer that we sent up there, his soul is trapped on the moon. His body is in a coma in a special medical facility run by the CIA. And his family has been given like medical compensation or whatever. They told him, they told his family that the guy had died in the line of duty or whatever. And he's been held in stasis for years and years as they wait for his soul to come back from the moon, where apparently there's the capacity to lure and trap somebody in his consciousness, which they finally did to one of these CIA remote people after repeatedly telling them not to surveil whatever is going on up there.
We had a guy on here named David Morehouse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a remote viewer. He was a part of these programs for a long time. I think it was in the 70s.
I read his book, Psychic Warrior.
Yeah. And he said that he remote viewed the moon to nothing. He's like, it's all bullshit. There's no way there.
I don't know whether creepier than a city on the dark side of it.
Well, and here's another thing. There was a saying. Why is it only the dark side?
Well, because that's how faces away from us all the time.
So because whoever built it doesn't want us to see it.
Of course. That's the convenient place to put it. There's also another reason that's different, which is that if you put, we've been studying this in terms of potential lunar colonization, that if you put listening telescopes, like the Arecibo dish, it's meant to convey signals across space. If you put it on the side of the moon that faces the Earth with too much interference, radio signals coming from the Earth. So if you want to have basically interspace communication from the moon to elsewhere, it's better to put something on the side that always faces away from us, so that you're not bombarded with radio signals that are being transmitted from the moon. Right. That's a technical reason why you do it. But mainly, I think it's for concealment reasons. Okay, but the story of what's going on in the moon is a lot more. It's a lot more startling than finding the city on the dark side, right? Because you could be dealing with a natural satellite that has been colonized at who knows what time by whatever spacefaring civilization. No, it looks like there's a much more disturbing scenario, and our government became aware of this during Apollo 12 and 13. During Apollo 12, I think it was the lander that impacted the moon in a way that set off a seismometer that had been pre-positioned there. There was a seismometer that was pre-positioned on the moon. And when the Apollo 12 lander hit the surface of the moon, the signal that came from the seismograph was consistent with the ringing or vibration of a hollow object.
Right.
So the way that the shock wave passed through the moon suggested that there was it rang like a bell, as they described it.
For a while, right?
In the first case, it was for almost an hour. So then they got curious about this, and in Apollo 13, they deliberately crashed the third stage of Apollo 13 into the surface of the moon to carry out a test, to see whether this was a repeatable phenomenon, right? And this time, the seismograph not only confirmed the resonance passing through a hollow object, but the moon rang like a bell for 3 hours. So, and they were able to tell like how much more or less of the moon, is apparently hollow.
Right.
And it's really shocking. It's like the moon goes down for about 20 miles as a solid structure, and then on the inside, there's a distance of about 1,000 miles radially, 1,000 miles from the interior of the shell to the core, radially in every direction. In other words, the distance between Los Angeles and Seattle, or New York and St. Louis, or Paris and Prague, out from the center is hollow inside the moon.
There was a recent NASA article that came out, I think it was on the NASA website, where they said they discovered caves, like underground caverns in the moon, which would suggest that it was like maybe like a honeycomb structure on the inside or something like that.
I suspect that it's not natural caverns, but that what they're seeing are the hollows between all kinds of complex machinery that are inside that structure. One of the other things that they noted with these impact tests was that the moon it seemed to compensate and correct for the impact in a way that suggested there were oscillators inside the structure.
Right.
So I think probably there's machinery inside this thing. Now, another data point that corroborates that, going back to the remote viewers, is that Joe McMoneagle was tasked with remote viewing Mars in 1984, and this was a CIA operation run at the Monroe Institute. So the CIA, he was working on contract with the CIA, and this was done at the Monroe Institute.
He was the first remote viewer, right?
He might have. Well, no, I think Ingo Swann was the first one. but I think he had the designation 001 or something like that.
Yeah, it was too.
Yeah. But in any case, in 1984, Monroe Institute, and this has since been released. This is one of these classified documents that has since been declassified. It's called like Mars 1 million BC. Put up Joe McMonagle.
Mars 1 million BC.
Yeah, Joe McMonagle. And so look, Joe McMonagle is tasked to look at. He doesn't know, of course. He's marching blind to the target. That's all right here. But what's inside these envelopes are the photographs that the Viking probe took on Mars in 1976, where we got back these images of the pyramids and the fort and the face, right? So there are all these apparent man-made megalithic structures in the Sidonia region of Mars, which were first photographed by the Viking mission in 1976. And that's what was inside these envelopes when the Conville was doing this remote session. And he described being in the midst of the ruins of a megalithic city with gigantic pyramids. He said they seemed like they were maybe 3 times the size of the And he described he described a maze of structures under these pyramids, like subterranean tunnels and hallways. At one point, he walks through one of these hallways, and it leads to an opening, and he finds himself on the outside of the pyramid, looking up across the face of the pyramid. And he describes also these highways that are trenches. There are these perfectly geometric trenches cut across miles and miles of Mars' surface. And he said his impression was that they were used for a craft. Like, there are bad storms on Mars, right? So if you had hovercraft, hover cars, or whatever, you would want them to be transiting through something that had high walls on either side. There was a, sunken channel. They avoid a sandstorm, not passing on the top of your head. Yeah, so this is basically, he describes this, during his remote viewing session. Yeah. But he says, look, the civilization is long dead. I'm seeing, the ruins of a civilization that once was eons before this. And he was tested 1 million BC. So they said to him, okay, so go back to when these people were still alive, thriving. And he goes way, way back. Now, we can infer from another data point that I'll come to, how far back he went. Okay. But he doesn't say in the session. But he goes back to when these people were around. And then he describes Nordic-looking, super tall people in skin-tight jumpsuits. People. By Scandinavians. Except he said they had more like like between an Olympic swimmer and a football player's physique, with very broad shoulders. Not an ounce of body fat. He said he could see all their musculature through their skin-tight suits. And what McMonagle relates is that these people were facing the end of their civilization. And some of them have this, what he describes as very philosophical sense of resignation, where they were like, well, we had our time. It's not fair for us to ask for more time. We've had more time than we get. And some of them are still trying to survive and endure. And the ones who are trying to survive, he says, they've looked for a way out. And no matter what they do, they can't seem to find a way out. Just pinpoint something, right? Then he says, they designed and got into a spacecraft that was cylindrical, and which is very much a description of a lot of these cylinder-shaped, cigar-shaped UFOs, metallic, cigar-shaped craft. And they went to another planet, which they were scouting out to see whether it was a viable world for them to relocate to. And this other planet was nothing like Mars. It was very green, overgrown with vegetation, in fact. But there were constant storms on it, electrical storms, typhoons. There was a lot of volcanic activity on this planet, and they basically concluded that they couldn't settle there without altering the plan, without terraforming the base of the planet to make it more habitable. So,
This is a long conversation about the
yes, so they got all this happening, right? I think those are all the important ones. And
very detailed.
yes, so now you put this next to what Dr. John Brandenburg discovered regarding Mars. Dr. Brandenburg, who I got to spend a few days with in Mexico a number of years ago, he worked on the Clementine mission for NASA, and at one point he was working at Sandia Labs, which is where I think a lot of the nuclear weapons are designed. And he was looking at isotopic data from Mars. So, every planet has, certain amount of isotopes of different materials and so forth. Right? And apparently the isotopic ratio of xenon-129 is consistent across the entire solar system, except for on Mars and our thermonuclear test sites on Earth. There's a deviation from the norm of the isotopic signature of xenon-129 at our thermonuclear test sites on Earth. And we find the same thing at Cydonia on Mars.
Why is it different from your test sites?
Something happens when it has to be not an atomic bomb, but a thermonuclear bomb. When a thermonuclear bomb is detonated, that leaves a trace of xenon-129 in that area, which is not the normal, basically, distribution of that isotope that you would find, on Earth or on any of the other rocky bodies in the solar system. And according to Brandenburg, it's a very distinct signature. It's unmistakable, and it's very specifically associated with thermonuclear weapons detonation. Then, after he discussed this with one of the scientists at Sandia Labs, whose expertise is working on nuclear weapons, he checked for other isotopes, and he saw that the isotopic ratio of thorium and uranium was also off at Cydonia in a way that matched thermonuclear test sites. And so he came to the conclusion that he even did the math, like how many nukes would you have had to detonate in this place to produce this kind of deviation? Turns out that an Empire State Building's worth of our highest yield thermonuclear warheads would have had to have been detonated there to produce this kind of isotopic signature. And this is exactly the same place where we find these blasted megalithic structures on the surface of Mars. So Brandenburg's thesis is that there was a nuclear war on Mars. I cover this in my book, Closer Encounters.
And did that basically get rid of the atmosphere? Is that responsible for how the atmosphere is almost non-existent?
It would definitely have been a contributing factor. I want to come around to what I think might have been another factor. But definitely would have been a contributing factor. But we were on about the moon. So why am I going on this detour to Mars?
Yeah.
Because it's when you put Brandenburg's research next to what Joe McMonagle saw. And by the way, while we're on this subject, Ingo Swann was also tasked, independently of Joe McMonagle, to look at Mars twice. Once was in 1976, I think, and the other was in 1984, same year that McMonagle did his, but Swann's team and McMonagle were unaware of each other. These were, obviously this makes sense as protocol. They wanted two sets of remote viewers on the same target to get, corroboration. And Swann, the leaders of the whole team, McMonagle worked alone at the Monroe Institute. Swann had like 5 or 6 people working with him. And in 1984, and also in I think 76 or so, Ingo Swann and his team described exactly the same thing.
your liquids up, get some water, go to the bathroom, and go back to bed. Good rest your eyes. And you'll be back to GUINNESS. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Drink some more water. So important. Exactly. Everybody. My pleasure. You're my friend. I love you.
the same thing as Jungle Chronicle. He described a civilization on Mars, most of which was in ruins and was vastly ancient, but other parts of which still survived under the surface. He described the honeycomb of cities under the surface of Mars, and some structures on the surface, which were like relaying information and being used as transportation beacons, and have been built by the civilization that is still active under the surface of Mars, cities that are subterranean. But this all came from out of discussing the moon. When you put the remote viewing data next to Brandenburg's thesis, what it suggests, and Brandenburg, his estimation was that this nuclear event in Sidonia took place maybe 100 million years ago. Maybe 100 million years ago. Remember the dinosaurs killed off? 65 million years ago, right? So it's a ballpark. And when you put these two sets of data together, as I did in my book Closer Encounters, the conclusion that emerges is that the moon was constructed by these survivors of some kind of apocalypse on Mars. And it probably had at least two functions initially. One was to transport a shit ton of people, the moon, and the other one was to act as a terraforming device. So, if we didn't have the moon where it is, in this extremely stable orbit that it's in, right? We would have 8-hour days. The Earth would be spinning much faster than it is right now. The Earth would also not be as stable as it is. There have been calculations done that show that the Earth would be prone to toppling over at odd intervals.
Well, all planets have moons, right?
Yes, but only our moon stabilizes a planet to the extent, only our moon stabilizes our planet in the way that it does. And only our moon has as stable an orbit as it does. And none of the other moons in the solar system create the beautiful eclipses that we have here, because the moon is, get this, 1/400th the size of the sun, and it's 1/400th the distance to the sun. So the fact that it's 1/400th the size of the sun and 1/400th distance to the sun produces this perfect eclipse.
So there's directly between us and the sun, it perfectly includes the diameter of the sun.
Exactly.
Do we know if there's any other moons like that?
None. But what's even more significant is that our moon has an extremely stable orbit. No other moon in the solar system orbits its planet with as little deviation as our moon does. Yes. And so it appears there's something inside the moon stabilizing that orbit, which is also stabilizing the Earth. And what did it give us? It gave us a climate, an environment, a biosphere that rendered this planet habitable. Remember what McGonagall said. He said they sent a scout ship to another planet. It was overgrown with vegetation. It wasn't arid like Mars. There were volcanoes going off. There were electrical storms. And they were like, this place is too volatile. You can't settle here the way that it is now. So the moon was probably used in order to terraform the Earth into a habitat that humans could live. Humans, Martians, could settle in to become the human race. So, now, there are other pieces of data. So I figured out roughly how long ago? 100 to 65 million years ago. Now look, the dinosaurs would probably have had to kill off for this, right? So the one, hypothesis that follows from this is that the impact to kill off the dinosaurs was deliberate, not, some accidental. It wouldn't have been very easy to coexist. Okay, but look, there are other data points that really nail this case. For example, craters. On Earth, when you have impact craters from meteorites, for example, right? The craters are roughly proportionally deep as they are wide. They dig into Earth. On the moon, you have these utterly bizarre craters, which are like over 100 miles wide, like the Gagarin crater or Clavius crater. You could fit Switzerland and Luxembourg together inside some of these craters. They're over 100 miles wide. They're never more than 4 or 5 miles deep. It doesn't make any sense. The inside of these crater basins are all convex, like the surface of a contact lens.
Right.
So think about this. Why would a meteorite impact produce a crater that's so much wider than it is deep, and then in the especially wide craters like Clavius, you see that the surface of that crater is convex. It's because it's hitting a hard shell that's underneath the regolith, and the regolith is like astroturf that's been put on the surface of that space station to make it look like it's a moon.
They knew the Earth was there. It was too volatile, too unstable. I'm sure the perceptive equinox is not as stable as it is now.
There wasn't that. We didn't have seasons. That's a product of the moon.
Equinox is only because of the sun.
The 23-degree deviation that we have.
Yeah.
Our equator, the celestial equator,
Right.
that produces the equinoxes and the solstices, is a function of the moon.
What other things about the moon, like other than like you mentioned the distance from the sun to the moon, or if we include the side of the sun from our perspective, but like what other things about our moon are exclusive to us?
So, first of all, there's the extreme bizarre ratio that you just mentioned, right? Where this is 1/400th size of the sun, 1/400th distance from the sun,
Yep.
and that's what produces these eclipses. Then there's the incredible stability in the orbit of the moon. Then, as we mentioned, these craters don't make any sense, right? These craters don't make any sense. And the basin of what seems like it's revealing a shell of some kind, a spherical shell.
Yep.
Then there's the impact tests, right? The Apollo 12 and Apollo 13, where the moon on the side of the map registered like a hollow object. Right? And by the way, there's no moon that's a hollow object. Back before Carl Sagan became such a skeptic, he had commented on this and said that it's terrifying because no natural satellite is hollow. Right? That we know that no other moons are hollow. It's just not what moons are. Moons are like, they're like rocky bodies that are trapped by a plane. And they're rocky all the way through.
And do we observe the craters on other moons to see how similar they are to our moon, how different they are than our moon?
Yeah. We have detailed, like, for example, Phobos and Erebus, the moons and Mars, detailed images of them. And first of all, moons and Mars, it has two. Saturn and Jupiter have a bunch.
Right.
And the other thing about these moons is they're all weird shaped, like deformed potatoes. They're not beautiful, spherical objects like ours. But there is another interesting thing, and that's the mass balance. So there are these, the moon has a lower gravity than just right on the golf ball thing.
Yeah.
So, and the Apollo astronauts, we'll get to this too, the Apollo astronauts hopping around this lower. But there are places on the moon where there's a much stronger gravity. There's Earth like gravity, but stronger. And it's actually a problem for navigation. When we pass satellites over that, they can't fly too low because the craft will be pulled by these gravity waves. There are places on the moon, they call them mass columns, mass concentrations, where the gravity deviates from the standard. So and guess what? They're all subject. So one thing I hypothesized was that if this thing is a space station, it's possible that they built saucers into the surface
Like that, mass dots, short-term mass concentrations are regions of the moon's surface with a higher gravitational pull than surrounding areas. These numbers were first identified in the 1960s.
Yeah, they have to compensate for those when they fly into around the moon. Anyway, look, here's the thing.
You gotta make sure you gotta keep you on point.
Yeah.
So, you can't be just like George Giant.
The possibility is that when they built the space station, they built saucers into the surface. Remember, all the mass comes are circular. A saucer is going to have a 0-point energy drive generating and into a flying saucer. Yeah, flying saucer. Okay. It's going to have a local gravitational center.
Yeah.
And if you're equal in the saucer, 1G.
Yes.
Greater gravity than the rest of the moon. So one possibility is that what these mass coms are saucers embedded in the space station underneath the regolith. as a potential evacuation protocol. Suppose there's some giant asteroid is coming. It might hit the moon, and they need to evacuate the station, right? And these saucers could just peel off the surface. So that's one possibility of what these mascots are. They are saucers, zero-point energy drives running, embedded into the surface.
What do you make of the post-game press conference after the moon landing, where all the astronauts are sitting there? They look like they're on a hostage taker.
This is where I wanted to go next. We're mentioning the astronauts, right? So, these guys don't even know what they did.
420 is coming, and that's a piece.
When you ask them, they've done interviews with these astronauts, and when you ask them, so what did you do on such and such a day? They basically reverse a mission.
You did this.
No. I mean, how did you feel when you were standing on the edge of that interview? Is there anything? And so, like you're saying in that press conference, right? They don't look like national heroes coming back from having been the first men on the moon. They look like they had the shit scared out of them. Yeah. So, I think that these people saw some terrifying things up there, and that's also what Soviet intelligence thought. In Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret, British USA research, it was close to Admiral British Navy. Was one of the people who endorsed this Timothy Good's book. And in his book, Above Top Secret, Timothy Good recounts a meeting between British intelligence and Soviet intelligence back during the Cold War. And the Soviets said, we were listening to the medical channel during Apollo. They had a channel that they used to report back like medical emergencies, things they can mark on people. A separate channel from the one that was being broadcast across the nation. And unsurprisingly, the KGB had kind of access.
They weren't supposed to.
Even our ham radio operators were listening to this. And some ham radio operators said that they were able to take a bonus. So the Soviets said, we heard Armstrong, Paul Bettany, say these babies are huge. They're huge. They're warning us off. They're on the edge of the crater. And there's this whole conversation on the medical channel about how the Apollo 11 astronauts were effectively assaulted and scared off by a huge spacecraft on the moon, which were not there to greet them. They got the sense that they were there to say, get the hell out of here. So, people have all these.
Who's the person that said this? It was somebody.
There was a conversation between a British intelligence officer. You can find it in Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret. Yeah, and it's a British intelligence operative who, toward the end of the Cold War, was leading the Soviet counterpart. And the Soviets said, we have all records of this conversation with this person. And
One day,
now, what's getting the shit out?
Yeah.
Moreover, by 1969, 70, right?
So you think they wiped their
oh, that is so funny.
Yes, exactly.
I shouldn't have
We've already done this,
man.
and I think these forecasters try to get them to forget as much of what happened as possible. And that would also explain why they all wind up with dysfunctional lives. These guys all get alcohol. Alcoholics, their wives divorced them all, and their personal life became a disaster. So, yeah, that's another piece of corroboration that, the moon is inhabited. And it's also probably an artificial satellite. What has been exactly.
There was we watched this movie multiple times on previous podcasts where there is, I think it's the head of NASA is being he's being interviewed for the Senate. And they're talking about China, how they have a plan to map or explore the dark side of the moon. And they asked him, like, if we put them to now, we're not he has a dark side.
What I find profound in the story about that is that humiliation is the worst thing the Chinese offer. The worst thing. Okay? So the Chinese are not about to go up to the moon and have their asses handed. Moreover, the Chinese are going to do in collaboration and cooperation with the Russians. Chinese and the Russians are going to build a space station that orbits the moon and then send astronauts from the space station down to the surface of the moon. Right? If there's that degree of cooperation between Russia and China on the moon, it means the Soviet dossier.
What's with you?
Yeah, the Soviet dossier on the moon.
Oh,
Okay? What's in that? Everything the Americans encountered on the moon, which is why the Soviets never went to the moon. Remember, we were competing with the Soviet Union to go to the moon.
yeah.
Why is it that we went up there and the Soviets just decided to cancel their moon program? No,
They did.
of course they did. We knew. And also, there were discussions in the Soviet Union at that time that, okay, if America makes it to the moon first, we'll go to Mars first. They figured it out. Neither are for the table. Neither the moon nor Mars. So what's really disturbing about the Chinese initiative is that if the Chinese, of all people, are planning to go up there and, I don't know, if not colonize, at least do some scientific research or whatever, right? It means they've got to do this.
Some of the people that are there.
Yeah. What, and notice how the balance of power is shifting in the world toward China.
Is it really?
It is. Now,
People have different opinions online.
you know, look, I mean, it has been. Now, whether that can be reversed is another question. But if you wanted to manage a global totalitarian state
Yes.
with ubiquitous surveillance and an extremely technocratic form of government, with little personal freedom, right? Control society on a global scale, the Chinese would be the optimal people to put in charge of that.
Yeah.
Because it fits the values of Confucianism.
Yes.
Okay? So if someone, which is also on Mars, wants to impose a totalitarian world government on Earth, they're not going to make a deal with the United States. They're going to make a deal with China. That's what I find most disturbing about the Chinese plans. I actually don't think we would even be going back there if it weren't the fact that China did this.
Yeah. But okay. Maybe. But who would they make a deal with in the United States? That's the thing. There's two parts of the United States. There's the idealistic view of the United States, and then there's the real people who are running the show behind the scenes of the United States. And they probably are very envious of China's totalitarian surveillance state that they live on. So,
You know, I'm not sure. It's very easy to make these kinds of moral judgments. If I were in Lockheed at a high level with security clearance to the special programs that are dealing with zero-point energy,
Yeah.
electromagnetic drives,
yeah.
I'm not so sure that, considering the kind of society we have in this country, let alone in the world at large, I would publicly disclose that technology. I mean, we talked about this last time, I think. The weaponization implications and dual-use potential of such technology is extremely socially destabilizing. So, the thing is, with China, you can manage technology and control information in that way.
Yes.
Totally. Based on the ideals of the Bill of Rights and the United States Constitution, you can't.
It makes it way harder.
Right. So they have a good negotiating partner in China.
Well, yes, that makes a ton of sense. It
So
does.
even if you're in Lockheed, you're stuck behind all these walls of classification and these security oaths that you've taken, you might still believe in the ideals of the Bill of Rights. And you might not be ready to sell out, at least the American citizenry, to a foreign power or an alien power that intends to subjugate the planet and, subject us to a global tyranny. So, yeah, I'm not convinced that even people in the deepest strata of the deep state are so, how can I put it, callous and nihilistic and self-serving that they would make a deal with people who want tyranny over their planet. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if for a long time they've kept these technologies close to the chest in order to develop some kind of a deterrence capability or to approach parity technological and military power.
With what?
With
What do you think it would be like to be a person who is at the highest of levels in one of these secret, super compartmentalized private aerospace companies that has, and you're aware of the deepest, darkest secrets of reverse engineering, whatever, reverse engineer spaceships, alien contact, where they are, everything. Like, to be that person, going to work, coming home, having dinner with your wife, talking to your kids, and it's like, what would that do to you? What would that do to your psychology?
Okay, great question. Permit me to answer it a little bit of a roundabout way because I want to give you a substantive answer, right? And so here's where I want to go into the idea of simulation. Because the deepest, darkest secret of somebody in that position, Lockheed or Northrop, even at some of, let's say at IBM, some of these, computer companies, tech giants that have been independent defense contractors and government for decades, the deepest, darkest secret that they would know isn't even anything to do with zero-point energy drives or even with the psionic aspects of, say, piloting UFOs, which is another
This new stuff that's coming out, these new whistleblowers, it's
By the way, I predicted it. This is one of the reasons why that guy in the CIA contacted me after Closer Encounters came out. Because one of the things that I argued throughout this whole book, actually it goes back to even my first book, Prometheus and Atlas, is that I said, that book was published in 2016.
Right.
I said there's not going to be any UFO disclosure without disclosure of psychic abilities. And there's not going to be any substantive scientific mainstream acceptance of psychic abilities without UFO disclosure.
Right.
These two things are completely inextricable. They're going to find that there are psionic aspects to the guidance systems of UFOs, and that basically the pilot interacting telepathically with the systems is part of how the thing is piloted.
Yeah, the story of that guy, Michael Herrera, that is straight out of Stranger Things.
Okay. So that goes to your question about what's the ethics of the person who's deep inside the system, right? How has the world been shaped by the horrific things that they've been advised, right? So to me, the most horrific thing is,
And not only that, but like, how does that shape your mind? You're almost living. It's like that new show that came out called Severance, where they basically have a chip installed in their head and go to work and go up the elevator. It shuts them off from their mind in the civilian world, and they wake up in their mind in their work environment on their floor where they're severed. So it's like they're living these two parallel lives.
yeah, you've got to focus on the person.
Yeah, exactly.
Very much so. Are they doctors? Mostly with
Yes.
that pop up. They're like, some of these guys are family, and they go home, they meet their wives, and look at their kids, and they have to somehow associate from what it is they do at work.
Right.
In any case, what are the deepest, darkest secrets of these people? As it applies to that. You remember how I said in the remote viewing of Mars, my joke, there was this very curious thing talking about how these people on Mars kept trying to find their way out.
Yeah.
They couldn't find their way out no matter what they did. What were they trying to find their way out of? So they got to Earth. I mean, if the theory that I proposed was correct, they made it to Earth. And they used it to terraform the Earth and so on, right? So they weren't trying to get out of Mars or get off of Mars. What were they trying to get out of? That's a good opener to this question of, the simulation. What evidence there is that we might be living inside the simulation. So this is something that I discuss at length in my book, Satania. And, I've discussed simulation theory and Closer Encounters and other books of mine before, but I discovered something recently that's much more rigorous from a mathematics and physics perspective, and consequently also more compelling when you study it. And that's this. Just bear with me. It's a little bit complicated. So we start building computers in the 1940s, right? Alan Turing, all the size computers that were competing with the Nazis. And they had ENIAC.
Yeah.
At that time in the 1940s, when we're building the first computers, there was this guy, Shannon, who developed a science known as information theory, subsequently came to be known as information theory. Because before computers were built, nobody thought of mathematically formalizing the transfer of information. We had phones at that time, we had radio transmissions, but nobody thought about what was being transmitted over phone lines or over telegraph lines as data transfer. That concept was used. But once you started building computers, it stands to reason that somebody would mathematically formalize what data is and what it means to transfer data. So this guy called Shannon does this. And he comes up with the idea of a binary digit bit, where data is conceived of according to the binary of 1 and 0. Data as being constructs built from out of sequences of 1s and 0s. Claude Shannon is the first person to conceptualize this. And Shannon also makes the point that, look, we live in a universe bound by the 2 laws of thermodynamics. The first law of thermodynamics is that energy can never be created or destroyed. Energy equals mc squared. This is going to be important for what I was about to say. So, as Einstein, showed us, energy and mass are interconvertible. E equals mc squared. So energy can become mass, and mass can become energy, but we can't identify anywhere in the physical universe energy being created or destroyed. That's the first law of thermodynamics. Okay? Net total energy remains the same.
Yeah.
So, then the second law of thermodynamics is that we notice everywhere in nature, even like when you pour like a dye into a glass of water, that there's a tendency toward disorder in the cosmos over time. And so the second law of thermodynamics is that in a closed system, the level of disorder or entropy either remains constant or increases. It's never the case that entropy decreases in nature. You never have more order emerge over time in large-scale physical processes.
As things age.
As things age, more disorder. Yes. It happens to our bodies. It happens to the whole universe. And so this is where they postulate the so-called heat depth of the universe, that at a certain point, the entropy will become so great that first, galaxies are pulled apart, then solar systems are pulled apart, then planets are pulled apart, and eventually atomic structures are pulled apart. And life becomes not viable. Heat depth of the universe. And victory of entropy. That's the second law of thermodynamics. So Shannon says, look, if bits, binary bits, information, is flowing through a computer system, that computer system is in the physical world, meaning it's bound by the laws of entropy. Meaning it's bound by the laws of entropy. So, then there's this German Jewish physicist, Rolf Landauer. He came up with the other German Jews were fleeing Nazis. And in 1961, Rolf Landauer builds upon Claude Shannon's groundwork in information theory. And he comes up with this equation, which I have in the content. He comes up with this very short, elegant equation, extrapolated from out of the second law of thermodynamics, which says that if you delete one bit of information, there should be an increase of entropy outside of the computer system. So think about it this way. On a microchip or a magnetic tape, when it's blank, you've got the equivalent of 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, or 1, 1. This is your data.
Right.
When you record data on it, you get 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1. So actually, the blank tape has more order than when you start encoding information. When conceived in physical terms. So because information is meaningful to us, and like a file has a book on it, text on it, and the text has meaning to us, or a photographic image has a meaning content to us, we think of information as, let's say, decreasing entropy, because We think of it as highly ordered because it's meaningful to us. But when you think of it as a bunch of ones and zeros, sequences of ones and zeros, when you think of it inside of a physical system, the blank magnetic tape or the blank reference chip has more order than the instructed ones and zeros.
Right.
That's more chaotic.
Yes.
0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. So Rolf Landauer was saying if we erase the data, we're increasing, if we erase the data, we're decreasing entropy inside the computer. Now, according to the laws of thermodynamics, if you decrease entropy somewhere inside a closed system, meaning the universe, just to pay for it with an increase of entropy outside the system, outside the computer. So you're decreasing entropy inside the computer by deleting shit. That's got to result in more entropy outside the computer.
Okay.
Because the net energy has to remain the same. So he came up with an equation that expresses this, where if you delete one bit of information, a certain amount of energy is released.
Got it.
Okay, now here's where it's going to get weird. Okay, but that was all necessary. So we think that information is this abstract thing. We think it's like not physical, right? It's in the realm of ideas. Yeah. But what this equation is saying is the following. If you amass enough data, like on these huge server farms that we have in Silicon Valley, that we have in China, right? Yeah. And you're amassing not bytes or megabytes, not terabytes, petabytes, whatever, right? Of data, and you erase all of it, you're going to have to be efficient. That's what Landauer's equation is saying. Is that if you erase a large amount of data, terabytes of data, there's a significant measurable energy release that's going to take place. Now, according to E equals mc squared, right, the interconvertibility of matter and energy, what does that mean? Conversely, it means that if energy comes out of the computer when the data is released, terabytes and terabytes on some server, right? What was it when it was inside the computer? Mass. It was mass. So it's been proposed that we could weigh a hard drive before data is encoded on it, and then again after data is encoded on it. Or take a hard drive that has data encoded on it, weigh it, erase the data, and then weigh it again.
Right.
There will be a mass dissolution. Right. So there's mass inside a computer. It's not anything to do with the microchips or the transistors or magnetic tapes or anything. It's a hidden mass. This has been done this way. No, here's why. Because currently, according to Landauer's equation, if you were to calculate the mass of all of the information of the world today, on all of the largest server farms that we have here in, that AI is being run off of in China, the total mass, according to that equation, comes to 1 kilogram. Less than 1 kilogram. Less than 1 kilogram. Meaning that we don't have sensitive enough weighing equipment to weigh a hard drive, let alone even a server, right? I mean, we couldn't even weigh a server, let alone a hard drive, because the mass currently is too little. However, the rate of data increase per year, the rate at which we're accumulating information per year is approximately 25%. Okay? And if you think about where we're going, we're heading toward this technological singularity, where we're going to have artificial intelligence inside of robots, like the Tesla robots. We're going to have these systems constantly accumulating all kinds of data, right? And so it stands to reason that as we approach the technological singularity, the rate of data increase per year is going to exponentially take off way beyond 25%, maybe close to 100%. But get this, even if it were to stay 25%, which you want, I did the calculations there in my books at home. And something like 300 the amount of information that exists in the world and the current rate of data production will equal the mass of I looked for a conversation about the moon. The moon was brought here to California to find attention. In other words, the moon has massive gravitational effects on the Earth.
Yeah.
Massive. It took us from having 8-hour days to having 24-hour days. It controls the ocean tides.
Yeah.
It's responsible for the tilt of the Earth's axis. The moon has tremendous gravitational pull on the Earth, and the moon only weighs 1.23% of the mass of the Earth. It weighs only.
What's the size? What's the size comparison of the moon to the Earth?
I don't have it.
Can you find it, Steve?
Yeah.
So 1.2%.
1.3% mass of the Earth. Okay, so get this. I did the calculations, and something like, I think it was like 340 years from now, something like that. We're going to wind up with a massive Earth.
The moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth in diameter.
Yeah. So isn't that weird? Also, by the way,
Find the mass. See if ChatGPT will give you the mass.
you would need to the percentage of the mass of the Earth.
Oh yeah, right. The moon is 27% the size of the Earth in diameter.
1.23.
It has a volume of about 2%. Right.
1.23. 1.23. Specific number. Anyway, so listen, I did these calculations. And
So it says to illustrate if the Earth overall is at least it's less than 2% of volume.
which, by the way, doesn't make sense. So, in terms of, the moon has to be all of it.
Yes. So the Earth is away about a million ways. Looks pretty terrible.
Imagine, look, the moon is at a certain distance from us, right? It's pretty far.
Yeah.
And from that distance, it's having this massive gravitational effect on us. Imagine you took the moon's mass and you distributed it to Silicon Valley, to the major data centers of China, and you put that mass right on the surface of the Earth. It will start generating tidal forces toward that gravity. It will start attracting objects toward the gravity. Yeah, I realize it sounds bizarre, but metal chairs and knives and forks will start to float from servers. The servers will become a gravity well. There'll be so much mass inside them, it's as if the moon is on the surface of the Earth. It gets worse.
So all the data on Earth right now,
Less than 1 kilogram.
less than a kilogram.
But because the exponential rate of data increase is so high,
Right.
25% per year right now,
100-some years.
in 300-something years, we're going to wind up with a moon's mass worth of data on the Earth. And what's worse is that 20 years after that, I think it was 20 years after that, we wind up with Earth's. We will go from the way equal to the moon to way equal to the Earth itself, which means at that point the planet will be completely torn apart.
Unless we find another way to store data,
Yes.
like off the Earth, maybe, or
Sure.
or maybe we like tap into some sort of consciousness and we store them in there.
You could build supermassive structures out of like nanomaterials and whatever potentially to do something like this.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to go somewhere else with this. Where I want to get with this simulation. Right? So let's think a little bit about this. You accumulate this much data, this is what we do with the Earth, right? And if you weigh a hard drive before you record data on it, it weighs less than after you record data.
Okay.
But we can't see this mass. You open your, so suppose you're one of these very technically adept computer geeks, and you take the screwdriver to your computer over. Where the fuck is the mass? You can't see it.
Right.
Even in these giant servers, 340 years from now, once there's a moon's worth of mass in terms of information on the Earth, you can't see it inside the servers. Is there any other example of mass that we can see in the universe? Yes.
It's called mass. Here's where it is.
So how does dark matter discovered? It was discovered through 3 different types of experiments in the 1970s. First, in the early 1970s, when we started to be able to observe galaxies, we noticed that they don't obey the spin rate that they should according to Newtonian mechanics. According to Newtonian physics, since most of the mass of the galaxy is concentrated toward the center of the galaxy, the inside of the galaxy should be spinning at a faster rate than the outer ones. That's not what we see. We see a different spin in galaxies. So that really got takes a stretch. This suggests, for most of the visible galaxies spinning at the same rate, it would mean that there's a lot of mass outside of the galaxy that's distorting or flattening the spin rate. Then they did another kind of observation of distant galaxies that has to do with the refraction of light. So, we have galaxies that are further from us and galaxies that are closer to us. And the mass of the galaxies closer to us bends the light of the galaxies that are far from us. So based on at what angle the light is bent as it reaches our telescopes from distant galaxies, we can estimate the weight, the mass of the galaxies that are closer to us. You follow?
I mean, kind of.
We got the galaxies that are far, far from us, right? We're trying to look at them.
Yeah. The galaxies have different masses. They bend light.
The light coming from them is bent by the galaxies that are closer to us.
Yeah, I understand.
It's like they're going around the rim of a black hole. It bends the light, right? So they observed this and they said, wait, this doesn't make any sense. We know the mass of such and such galaxy. It's bending the light much more severely than it should based on what we think that galaxy is. So then they did a third observation where they said, okay, well, maybe there's gas. Maybe there's a bunch of gas in these galaxies that's giving them more mass than we can see. So they looked at the same galaxies with spectrometers that can detect gas and estimate the masses of gas. Nope, doesn't account for anywhere near the amount that this light is bent by. Okay. So putting these observations were all made in the 70s. The first one in the early 70s, the second in the mid to late 70s. Putting all three of these together, they came to the conclusion that there's a ton of mass around these galaxies that we can't see. It's not electromagnetically detectable. And yet it has massive gravitational effects. Okay? So massive. So, now look, the amount of mass that we can't see, we can't electromagnetically observe, that ensconces galaxies, surrounds them, is such that it flattens the spin rate of a galaxy. The inside should be spinning much faster than the outside, and yet it's spinning at the same rate. Okay. So it's a ton of mass. It's not electromagnetically observable, but it's so gravitationally powerful that it's over the spin rate of a whole galaxy. Okay. So we have a massive gravitation. That's what's inside the dark matter. Information is the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And once you realize this, one of the first people I think realized this was John Archibald. I think he worked at Princeton. American physicist John Archibald. He made this formulation of it from bit. Okay? He said, look, if we want to say that information is the third state of matter and energy, in other words, that it's not only the case that, as Einstein realized, matter and energy are interconvertible. Matter and energy are both also interconvertible with information. So when you delete the data on the computer, it increases entropy by giving off energy. So you have three terms in this relation. It's not just matter and energy. It's matter, energy, and information. And they're all interconvertible to each other. And the kind of matter that information is before you delete it is dark. You cannot electromagnetically detect it, but it has massive gravitational effects when it gets dense, when it reaches a critical mass. So Wheeler said, John Archibald Wheeler, look, why don't we just say that energy and matter are forms of information, and that we live in an informational cosmos, and solid things, come from bit. It from bit. Well, that's very useful in terms of reconciling, for example, physics with parapsychology. Right? I mean, one of the reasons why parapsychology has been marginalized for so many decades is because no one's been able to come up with a physical model that can explain telepathy and conditions. And a lot of physicists have tried, like Dean Rabin, for example. Somebody came out of the physics community relatively recently, tried to model psi, in a rigorous enough framework to accommodate quantum theory and so forth.
Right.
But no one's been able to do it. But if you change your paradigm and you consider that actually we're living in an information matrix, and that what we think of as matter and energy are forms of information, then the data from parapsychology makes a lot more sense. Because an information system is one where consciousness is fundamental and intrinsic. An information processing system is one that's meant to have meaning for minds. You're not starting from physics, from protons, electrons, and neutrons,
Right.
dead, unconscious matter, and trying to build up the consciousness from that and figure out how consciousness interacts with that. You're starting from the understanding that we live in an information processing system. And by the way, this suddenly then makes sense of all the paradoxes of quantum theory, like the wave-particle duality. So, there's the double slit experiment.
Yes.
Why would it be the case that only if you turn on a detector, meaning if there's a person observing,
Right.
even if you observe, observation means checking the data that was recorded later,
Yes.
it's still observation.
Yes.
Why would it be the case that only when you turn on the detector, you make an observation, you get a particle with a distinct location, and before that it's a wave form, meaning it's a probability distribution of something that could be a particle. In computer science, they call that render optimization. It's used in video games all the time. Yes. Things that aren't being looked at aren't rendered. It conserves processing costs.
That supports the simulation that we're living inside of.
And so what is dark matter?
Dark matter is the program that we're living in.
Yeah, but dark matter around the galaxy is the one that we have physically observed through all these different observational mechanisms, telescopes. It's a computation cloud. It's a computation cloud around the galaxy. And it's probably projecting what we see in space. We're detecting the computational system when we detect dark matter, which nobody seems to know what the fuck it is.
Which you're saying is the same thing as data. It's like that we store information that is stored on hard drives.
So yeah, this is in my book, Satonian. And the chapter is called Catastrophic Information because there's a physicist, recently, who's looked at all of this. And he conceptualizes this as an information catastrophe. Melvin Robson, who was working at a university in Britain. He's Thessalonian originally, but he's working in UK. And he calls it the information catastrophe because at a certain point, we're going to reach critical mass of data, which will have geophysical catastrophic effects. Oh, here's the other thing. So, I investigated what would be the geophysical effects of reaching a critical mass of data. Guess what? It turns out to be every single catastrophe that's been held responsible for the destruction of Atlantis. So you have all these theorists from like Plato, all the way back Plato, to Senator Ignatius Donnelly in the 1800s, with his book Atlantis, the Anti-Promethean World, to Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson. All these people talking about the various
Don't
catastrophes.
forget Flint Dipple.
The various catastrophes that might have destroyed the civilization. And by the way, just quick side note, you cannot argue with 1,300 ton megaliths in Baalbek, Lebanon, which are fitted together with razor precision, and you can't even slip a razor blade between the joints. You cannot argue with that. Who knows exactly? The Egyptians have those two. Who knows who they got them from?
Right.
And we've got tools there with these
Symmetrical.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah. So this civilization exists, okay? And there are all these geophysical catastrophes that have been postulated as cause for the destruction of this worldwide, highly advanced civilized culture, right? Guess what? If you wind up with a moon's mass or have data, Silicon Valley or China, you know what winds up happening? Every single thing that anyone's ever held responsible for the destruction of Atlantis. Number one, the crust sinks underneath the data center. Number two, it creates a tidal force like the moon does. So the oceans get pulled in toward the data center. Crust sinks, there's a massive flood. It causes earthquakes because it activates the gravitational pull from the servers, activates all the tectonic plates, so you wind up also with massive earthquakes. The same gravitational pull sets off volcanoes, so you get volcanoes going off all over the planet. Potentially, the gravitational disturbance would also even tilt the axis of the Earth, which is something that many people from Charles Hapgood's own work have postulated was responsible for the destruction of Atlantis. That potentially Atlantis was Antarctica, that's one theory, and that it was suddenly pulled into the South Polar region due to a crustal slippage.
Yeah.
Well, that's also something that would happen. So I mapped out what would be the geophysical implications of such a critical mass of data. And it's every single thing that anyone's ever thought destroyed Atlantis. Not one or the other of them, all of them. So then you got to wonder, what actually destroyed that civilization? Could it be
Hard drives.
it sounds funny, man, but look, it stands to reason. If we were headed for an information catastrophe, what if it crept up on them without them realizing what they were doing? And that's what actually destroyed that civilization.
I had this guy here from the NSA, Tom Drake, who was explaining that they have. What was it? Do you remember, Steve, what he said? He said they have like acres and acres out in the desert somewhere. I want to say like in Nevada or in Wyoming, somewhere in the Midwest, where they have just like farms after farms after farms of these massive hard drives that are collecting all of this surveillance data that they're using. From satellites, from phones, from literally every single potential way the NSA can collect data on people.
So Utah?
Is it? Yeah, Utah. That's the Utah data. So known as the Bumblehee location. The facility spans 1 million square feet and includes 100,000 square feet tier 3 mission critical data center. Designed to store vast amounts of data estimated to be on the order of exabytes or larger to support comprehensive national security initiative. Data center uses the Cray XC30 supercomputer, capable of scaling workloads of more than 100 petaflops or 100 trillion calculations each second. Look at the picture. Can you pull the photo of it on the images? I'm on right here. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's terrible. Here, crazy.
You're not going to want to have detailed photography of that site available. I bet you if you Google image search that, you'd be one of these places that's blocked out.
Is that it? That's it under construction. It's only recently constructed, I think. That's another thing, is that...
So this crust is going to sink under that one day.
Right.
If this theory is correct.
Or it's going to become a magnetic anomaly and throw off the spin of the Earth.
That's right. Your lunar size compasses will start malfunctioning.
This is so crazy.
So how did we get here? You asked me what would be the effect of the deepest, darkest secrets on somebody, let's say in the NSA, who has that level of clearance. Somebody inside Lockheed who has that level of clearance, right? Even IBM. IBM's not always option. IBM made punch card computer equipment that allowed the Nazis to process Jews through the concentration camps.
Yep.
So,
well, I mean, there's a lot of companies that are still around announced today that had a lot of Deutschland Nazis, right? But those people are all dead. Like the company is still alive.
Sure. The question is the idea. And that really speaks to what you asked. Look, it's one thing, what does it do to your worldview to know that there are people living in underground cities on Mars, or to know that the moon is an artificial satellite?
Right, and you're one of like a dozen people on Earth who have this information.
Yeah, but it's another thing if what you know is that we're living in a simulation. And not only are we living in a simulation, we're living in a simulation with a computational skill, meaning that it's inbuilt that we cannot exceed a certain level of data production. There's that's a cap on our civilization. It means that, remember, people talk about the Kardashev scale. You ever heard about the Kardashev scale? No. Michio Kaku used to talk about it a lot. Not that I want to reference Michio Kaku because his con artistry promoting straight theory really damaged the physics community for decades. But Michio Kaku was somebody who
was in the old world.
He brought back this idea of the Kardashev scale. It's this Russian scientist who basically came up with this scale of the level of civilization, type 1, type 2, type 3, based on their amount of energy usage.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But the thing about the Kardashev scale is that, okay, one metric is energy usage, but another is the level of data production, right? So we're living in a simulacrum that doesn't allow anyone to even become type of Kardashev civilization. Which, by the way, would explain why these skeptics always say, where are we aliens? How come there are no aliens here?
Right. Yeah.
And
Fermi paradox.
Yeah, they never, when they keep citing the Fermi paradox, they like to turn a blind eye to the UFO phenomenon. But even if you consider all the data of the UFO phenomenon, there's actually no real hard evidence that anyone's coming here from outside our solar system.
Right.
There isn't.
Right.
And these entities, at least the ones who seem to be in charge, look human.
Yes.
And the little grays, those are humanoid robots.
That's what
in all
Steve
likelihood.
said. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Mike Masters. You've read his books. That's the best. That is the best, most comprehensive explanation as to why these things
My problem with Mike Masters is that he adheres to the block universe idea of the way time is, closed time-like curves. He thinks it's not possible to change history when you're time traveling. Whereas I really
like timelines.
Yes, and that
Like
would be
multiverse.
yes, according to how Mike Masters understands the dynamics of time travel, we would not have any free will. We would be living in a universe where the future is already determined. Anyway, that's a metaphysical argument for us philosophers.
Sure, but generally the idea coming from an anthropological background is that for a being to come from another star system or another Goldilocks planet to have 2 arms, 2 legs, upright hominid, brains to the top of the eyes, it would have to be the exact same conditions that Earth is under, with the atmosphere, with everything like that. It would be like, as to how rare we are, we're like 0.0001% of the species on Earth that look the way we do, and we're able to develop technology up here. So you extrapolate that into the universe, it's like virtually impossible to have another being that looks so similar to us.
I find that a useful argument because I actually do think that we're dealing with descendants of the human race and other versions of the human race in this phenomenon. However, I have to say, and that's clear, I watched some people, not all, and he did bring up a point that was legitimate, but he expressed it in a way where I think he wasn't making himself clear. Remember why he came back and said, actually it's very likely that there will be humanoid life on another.
Yeah,
here's what he was trying to say. Rupert Sheldrake,
he said something about
morphic resonance.
Okay.
Rupert Sheldrake, British biologist, who has looked at a lot of different empirical evidence for another form of causality in nature besides efficient causality. Efficient causality is like building ball causality, bing bang ball, things colliding with each other on an atomic, subatomic level, right? Now, the view that the whole universe works only according to efficient causality, the materialist, reductionist, mechanistic model of the universe, it's only a couple hundred years old. Back in the day, even in the Renaissance, let alone in classical antiquity, when people like Aristotle were formulating how the universe functions, there were other forms of causality, like formal causes, where forms were considered a cause, a shaping influence that guided biological development. Okay? So form was considered a type of cause in and of itself. And in Aristotelian view of the world, there are also final causes, in other words, purposes in nature, that, embedded in the seed of a plant is a purpose to become a certain type of plant. And to absorb light from the sun and to alter the nutrients of the earth that the plant is growing in and to grow fruit that nourishes people is part of the purpose of the plant.
Kind of like the soul of something.
Yeah, the aim of something.
The soul of an axe is the
Well,
job.
the aim of something.
The aim. Okay.
Part of the soul of the plant is also the form of the plant. Form. And they thought that forms were causes. So you have in Aristotle, you have a material cause, which is what something's made of. And you have the formal cause, which is like what the thing is supposed, what shape the thing is supposed to take. And it's embedded in the seed. And then you have the purpose of the thing. And then efficient causality, which is the only one we're left with in modern physics, is just how these other causes shape the thing.
Okay.
That's all we're left with in modern physics. What Rupert Sheldrake found is lots of evidence for formal causes. And he calls it formative causation or morphic resonance. Morphe is the Greek for form. And morphic resonance. Resonance of form or formative causation. So, for example, this is what we're trying to get across. It turns out that in a pharmaceutical laboratory, when you try to crystallize a compound for the first time, make a drug, let's say, right? The first time you try to crystallize a chemical compound, it takes a very long time to cohere. It's very hit and miss. It takes a long time to cohere, to crystallize. The second time you try to synthesize that compound in a completely different laboratory, let's say on the other side of the planet, it forms it. Much faster.
Yeah.
So it's as if when something works and takes shape in a certain way for the first time, something about the world remembers that it works that way. And so the second time it's attempted, it takes that shape much more quickly. It's a resonance of form across space and time, irrespective of space and time. And there's a lot of evidence that has been found in biology, where they call it convergent evolution. Also, this is another name for this, convergent evolution, where you have two completely distinct species, like let's say a species of dolphin, and then you have a certain kind of land mammal or whatever. And there are certain solutions to evolutionary stresses that are arrived at in these two completely distinct species whose common ancestor is like millions of years in the past. And because it seemed to work in one species, evolution seems to adopt that solution in a completely unrelated species. So what Greer was suggesting is that if this type of causation, morphic resonance or formative causation, works irrespective of space-time, it could be the case that on planets that are slightly different from ours, I mean, not so radically different that you don't have anything more complex than bacteria, but in a planet slightly different from ours, because the anthropoid form works here, or maybe worked on Mars 100 million years ago, the memory of the cosmos stores that solution and implements it again as an efficient solution in a different evolutionary context.
Like the dark matter.
Well, I'm saying it's that. If Sheldrake is an Anglican Christian, I got into an exchange with him.
You're combining your theories.
So Sheldrake wouldn't want to believe this, right? He thinks these forms exist in the mind of God. He won't say that as a biologist, okay? But he's an Anglican Christian, so he thinks these forms, this memory that stores evolutionary solutions or stores suitable pharmaceutical
Yes.
crystallization
Yes.
formulas. He thinks that's like in the mind of God, basically. it's in the simulation. It's a computer system. When something works, the system remembers,
Right.
and it's not going to waste processing power. Next time it sees something is grappling with the same problems, it remembers, oh, here was the solution for that, let me implement it again.
Yeah.
So what Greer was trying to say is that it could just turn out that the 2 arms, 2 legs, brain on them, is a very efficient solution.
Yeah.
And so the system remembers that, and it implements that solution on another, in another galaxy, right, halfway across the universe. Okay, so that's possible. That's a possible.
Yeah, the word he used was he tried to use the word quantum entanglement or saying it. Anyways, I got to get leak real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, quick break. We'll be right back, folks. All right, we're back. We were getting deep. Where were we?
You were in dark matter.
Yes.
Okay,
Dark matter, and we were in the resonant, morphic resonance.
Morphic resonance. Okay, yes, we're talking about morphic resonance because,
So I'm saying like how a monkey can figure out how to make a tool in Australia, and simultaneously it happens in North America at the same time.
Monkey phenomenon. They found this with rats too. They would run rats through mazes where they're shocked or rewarded depending on whether they can navigate the maze successfully.
Yeah.
And they run the same kind of test with a completely different group of rats in a different country. And if the first set of rats learns the maze successfully, the second set of rats in a different country picks up where the other group left off in their learning curve. So it suggests that there is this morphic resonance.
Also, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but there was also studies that were done where they taught the rats the mazes, and then they chopped out a portion of their brain, and they were able to accurately figure out the maze again. Or they flipped their brain upside down, completely scrambled their brains, and they.
Carl studied this in, I think, the 1980s, 70s, 80s. Carl Friedman, and he developed what's called a holographic brain theory. That information is encoded in the brain, and including skills are encoded in the brain, both content memory and behavioral memory, in a way that's similar to how an image is encoded in a hologram. Where you can slice up the hologram any number of times, a true hologram, the one kind that you need the laser beam to shine on for the image to pop out of, not the shitty cheap holograms that they distribute everywhere, like really good holograms where you go to, a museum or whatever exhibit, and you see these super high fidelity.
Like the Tupac thing, where they got the Tupac performing in front of the crowd, they put the hologram right. Have you seen that? Show them that. Show them the Tupac.
That's not. I don't know Tupac pointing out in the middle of this podcast.
Why not? What do you got? That's Tupac.
Anyway, listen, laser beams, right, are shown on the holographic film, and an image pops up. Okay. Now it turns out that if you slice the hologram into floors, and you shine the laser beam on any quarter of that hologram, the whole image still pops out. It's a little bit blurry. But we cut it into eighths, the whole image still pops out of any fragment of this hologram. And what Pribram said is that the brain seems to work the same way. So that's some trauma victims, who have some level of physical brain damage, still remember things and have certain abilities, even though some of the parts of their brain that you would think are most relevant to that skill have been physically damaged because the brain records information holographically. Now, this is relevant to what we were talking about in terms of the simulation. And I mentioned this in my book Prometheus, in the chapter on the end of reality. David Bohm took this data that Carl Friedman basically analyzed in terms of how the brain works, and he applied the same model to the whole universe. And David Bohm, physicist, argued that certain characteristics of quantum theory, like what we discussed earlier, wave-particle duality, and also quantum entanglement, suggest that the universe functions like a hologram. That we're living in a universe that has holographic properties. And Michael Talbot gave a very sort of compelling, popular presentation of his book, The Holographic Universe. Great things in the 90s. Now, that's another angle on the simulation theory. This idea that the universe, like the brain, has holographic properties. In other words, it's an information storage and processing system. And in that metaphor, the laser being shown on the holographic film is consciousness.
The laser.
Yes. So, for example, in the double slit experiment, right?
Yeah.
When the laser particle beam, whatever,
Yeah.
is not being observed, and it passes through the double slits and registers on the photographic film as a wave form, right? Meaning that it passed through the double slits as a probability distribution of whether it would go through one slit or the other. That's like a piece of holographic film without a laser being shown on it, where all you see are swirls in the film. In a true hologram, when you look at a holographic film, you can't see any image. It's a bunch of swirls.
Right.
You need the laser beam to shine on it for the image to pop out. That's like observation in the double slit experiment, where consciousness is akin to the laser beam that's being shown on the hologram.
That makes sense.
So what Bohm and then Albert were saying is that it's consciousness that makes the universe pop out to us as a phenomenal experience from out of code, from out of mathematical wave functions.
Right.
In an information
So
process.
what is consciousness?
Exactly. You ask that question on the other side of 200-300 years of conditioning in a reductionist, mechanistic physical model.
Yeah.
In the time of Newton onward, where it's expected that consciousness should be explained as a phenomenon reducible to some kind of physical mechanism. Well, if Wheeler was right in his interpretation of, information theory that we were talking about, beginning with Claude Shannon, continuing with Rolf Landauer, if Wheeler's interpretation that it
What's
caused
Wheeler's first name?
John Archibald Wheeler. Okay, by the way, he had security clearances and worked with people deeper than things that, including on the UFO subject. See. So this goes to your question, like, what does it do to your worldview when you know this shit about how the universe works?
Right.
That not only are we living under the Death Star, but actually we're living inside a simulation. What does that do to your view of the world and your sense of ethics?
Yeah.
But point being, if you ask what is consciousness coming from out of this physicalist, reductionist condition, this established mechanistic paradigm we've been living in for 200-300 years.
Yeah.
Well, if Wheeler is correct, and it comes from bit, it's a nonsensical question. What is consciousness? Consciousness is an irreducible precondition of any physical phenomenon whatsoever. The universe, the existence of any other experienceable phenomenon is predicated on the fact of consciousness. If we're living in an information processing system, then, right? For whom is the information being processed? An information processing system is there to render meaningful content to a mind or to minds. Okay. Meaning that consciousness is intrinsic to the system.
Got it.
And by the way, that should be the intuitively correct view. Like, this is some bizarre, counterintuitive thing. To imagine that consciousness is some derivative phenomenon that needs to be explained in terms of gears and like really good bubbles. That we need to build consciousness up from out of mechanistic physics. That's not intuitive at all.
What do you make of Hume's idea of consciousness? How he explained it as like this archipelago. He explained consciousness, human consciousness, as like this giant connected big thing, this big rock, or big island, or whatever, and there's water above it. And there's all these little islands. We are each individual island of our own consciousness, our own ego, or whatever. But below the ocean, it's like this. It's this whole archipelago island. It's connected, right? It's all one thing.
People say these things about you. When you actually look into it, it's a little bit more nuanced than that, and it's connected to other ideas that are more complex and more disturbing. So what you're talking about is the collective unconscious.
Right.
What called the collective unconscious. Okay? But what often isn't quoted from out of Europe is that Jung believed that different races have different collective unconsciousness. So he's not talking about the collective of human. He makes this point very distinctly. That, for example, the German people have Wotan or Odin as an archetype that guides their collective unconscious, the Germanic collective unconscious. So, as World War II started, Jung wrote about how he thought that the Nazis exploding onto the world stage were an eruption from out of the collective unconscious of the Germanic people, and that it was the god Odin as an archetype coming back into the world. And this idea is not unique to Jung. He didn't come up with it. Actually, if you dig deeper into German intellectual history, you find this in the philosophy of mind of Hegel, Georg Hegel. You want to think about somebody hard to read than Hegel. There's no more cryptic and dense writer probably in the entire human intellectual history than that. But I've worked through some of Hegel, and his philosophy of mind is very clear that one of the things he's saying is that different races, closely knit ethnic groups, have something like unconscious telepathy going on.
Right.
And actually, you can see this very clearly in isolated tribes. People who've done anthropological research on tribes in Australia or in certain parts of Africa have seen that not only is there telepathy connecting members of the tribe, there is a lot of clairvoyance and stuff too. Like they function, primitive tribes function in a way similar to schools of fish or flocks of birds. Okay?
Yeah.
And so an extension of that is that even as civilization arises, certain closely knit ethnic groups share a collective unconscious. So Jung wasn't saying that on some kumbaya mystical level we're all right. He described it companies the collective unconscious of different groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be that that's a nested hierarchy. A nested hierarchy. In other words, you have very tightly knit collective unconsciousness of different races.
Yes.
But then there is a level of kind of telepathic communication among humanity in general.
Right.
And this goes to morphic resonance, where we're saying about morphic resonance earlier. So that if there were humans somewhere else, like let's say there are also humans on Mars, there might be a kind of telepathic link between humans on Earth and humans on Mars. That is not in any way, shape, or form saying that all sentient life in the universe is fundamentally interconnected, which is a claim a lot of sort of New Age people want to make.
That makes sense.
We're all one, and it's all one, and it's all with God.
That makes sense.
And the collective unconscious is actually a testable claim. It's hard to test, but it's a reasonable postulate in psychology and anthropology.
What do you think makes some of these individuals who are able to do some of this consciousness stuff, like whether it be people in the Stargate program or remote viewing, or whether it be some of these folks that these whistleblowers are talking about doing these psionic, psychic takeovers of UFOs? Is there something fundamental about certain people that gives them this ability? Like, I know, for example, this guy David Morehouse came in here. He got shot in the head, right? He got a stray bullet hit him in the helmet, like knocked him unconscious, and he had severe TBI. And that's when they admitted him to the Stargate program. Like, so, but other people seem to like Ingo Swann or like Uri Geller seem to be just like innately born with this.
I think there are three different things. First of all, Gary Nolan claims that the research is done. Research is done at Stanford, and he's found that there are structural properties of the brains of these people.
Basal ganglia.
Yes, involving the basal ganglia that are significantly different from the average in the population. So there can be elements of the physiological development of the brain, which is genetic.
Yes.
And to some extent environmental. I say to some extent environmental because like radiation, for example, can mutate people, right? Can mutate their brain.
Sure.
So,
And also, I think Michael Herrera was saying that some of the people that they got on that mission like had just survived an earthquake. And
Well, that comes with another reason, another thing.
Well,
That's a distinct factor.
I would imagine that was because they were not a part of this civilized technical world that we live in. They're more into nature.
Okay, in that case, there are four factors. A very good point. This goes back to the Australian Aborigines and the people tribes in Africa that I was just referencing. So, four different factors. One, so Gary Nolan's research suggests that there are physical differences in the brains of these people. They're slight, but they're significant. Significant to the level of psychic ability that someone demonstrates, and it involves the basal ganglia. Another factor is trauma. I hope we're going to come back to that.
Yeah.
Definitely a huge correlation. Yeah, there's definitely a huge correlation between trauma, especially trauma from childhood, and the degree of someone's extrasensory perception. Another factor is level of civilization, which you were just referencing, that there's a clear correlation between the rise of technical intellect, the hypertrophy of our analytical mind, and the atrophy of psychic abilities.
Yes.
I talk about this in my first book, Prometheus and Atlas, that it's very obvious studying primitive tribes that they have much stronger psychic abilities, which stands to reason because animals have much stronger psychic abilities than humans. Studies on dogs and on horses and on fish and birds have shown that they have much stronger psychic abilities than humans. So it stands to reason that primitive tribes who are still living close to nature also would not have experienced an atrophy of their psychic abilities because they're relying more on analytical reasoning and on the technology that comes from it. Right? So as we've separated ourselves from nature, both through analytical thinking and through material technologies to do shit for us, this is accurate.
It's interesting. I've heard people on the podcast describe the experience of going down to like the Amazon rainforest and being down there for weeks or even months. And they're saying once you're down there isolated from this hyper-evolved technical world we live in America, and you get out of it into nature out there, something happens to you where your body just becomes into the jungle, where it's weird where you can sense dangers. Like, I'm not talking about ESP type stuff, but I'm saying like there's something built into us, like deep buried inside of us, where we automatically can like sense the way the birds are chirping that there's danger here, right? Little things, like little short things in nature that we didn't even know were there inside of us.
You know, people say, I'm getting in touch with your instincts. What's that mean?
Right. Okay. There's like some deep evolution that's in us that comes out when we're put back into those environments.
Someone who wrote a lot about this in a fairly sophisticated way was the French philosopher Henri Bergson. Bergson was an early 20th century philosopher who also, by the way, got involved with the League of Nations. And the organization that today is called UNESCO, the United Nations Educational and Scientific Organization, UNESCO, which Trump is defunding. I don't blame them, given what UNESCO has become. But back in the day, before the UN was even formed, and it was still the League of Nations, remember the predecessor organization, Bergson helped set up, and I think he was the first director, or he was a director of UNESCO. So he was not just a philosopher, like, in an ivory tower. He made a big impact on public intellectual culture. Anyway, Bergson, in his book, Creative Evolution, and also in his book, Matter and Memory, he discusses the evolutionary bifurcation of intellect and instinct. And he shows how various species that operate entirely on instinct, because of their morphological structure, the way their bodies are constructed, like certain insects, they don't have the potential to technology because their bodies are too well suited to grapple with their environment. It's like they're born ready to handle it.
Yes.
Humans are born crippled.
Right.
And therefore we need technology.
Right.
And so we, as we develop technology, and as we develop the model building intellectually that allows us to engineer technology, in other words, as we develop a scientific analytical mindset, our instinct atrophies. So there's this evolutionary bifurcation between intuition, instinct and intellect. And what Bergson says is that what we call intuition is the resurgence of instinct in the context of a life form with a dominant intellect. So our intuition is us getting back in touch with the instinct that these other animals operate.
Isn't that interesting too? Like with human beings, how long it takes us from birth to be able to survive in the environment. Like we're literally helpless for years.
Yeah, for sure. And that goes to the heart of the myth of Prometheus that's been central to all of my work. Because, one of the elements of the myth of Prometheus that a lot of people neglect because they don't really look into it. They just think about, Prometheus stole fire from the gods to give men the power of ingenuity. Okay, that Prometheus brought this fire to be a forge for all kinds of technical innovation and invention, right? But part of the myth of Prometheus is that Zeus lets Prometheus design humans. Humans are creations of Prometheus, not of Zeus.
Right.
Except Prometheus, whose name means forethought, has this forgetful brother, Epimetheus. His name means afterthought. And Epimetheus kind of begs Prometheus to be involved in the project of the creation of man. And Prometheus subcontracts part of the design of humans to Epimetheus. Epimetheus forgets to endow humans with an essence particular to our species. So, according to the Greek way of thinking, all different various animals had a species being, an essence that defines that species as what it is, gives it its purpose. Remember we were talking about final causes earlier? Telos, purpose, aim of a species or organism. So Epimetheus forgets to give it purpose, telos, to man. It means we're not born with any purpose that's designed, that's embedded in us, the way that it is in the case of certain insects or any other non-human animals. And therefore, we're left to define our own purpose through the development and use of technology. So the human is an existentially uncompleted being,
Right.
who necessarily has to complete himself through the use of technology. This idea is at the heart of the myth of Prometheus, and it's very beautifully symbolized, where when Prometheus finds out that shit, my dumb brother, my forgetful brother, didn't give these creatures any purpose, any essence, Athena comes and helps out. She has a special relationship with Prometheus. They tried to seduce her. And Athena comes and helps out by giving man his soul in the form of a butterfly. So what substitutes for our lacking essence is a butterfly. That's the soul of man. What's a butterfly symbol? Metamorphosis. And then the caterpillar becoming the butterfly.
Is this like Marshall McLuhan? Is this tied into his idea of the electronic caterpillar? Like humanity, humans are basically creating this. We are like the electronic caterpillar, building technology into this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Our
Yes, it does.
purpose is to build this.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. And so, it's another way of saying that it's up to us what we make ourselves. It's up to us. We have the freedom of a butterfly, and we have the metamorphic potential of a caterpillar. And through technology, without which we cannot survive, without which we wouldn't even be human. You know that pre-human hominids evolved into us by using technology. Fire made it easier to chew food. And the shape of the human skull changed because of that. So we didn't need huge chopper jaws in it. So the very morphology of the Homo sapien was in the first place defined by a certain technological innovation. So we're intrinsically technological beings with a metamorphic potential that's unique in nature. And that means that our evolutionary horizon is open. We can decide what it is we want to become, which is very free, but also incredibly dangerous.
What do you make of the statement with the big which is kind of for the extreme growth in the brain size?
Well, that's also technical. So Heidegger uses this word techne, which comes from ancient Greek, to express the essence of technology. And it means craft. And cultivation of psychedelic substances is also craft. So yeah, it's a form of technology. And undoubtedly, at various junctures, it contributed to the evolution of DMT, which, we were talking about earlier, off the record, about experiments where people are given DMT and they look at laser beams, and they see the code of the matrix inside the laser beam.
Right.
Well, if that starts to happen on a large enough scale, and it's considered in the context of all this data that we've discussed regarding the possibility we're living in a simulation, that's certainly going to result in some kind of mutation to consciousness. Grappling with that fact, extension, is going to involve, require further evolution of consciousness.
So that DMT study with Andy Bowick, that who's or something like that recently, and Andrew Gallimore did a review of it. I think he's now with Gallimore doing further studies of it.
I found out about it from Gallimore.
Yeah, so Gallimore's doing the DMT vaccine studies, the DMT stuff. And one of the things that Gallimore talks about is there's history of people under the influence of psychedelic drugs and code and specific things. And one of the things that he described in regards to that laser experiment where you do DMT and you shine the laser on the body and the laser and you see that code is that it's like the laser sort of acts like a microscope. Like, first of all, when you're doing DMT, what it's doing is, in his view, is it's breaking down all these filters that we have in our brain. Our brain is filtering out what we normally have every day to be able to eat, sleep, survive, and get through the day, right? And when you take DMT, it breaks down all these filters, so you're seeing maybe this code, maybe you're seeing more stuff that's really here that we can't normally see in a normal state. And when you bring in the laser while you're in that state, it's like hyper-focusing on one part of that. And maybe that explains why we're seeing this specific little code. And everyone, I think a vast majority of people who have done that exact DMT laser experiment have reported seeing the same exact code. And the code looks like this type form, this Japanese text form that's called katakana, which is very similar to the Matrix dripping rain code, which is a human. It's not a human. So how do you explain that what we're doing in the States, seeing this thing that must have been there before humans were here, is a human invention?
You know what else is really thinking about that? Is that some people who get inside these underground facilities where alien technology, it's off-world technology, coming from under the ocean. It gets hard to, even label these things. Whatever, they've seen weird shit, right? Tech gets deeply classified in these underground facilities, and they say that this exotic technology, in some cases, involves a script. That, like on UFOs, there's a script printed in certain places. Or they found there's this one case where a guy was shown a gauntlet, like a big glove, that had its information displayed on it. And when he looked into it, the holographic display was showing these symbols. They're the same symbols. This is something that people have done EMT.
Yeah.
And who've also been in these classified facilities and seen this script imprinted on UFOs or on displays that they've recovered from inside UFOs, and it's the same script. So what is that? It seems to suggest that the people who manufactured that technology have long subscribed to script, and they use it themselves as some kind of symbol.
Right.
That's the script. By the way, speaking of lasers, who invented those? Was it really the Nazis? They invented lasers for the sake of enriching the world.
Steve, ask ChatGPT if you invented lasers.
Probably the best was directed. But I read the history of this stuff, and it was done. So look, the Germans,
Theodore Maven, first working laser in 1960 at Hughes Research Laboratories in Malibu, California.
yeah, look up, you can do this in the background while we talk. Yeah, laser isotope enrichment, the history of laser isotope enrichment. Okay, so the first really functioning coherent lasers, as far as I understand, were invented by the Germans in the 1930s or for the sake of enriching uranium. And, what we're told is that Werner Heisenberg, the German physicist Werner Heisenberg,
Yeah.
he wrote a great book called Physics and Philosophy. It's a very detailed book. But what we're told in the official history is that Heisenberg was running the atom bomb program for the Nazis, and that they were using heavy water enrichment. They were using, what they're so worried about in Iran today. Gas centrifuges to enrich uranium. That's the official narrative. This is the nature of the Nazi atom bomb program. And then we sent some operatives from Norway or something, blow up their uranium plants, and it ended their atom bomb. Well, there have been some alternative researchers like Joseph Farrell who are citing other more technical sources. The name of this book escapes me. It's a whole book on the German atom bomb program, which Farrell cites extensively. And there's an argument that the Germans had a second parallel atom bomb program based on laser isotope. And this was the reason why they invented lasers. And these researchers point to two incidents that took place in 1944 where it appears that the Germans successfully tested an atom bomb. One over the Baltic Sea, where there was this pilot who was flying, Allied pilot, who was flying across the Baltic Sea area, and he saw this explosion, which involved all kinds of different rainbow colors inside it. Supposedly, this is a characteristic of nuclear explosions that very few people know about. You have to actually have seen them to know that this happens. It's the fissile material continuing to react inside the Russian bomb, and it produces a certain display of multicolored lights. We don't see any of those test footages. Remember those old atom bomb tests? Because it's all black and white footage. And so he described seeing this inside this explosion. Only a nuclear explosion can produce that. Then there was another one in a place not all that far from Berlin. I forget the name of the small town that it was near. But it caused an EMP blackout of all the electricity communications in Berlin for 24 hours. So point being, that's something very disturbing to consider. That if the Nazis had actually successfully tested nuclear weapons in 1944,
What is that? Yeah, so do you think it's possible that there is a civilization of humans or something that is here inhabiting this planet that we can't see or interact with? It's typical. I'm sure there's exceptions. That it would be analogous to us compared to an uncontacted tribe that we're that is so technologically
I think it's
advanced.
a bad analogy because the level of interference in our societies on their part is such that it's nothing like anthropologists trying to study an uncontacted tribe without disturbing. I mean, they're basically socially engineering our entire world. Okay, so if you look through the history of religions, right? I think we talked about this in our first conversation. We covered at length in Closer Encounters and in previous episodes. Working from sources first of all, I talk about religion myself, so I've read the Bible in depth. I read the Quran, various But also, I've read Jacques Vallée's works, Passport to Magonia, Musical College, an excellent book by William Brandon, which I can't mention enough times. Everybody in the UFO circle should read this book. The God's Leader, William Brandon. Okay? Nobody wants to think about this thing. William Brandon. I don't want to repeat myself in the first show, but he started out studying war profiteering throughout the course of history, and he came to the conclusion that the beings behind the UFO phenomenon have been socially engineering all of our cultures from the earliest that we have any historical records, and that they're responsible for all the major wars. And basically what's going on is massive exploitation of the human being by a hidden. So, looking at all this, you see that they've been not just interfering, they've been designing society going back for most. How does this fit into the simulation hypothesis? Good question. Because there's more than one way you can interpret it. And this goes back to the question of if you're a person who has all the security clearances, and you know all the darkest secrets, and you can't internalize them according to what's new to you, right? There's one possibility is that they're the designers of the simulation themselves. That they're like either like the architect or like the agent Smiths in the Matrix. Right. That's one possibility. Okay. But there's another possibility. And by the way, I hope that one's wrong. I hope they're not the designers of the simulation. Because if you look at some of the fucked up shit that these entities have done, like for example, the cases in Brazil, nobody seems to like to talk about those these days, especially you. No. In the 1970s, the Amazon basin in Brazil, these Nordic UFO pilots terrorized and mutilated the population. They would burn them with lasers, they would chase them through the forest, they would kidnap people, they left mutilated bodies. There were people, I don't know how to describe some of the things that were done to some of these people. Doctors went in there and they were horrified by the name of this event. I discuss it in Closer Encounters where I cite extensively, primary sources on it, including Jacques Vallée, who wrote a foreword to a book about this. I think it was called UFO Danger Zone in Brazil or something. And Jacques Vallée wrote a foreword to that. Okay. And yet I've never heard Vallée in all these years bring up those cases again. And I think it's because it conflicts with an implicit agenda. Yeah, there you go. Holy shit. Forward by Jacques Vallée. Terror and death in Brazil. And yes, it really was terror and death. I mean, with utter contempt for these natives of the Brazilian capital, these Nordics came and treated them as less than slaves. Almost as if they were engaging in sports, hunting these people, just like sadistically terrorizing them. There was no constructive purpose. You understand? Like, it's not like the other productive people there's terrorism. No, they were just terrorizing the fuck out of these people, coming up out of the rivers in the Amazon basin and doing this. And they were described very clearly by all the inhabitants there, because the people down there are, mostly Indian DNA, Amazonian Indian DNA. And so they say, they're white people. Blondes, white people. They even thought maybe gringos were white. Right? But unless the U.S. military had advanced so much, from the 1950s until the 1970s, that we had fleets of UFOs underneath the Amazon rivers coming up, I don't buy it. Right. And besides, like I said, you see this all through human history. It's in the record of every single religion. From the Hindu scriptures, Mahabharata, and Ramayana, and the wars between the Devas and the Asuras, and how they level whole cities, all the way to what's in the Bible. In the book of Ezekiel, just destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, it's all there, same beings. Abraham deals with them. And they're so beautiful that when they first show up, he's so impressed by them that he's like, wife, take care of these people. Like, they seem like they're very important. Those aren't aliens. And the same people go to Sodom to retrieve Lot. right before God is going to destroy, before he's going to nuke Sodom. And these guys are so attractive. They're such beautiful men that these lecturers come around the house of Lot, and they all want to meet these guys. And so Lot, the great prophet, chosen prophet of God, volunteers to give his daughter to be by these men, instead of allowing them to be molested by the crowd that's amassed outside his house. Anyway, point being, that's beautiful. Okay? Those are not aliens. Those are humans who are up to no good, have very advanced technology. So point being, I hope they're not the designers of the simulation. There's another hypothesis. That they're people who figured out their simulation a long time ago. Remember what we were saying about Mars? And what we were saying, they're trying to find a way out. No matter what they do, they can't find a way out. And remember you said to me, I was talking about, Brandenburg studied how many nukes had to have been detonated in Sidonia. And you're like, well, then the nukes destroyed the atmosphere, right? Well, there's another possibility. That this was the first version of something like the destruction of Atlantis, where these giant pyramids on Mars were data centers. And the Martians started to experience this geophysical information catastrophe, and they nuked their own servers, trying to stop the thing as it was getting out of hand. But they got to it too late. So, point being, the people behind the UFO phenomenon, and I believe in that people behind the UFO phenomenon, could be the first people who figured out we're in a simulation, and it totally fucked us. And as far as I can see it, that became very sophisticated.
Yeah, one of the things Maria was explaining to me is that if there are people or organizations, private companies, aerospace, that have figured all this out, they hypothetically would be more powerful than any world government, maybe all the world government, maybe Russia, China, US combined, military-wise. And that would explain, he also goes on to say how like J2 generals cannot get access to this stuff, meaning basically the highest levels of the US military can't even get clearance on this technology. They're like holding it hostage from the US.
How do you suppose such a structure would have done?
I would imagine it would have started with the United States and DARPA after World War II. And through paperclip and other stuff we were doing. And it got so out of hand because obviously the government didn't want to have accountability of this stuff, so that's what they put in the private sector. And basically, they figured it out to an extent where it maybe took off and got so powerful that they realized, look, we don't need to fucking answer to this government anymore. We control this stuff. And maybe they're running around the world right now and doing things that we have no idea about. And maybe they're like, I think you made it, you described it in a way as if potentially these are the people that are waiting for China and Russia and the United States are like fish in a pond fighting, and they're waiting for them to get worn out, and like then a cat take over, like a cat waiting for the fish fighting the fish. Right. Yeah.
Staatssicherheitsdienst, National Security Agency. It's a Nazi term. It's a Nazi term. It's according to the Constitution. National Security Act of 1947 established the National Security Agency, the CIA, and basically the entire infrastructure of our deep state.
That's also when we changed the name of the Department of War to the Department of Defense.
So get this.
And the Creeps, yeah.
So, it's like we brought thousands of Nazi scientists over here. And people talk to me about the physicists for some reason, the rocket scientists, which will come to them and research what's going on with that. But there were also psychologists we brought, biologists, we brought all kinds of people. The psychologists who developed MK Ultra actually started the project they were in the 50s, and the 60s, they were worse. They were experimenting with children. So these were Nazi psychologists who were brought over to develop these behavioral sciences. They had been doing these things in the concentration camps. So we bring all these thousands of Nazi scientists over here between 1945 and 1947. Okay? You know what else is happening at the same time that nobody seems to talk about? You read the Spanish newspapers at the time, and they're saying bizarre shit that Otto Scorzani, you know who he was?
Right.
So Mussolini, so Italy fell before Germany, right?
Right.
Most of it, except for the Salo Republic, which was in the north. And Mussolini was arrested, taken, made prisoner on the island of France. The Nazis used psychics, reviewers, to find themselves. By the way, the Nazis used to use this to track battlefields. They would find the positions of destroyers, American naval ships, anyway, they used this to find Mussolini. They used Helmut, and they sent the super commander, special forces leader, Otto Scorzani, guy with the mustache and real badass fences.
Find a photo of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otto Scorzani. They sent him to retrieve Mussolini. So there's this picture where Mussolini has been freed. He's been extracted by the Nazis, and he's with Scorzani and Hitler. He's been brought back to right headquarters, right? They took care of their boy. They found Mussolini. Yeah, some of the ones with it. Yeah. Now let me tell you a little bit about this guy. So look, all these people were prosecuted in Nuremberg, right?
Yep.
Somehow this guy gets loose, and he's in Spain from 1945 to 1947 under Franco. So remember, there was one fascist regime that survived the World War II. Italy, the German Republic, Spain survived. Spain was a fascist regime that survived the end of World War II, and moreover, as the mother country of the Spanish-speaking world, the fascist regime of General Franco was connected to the fascist regime of Argentina. And there was a pipeline between Spain and Argentina in terms of Nazi personnel and assets. So this guy shows up in the Spanish newspapers between 45 and 47. He's with Franco on the Mediterranean coast of Spain. And they're launching saucer-shaped rockets. So they didn't know what to call these things. Rockets. Saucer-shaped rockets toward America. What happens in 1947? Roswell. Where is Roswell? The only military base at that time housing nuclear weapons. The base from which the Enola Gay flew to drop the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
Okay? So here's something really disturbing about Roswell.
Corso's descriptions.
Corso's descriptions don't fit on the craft. The guy was in charge as a head of foreign technology division of understanding foreign countries' technologies, right?
Right.
And what did he say was pulled out of wreckage and then reverse engineered? Velcro, night vision. What else? Kevlar. Come on, aliens coming here from another star system are using Velcro and Kevlar and night vision. They're staying on technology and stuff. There's a reason why nobody talks about it again. There's a reason why
Corso. How did Corso describe the stuff and where's it documented? People to read it.
Day after Roswell.
Yeah, it's a day after Roswell.
Yeah. And he says Kevlar, night vision. Now, Joseph Farrell wrote a great study of Roswell and other associated incidents in the context of Nazi psychological operations. It's called Saucers, Swastikas, and Psyops. By the way, I have problems. By the way, don't think I'm trying to promote Joseph or something. I spent a couple of days with the guy. I got big problems with him. He's an Orthodox Christian. I have the Orthodox Christian apparatus and so forth. So, Joseph Farrell's worldview at a deep level and mine couldn't be more opposed, right? But I have to say he's done some very rigorous research. And the stuff that Farrell,
Swastikas, saucers,
and psyops. Scorzani's on the cover of that. Yeah.
Wow.
And so Farrell was commenting on Corso and what Corso wrote, and after Roswell, he said, "There's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. Nazi technology was anywhere between 5 to 10 years in advance of ours. We know that. We know that looking at the history of technological innovation, for example, in computers. The Nazis had very small transistors. In World War II, it took us another 5 to 10 years to develop those. IBM had a German team called Dell, German branch of IBM. The information was so compartmentalized. The German IBM was ahead of American IBM, the parent company. And they had transistors that were much smaller, right? So you can look across all the different fields of technology and see, like, for example, the Germans testing night vision goggles in the African desert in 1942. Yeah, they were like 5 to 10 years ahead of us.
Yeah.
Then when you look at the saucer technology itself, electrogravitics and the saucer airframe.
Who are the brothers that were looking at this stuff? That he was the brother.
Yes. So when you read the Twining General Nathan Twining's memorandum about these saucers, about flying discs, there was a fake version of that that was modified and leaked in the UFO community, like, I don't know, a couple decades ago. So, and it changed a few sentences to make it out like Twining thought these were aliens. The original Twining memorandum has since been excavated. And where, at the end, when he's drawing these conclusions and making recommendations, he says basically, this looks a lot like Nazi shit, and we really should find out where the work brothers are. So,
Annie Jacobs talks about this a lot in her book. And I've asked a lot of people about it, and no one seems to buy into it. But I didn't know what it. Basically, the idea is that there was Mengele surgically altered some children to go in that thing, and they were remote controlled here.
Progeria children. Progeria children. Their heads get all swollen up, and they look old even though they're neotenous looking.
Yeah, right.
They look old at the same time. Their heads get all swollen.
And there was an EGG engineer who told me this, and she goes, "Why wouldn't you guys make this public if you found out that this was Russian, Stalin, flow, or Nazi stuff? It would make them look terrible on the world stage." And the reason we didn't let it out is that we continued the research.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. So, where is this all coming? Funny Parker was our conversation about the deep state. And
yes.
If there's an entity that's here I agree, it's more powerful than all the governments in the world. How did it start? Where did it start? It started here. It started here because here gets a little bit mind-boggling. On the one hand, we've put these thousands of Nazis, and we're engaging them in, let's just say, highly ethically dubious projects. Which requires what? It requires a massive state security and classification apparatus to be put in place, right? Which is unconstitutional, according to our Constitution. Government of the people, by the people. There was that thing with the breasts. So, on the one hand, we're bringing all this technical expertise, and the projects they're working on were things they were doing in concentration camps for reclassification for that. On the other hand, the saucer crashes. That's weird. We don't know what it is. It's alien. We don't know what. But it's definitely a threat to national security. And moreover, the thing crashed next to our own nuclear base at the time. It's got BBC in it. And it's got all the super advanced technology, but still stuff we can understand that we were already working. So you also need security classification for that. So here we have the National Security Act of 1947, which effectively creates the deep state, right? But let me, so I'll finish this point and go back to talking about the saucer as an engineering design of where it came. This deep state was already so autonomous from the civilian government of the United States, including our Defense Department, that when von Braun's team was working on the early rockets, the adaptation of the V2 into a ballistic missile in the 1950s in Texas. The Pentagon officials found out that the Germans were taking classified information to the border and meeting with Nazi officials coming from Argentina and Chile and Paraguay, meeting them in border towns in Mexico, right on the Texas border, and giving them classified information from inside of our programs. So they confronted the German scientists about this, right? They were going to like chastise them, whatever. I don't know. What could they do? Revoke their clearances? Who's going to build this shit, right? But, they get on their case about it. Guess what the next thing that happens is? Oops, the Germans misdirected their missiles and they landed in Mexico. Well, they shot some ballistic missiles into Mexico. As a way to say to the Pentagon, don't fuck with us. If you fuck with us again, we'll start with Mexico. So already by the 1950s, they had their hands on the pulse of the U.S. government to that extent. This is why Jeff Eisenhower comes out with a statement as he leaves office, warning about the military-industrial complex that got out of hand. They're a threat for a democratic society, etc. Because he knew this. And I'm convinced the main reason, now Kennedy made a lot of enemies for a lot of reasons. The Kennedy brothers, because they were, engaged in prosecuting the mafia. There was the whole Cuban angle, the Bay of Pigs fiasco. But I'm convinced that the main reason JFK was killed is that Eisenhower handed this information off to the UFO stuff. The whole deep state problem. Yeah. And said to him, listen, man, you have to get this under control because these people pose an existential risk to our constitution system. And Kennedy was going to shut them down. And even after he was executed, his brother was pursued the same policy. So they were both taken out. And I've heard RFK on record in interviews saying that he believes that his father was killed by a Lockheed contractor, specifically a Lockheed contractor. Now, why would a Lockheed contractor assassinate Robert Kennedy? There's only one explanation that can come up with. Now, this is the place to go back to the saucers. Okay?
Okay.
Lockheed Martin used to be called Martin Aircraft.
Yeah.
In the 1953, there were all these stories that came out in mainstream news publications about how these aerospace, they were called aircraft companies in those days. Aircraft companies have developed a gene, and they're about to roll off the assembly line craft that can defy gravity and get you like from Europe to Australia. There are all these stories about this stuff. And they quoted the chairman of Martin Aircraft, Lear, Convair, a bunch of companies, handful of companies. And the only one of those that's still active in the defense industrial scene is Martin Aircraft, which became Lockheed. Okay? And then in 1955, what or so, the story disappears. The story disappears. And it's at the same time, between 53 and 55, where these chairmen of these aeronautical engineering companies are making these statements, that you have physicists holding conferences about cracking gravity.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the United States cracked gravity circa 1955.
Right.
Townsend Brown was also developing, this polarization effect.
Price with Lewis Whitney.
Yes, and so another company that has some of this tech is Northrop, which designed the V2 bomber.
Right.
Some people say the V2 is a reference to the Brown biofield effect.
Right.
That can basically augment the propulsion of an aircraft by lowering the effect of gravity.
Yes.
Ions. Yes. And so by 1955, now let me ask you something. If we're looking at Kevlar, Velcro, night vision, lasers, transistors, and we see that in all these areas, Nazi Germany was about a decade ahead of us. And we cracked electromagnetics in 1955. When did they crack? there are reports that, so there was a think tank in Prague under the direction of General Hans Kahn. It was a Nazi scientific working group. And I think it was based in Prague because they were collaborating with the Italians on this. The Italians were junior partners, and they wanted a country that was sort of nominal, not Germany, basically under Nazi control. And there are people who claim that Otto Skorzeny, remember Otto Skorzeny? He came to the facility in Prague in 1944, where the war was over. And he saw that scientists working under General Commodore had developed a circular disc-shaped airframe that was tremendously aerodynamic in its performance. And it had a number of interesting features. One is it had these vents that suction the boundary. It was called suctioning the boundary, where, air resistance is developed around the edges of any airframe, like an airplane, or anything that has sharp edges to it. And so, first of all, by making a saucer-shaped craft, were already reducing air resistance. Then they had suction vents that would suck in the boundary and redirect that airflow into the propulsion system. They also developed a kind of metal that was perforated. They called it Luftschwang, flying foam. And it was a special kind of metal that had lots of tiny holes. They would also allow air to pass through it, a very light metal, which further reduced air resistance. The same think tank, the Commodore staff in Prague, was working on this 9 to 12 foot tall, acorn-shaped or bell-shaped reactor. It was a
Nazi bell.
Yes, it was a mercury thorium reactor whose purpose was to generate more energy than is put into it. It was constantly powered by AC energy with big cables, and it intermittently shocked with direct current, and it would rotate, counter-rotate. Drums filled with mercury and thorium isotope inside of the shell of this device. And what they realized in the Commodore staff was you could take this thing and put it inside the saucer. Originally, the saucers were powered by the And so we could take this magnificently aerodynamic airframe and take this reactor and put it inside its power source. And here's what's left of the big saucer. Invented in Nazi Germany, 1944-45. We cracked the same engineering problems and propulsion issues in 1955. So what does that tell you about all the rest of the stuff that was discovered in Roswell? It fits the pattern of the Nazis cracking this a decade earlier than we were there, scientifically and technologically. And by the time we were there in 55, this deep state, run by Nazis, already had its hand around the walls of the civilian government of the States, and had already set up the national security state to sequester this information.
And this is kind of similar to the idea of that Spectre organization at Bond.
Yeah, Rabbi was an intelligence operative at a very high level.
Yeah.
He was involved in surveilling Martin once. Ian Hunt was involved in Operation Tracking surveilling Martin Bormann, who was Hitler's chief financier. He was the money man of the right. And Bormann died 3 times. There's 3 different accounts of this guy's death.
Taking his death.
Yeah. I mean, twice wasn't enough. There's 3 different accounts of this guy's death, right? You have to be convinced he's dead. Except that from beyond the grave, he writes a check in his own name through Chase Manhattan Bank in Argentina in 1975. So Martin Bormann's still alive in 1975. He's writing checks for huge amounts through Chase, by the way, a bank, whose logo is a swastika.
Pull it up.
Take a good look at the Chase logo. Put Chase logo swastika. Take a look at that. And who founded Chase?
Chase
JP Morgan was business partners with the Dulles brothers.
Holy shit! That is a freaking swastika.
Yes. Keep going down. There's better depictions.
Was there like an older version of it that was more similar? Because I mean, that's pretty close.
Yeah, it's a good question. The Ford motor also had the swastika in its logo, which was I think Ford was really supportive of the Nazis. Ford loved the Nazis.
Ford was building ships that even after the war.
Yes, you're building tanks that we were blowing up on the battlefield for the Nazis. Ford was a virulent anti-Semite, but copies of the protocols of the Elders of Zion in the early Ford cars. You can like find it in the book.
Type in Ford logo swastika and see what that looks like.
So anyway, the earliest Ford logo.
You punch it in a Ford side. No, that's not it.
No, that is the Ford Motor Company. Ford Motor Company.
That was their logo?
Yes, that's their logo. I'm telling you, the guys. Listen, find
Find some more of it.
Ford. I found better ones before. Put them in other. See if you can find the drawing. That's
cool. But no, that's not.
look.
Yeah.
He was such a rabid anti-Semite. So you know what the protocol of the Elders of Zion was a document about how Jews have a conspiracy to control the whole world.
Right.
He took copies of that, mass printed them, and put them in glove compartments, cars and stuff, just so he could make sure everybody could read it. Big supporter of the right. So okay, but this is putting our finger on something important about this, which I was trying to get at.
Yes. Right.
J.P. Morgan, based in New York, was business partners was business partners with the Dulles brothers, Alec Dulles becomes head of the CIA, and Rockefeller. And these three together, Morgan, the Dulles brothers, and Rockefeller, funded the rise of Nazi Germany from America.
Right.
Okay? And they funded Mussolini too. So, point being, there was already an American power base for the Nazis before them. You see? So they had the connections already to fall back on, including people like Rockefeller. To help them move money. Why is Chase clearing a check written by Martin Bormann, who died 3 times? Why in 1975 are they still clearing checks written by this guy?
Yeah.
From Argentina.
And who is this guy Rudolph Hess?
So in 1938, I think it was 38, 37, 38, the Germans engaged in this massive expedition to Antarctica. It's been debated. The simplest explanation is they had a role. And but they brought a bunch of scientists with them and did excavations. Actually, one of the craziest things to think is they flew over ice sheets going up there. The plants that start the mountains are huge. They're like they flew along the side of the mountains and they dropped swastika flags from out of airplanes to claim the territory. So today, in Antarctica, going to the Antarctic mountains, there are frozen swastika flags all along the mountains, claiming the territory for Nazi Germany. Anyway, Rudolf Hess was sent there. Antarctic, Deutsche Antarctic Expedition.
He was doing what? What was his title?
He was military, at the high level. But good question. Here's what happens. Comes back from Antarctica, this Hess, right? Takes an unauthorized flight from Germany into Britain while the British are war with the Germans already. They're already like, I don't know if the Blitz had started yet, the bombing of London, but they were already at war with the British, right? So Hess gets in a plane, flies by himself to Britain, lands in the field, and he's arrested. And he says, take me to Winston Churchill. Take me to Winston Churchill. Like 2 years earlier. Churchill refuses to see Hess. And then they come back to Hess and Churchill wants you. He's like, well, I'm here to engage with like 30 members of your parliament. who are interested in resolving our differences. Now, what historians will tell you is that Hitler made like 3 or 4 peace offers to the British for the war. Not just peace offerings, he made offers to collaborate with the British Royal Navy and like become basically military allies. They turned down all his offers. So Hess says, I'm here to make another offer to your people in the House of Lords. So you have the numbers already, right? There's a list of British politicians who this guy, right, knew would be sympathetic. So when Churchill turned to another, what do the British do? Churchill doesn't let him talk to his parliamentarians. They throw Hess in prison. Decades. And then after Berlin's Wall comes down, once Germany becomes democratic, reunification of Germany.
Yeah.
He was transplanted to the German president. And no one was allowed to ever again the rest of his life played out. Why did he go to Britain 2 years after being Antarctica? What was going to tell the British about Antarctica? What might have been found there? And why wasn't he allowed to talk to anybody for the rest of his life? Right? So it's interesting. Well, if you believe the empirical case that's been made for Atlantis and Antarctica, which Grant Hancock made in Figure Against the Gods, his first book, working off of the research of Charles Hapgood and Rand Fleming. And Colin Wilson also found this theory compelling that he wrote one of his books on this subject. That the only landmass that fits Plato's description is Antarctica. Plato describes an island the size of Libya and Asia combined. Asia and Libya combined. In the Greek world at that time, Plato's time, that was a description for a territory roughly the size of the first Persian Empire. The first Persian Empire is about the size of the continental United States, or larger. Well, that's the size of Antarctica. Moreover, Plato said that Atlantis was in the world ocean. Well, what does that mean, the world ocean? He said it was outside the Pillars of Hercules, which means the Strait of Gibraltar, but he didn't say it was in what's now the Atlantic. People get this aspect backwards. The Atlantic is named after Atlantis. It's named after Atlas, not the other way around. It's not like Atlantis had to be in the Atlantic because it's the Atlantic. So people named, in other words, the Atlantic because they imagined Atlantis has to be there. Okay, named after the Titan Atlas. Right. So, but all what Plato says is outside the Pillars of Hercules, outside the Strait of Gibraltar, in the world ocean. Well, what's the world ocean? There is one. There's a world ocean. It's where the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean all meet in a single body of water in the shoreline of Antarctica. How would you get to a real Atlantic tunnel down there? Controlling the entire planet. So the Greeks think they're all so important. Like Atlantis came here and fucked with us. Well, Atlantis fucked with everybody. Again, it was a global civilization. It's a civilization that used those 1,300 ton stones. Global technical civilization. So, first of all, the only landmass that fits the size is Antarctica. Second, it's in the right place. It's in the world ocean. Third, Plato said that when you go to Atlantis, you can come from one side of the world, like South Africa, and cross over Atlantis and go on the other side of the world. Where else fits that bill? In Antarctica, right, where you go across Antarctica and you can go from South Africa to South America. Yeah. Okay? Moreover, if you look at the research of Charles Hapgood, who was actually he was a historian, but he started to develop interesting geophysical theories, and he worked on contract with the CIA for a while. He was a history professor, but he would have classified clearances and he worked with the CIA. And he developed this theory, Earth crustal slippage, that when you look at the flash frozen mammoths in Siberia, who are frozen with the food undigested in their stomachs,
Yes.
and certain other things, it looks like the crust of the Earth slipped by several thousand miles suddenly. And this is why we have stories from various tribes say stars.
Because the idea of this is called, what is it? It's called like a geomagnetic pole flip or something like that.
Earth crustal slippage is the technical term for this particular theory. Earth crustal slippage, Charles Appleton. And if that theory is correct, and that's how the mammoths were flash frozen in Siberia, and the food that we found undigested, frozen in their stomachs, is food of a temperate climate. Okay? So it means that Siberia used to have a temperate climate. It was suddenly pulled toward the polar region, the North Pole region.
For the Earth's outer shell to move as a whole over the mantle, like the
Exactly.
skin of an orange.
Yes. It happens because it happens because during ice ages, the Earth gets top-heavy from all the ice that's weighing down across.
Right.
So it causes it to slip at a certain point. And the fact that the food in the mammoth stomachs is food from a temperate climate means that Siberia was suddenly pulled into the northern polar region. If you look at Antarctica, right?
Yep.
And you look at how Siberia slipped, it means as Siberia slipped suddenly into the northern polar region, Antarctica slipped suddenly by several thousand miles into the southern polar region. So about 2/3 of Antarctica would have been where Argentina is today.
Right.
Argentina's a great place.
Right.
Great agriculture, great wine, great livestock, right? Atlantis would have been very habitable if Atlantis were Antarctica before the crustal slippage. So, Hess, what it has now.
Also, just to linger on Atlantis for a minute. According to this long chain of transmission with Solon and all this stuff, Atlantis would have been how long ago again?
Okay, I mean, Plato's dates line up with a lot of other evidence that points to about 10,500 BC or 12,000 years ago.
12,000 years ago. And this is also when people hypothesize the Younger Dryas cosmic impact theory would happen too, which a lot of people think that the mammoth being frozen was from a cosmic impact that basically blacked out the sky.
That's an alternative hypothesis. In any case, Antarctica fits Plato's description of Atlantis best. And so if you were to ask me what it has, or Nazis in general, find in Antarctica, they found Atlantis. And they were obsessed with Atlantis. The entire Nazi elite, which came from out of the occult Vril Society and Thule Gesellschaft. The Thule is a German equivalent of Atlantis, Ultima Thule. It's a landmass at the north of the world, a vast landmass at the north of the world. But we don't have a landmass at the north of the world. Well, what is the north of the world? The magnetic cruise ship, like every, I forget what it's, 23,000 years or something like that.
No, it's slipping, like literally, what is it? We talked about it on that Jenny Corsetti
It's
podcast.
migrating right now.
It's migrating like miles per year.
A reversal is about to happen. Okay? So, when the Germanic people preserved this ancient myth that there was this Ultima Thule, a huge continent at the north of the world, it's probably dating from a time when the poles were reversed. Antarctica was the northern polar region, and vice versa, magnetic. So the Nazis were obsessed with finding Thule or Atlantis, and they made a big jackpot. Circa 1938.
But then wouldn't there be some sort of evidence of it if the Nazis were there back then? Like, wouldn't some of the stuff,
There
when
is.
they find pyramids, what did they find?
Well, there's evidence the Nazis were there. I think look up Operation Hygiene.
Right.
1946, Admiral Byrd went down there with a whole fleet, and they were supposed to be on an expedition that lasted months, and they ran into something that devastated the fleet, and they retreated very quickly. And on his way back to the United States, they stopped at some port in Chile, I think, and Byrd made this bizarre statement about how we have to prepare in the next World War to encounter aircraft that can cross from pole to pole in easy speed. And so it looks like they went down there, maybe because they knew the Nazis were down there, tried to clear them out or something, and have a ship. 46.
What do you make of the argument that Plato was full of shit, and he wasn't this way. He was just making up hypothetical allegories, like the allegory of the cave, like Atlantis, just another philosophical allegory. Like,
Okay, let me answer it in 2 ways.
okay,
The first answer is that it could be the Plato never existed.
right,
Completely disregard Plato. The evidence for Atlantis is overwhelming. Don't call it Atlantis. By the way, I'm pretty sure the Atlanteans didn't call it Atlantis. They probably had some other name for it, right? So,
other than Plato, what is the most compelling evidence?
there's so much going on in it. I mean, first of all, megalithic structures that have inexplicable engineering skill behind them.
In Egypt?
On every continent. It's everywhere. Look at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, Tiwanaku, Calasasia, and Tiwanaku in Bolivia. Some of the older sites in Mexico, in the Yucatan, all of these sites exhibit the same enigmatic height. Sacsayhuaman is another one. Ollantaytambo, the walls at Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo are made of insanely gigantic megalithic blocks, which intersect with the blocks next to them, sometimes at 12 different points of intersection.
Yeah.
Which means that either they had a way to liquefy stone and mold it as they were putting stones together, or something even more mind-boggling, the stones were all pre-cut, like jigsaw puzzle pieces,
Right.
and then put in exactly the right place. Well, either of those are insane from an engineering perspective. I mean, even we won't do that. We won't. Maybe we can just barely now, but no one in our world would ever think to try to do something like that. And by the way, that type of building, it turns out, it's extremely earthquake resistant.
Yes, it is.
Because it wobbles and it locks back into place.
Yeah, also the ground that it was built on, something about it. The way they built the foundations of it, the stone is like super flexible and malleable.
Yeah, and some of these blocks, like the ones at Baalbek, 1,200-ton stones, 19 cranes can't lift those things. 19, who did that?
Yeah.
All right, so look,
I mean, it's
written in stone.
what they want to call it Atlantis. Like, I
Who
agree.
cares what you call
I agree. That's evidence of a super advanced civilization that was here before we have any kind of explanation for it.
By the way, other cultures have other names for it. Not all cultures call it Atlantis. You find this in almost every civilization in the world, that there's a myth about a super civilization that existed in antiquity, and
Yeah.
the people who lived there were demigods, that they were godlike people,
Yeah.
who then disseminated knowledge to other primitive cultures of the world. You find it in the basic myth in the Mayans, you find it in the Egyptians, you find it in the Middle East, in Iranian civilization, which is something I'm very familiar with. I wrote a whole tome on the history of Iran. In ancient Iranian culture, they called this place Arianam Vayajet, which means the seed cradle of the Aryans, meaning where the Aryan race came from. That's what they say.
Right.
And they say it was a place, this is very interesting. So you have all these floodgates around the world.
Right.
And the floodgates are connected to the myth of the destruction of the super civilization. In all these cultures,
Yeah.
Mayan culture, Egyptian culture. The one exception is Iran, where Iran kind of goes first time. Iran, the name means Aryan. It's a Middle Persian
Yes.
form of the ancient Persian Aryan, or Aryana. The Iranian ancient mythology is the only one that says the super civilization wasn't destroyed by a flood. It says our homeland froze. Our homeland was an island, the center of the world. It was a central continent, which is what Antarctica looks like. You make a
During the Ice Age, it would have been massive.
yeah, we make a globe
Yeah.
centered on Antarctica. But you take a globe and you flip it, so you're looking right at Antarctica. It looks like the continent at the center of the world. If you live there, and you're mapping the world from your perspective.
Right.
So they say it was a continent in the center of the world, and all of a sudden it froze over.
See, we can find a graphic depiction of what Antarctica would have looked like during the Ice Age, the last Ice Age.
You're talking about the subglacial topography in Antarctica.
Yes. That would be a technical name.
Yeah. So, no, that's what you want to look up. Look up subglacial topography, Antarctica. They've found maps, like the Orontius Phineas map and the Pindas map,
Right.
which show Antarctica underneath the ice. No one in recorded history ought to have been able to map that landmass subglacially.
Look how big that shit is.
Yeah, well, it's larger than the continental United States.
That's insane.
Antarctica.
And then on the left, that connects down to South America.
Now, yes, now the closest point to any land is in Argentina. Do you think that's a coincidence? Do you think it's a coincidence when the Nazis went to Argentina, that where they went was San Carlos and Bariloche? That's Patagonia. It's the southernmost point of Argentina that's close to Antarctica.
How long did Hitler live after the war?
He lived into the 1960s. And he died of Parkinson's-related. People in Argentina describe having seen him very bad Parkinson's. Mostly Muslims.
Right.
And he lived, I think, a very miserable life because this is an important anecdote because it says a lot about Spectre.
Yeah.
Or as they called it themselves, Die Spinne. The name for it was the spider. Die Spinne, the spider. Post-war Nazi international. Largely based in the United States and Argentina. So, an anecdote about Hitler, thing is, when you look at Martin Bormann and his financial machinations in Latin America in from the 50s to the 70s, and you look at Otto Skorzeny and how he was operating at an international level in that same time period, it seems that if Hitler survived decades past the end of the war, there's evidence he did,
Right.
he wasn't doing anything.
Right.
I think the guy was put out to pasture. I think basically they said to him, thank you very much, Herr Hitler, but please paint your sunsets. Go back, you want to be a painter, right?
Right.
Enjoy painting your sunsets. We've got everything under control, sir.
Yes.
We've got everything under control. And eventually Eva Braun even left him, and so I think the guy lived a pretty desperate and miserable life, having been given the cold shoulder by the people who were actually in charge of what they were conceiving of as a coming forth life. People like Bormann, Skorzeny, younger, more shrewd, competent people, and people with a more dynamic vision.
Right.
Give you an example, which really is a mind fuck. There's a lot of evidence that Skorzeny played a huge role after the end of the war in tactical operations for these people. Remember, Skorzeny was the guy who thought of using saucers in the 50s as a part of PSYOP against America. Same Otto Skorzeny, for instance, died about 1975. Shortly before he died, in the early 70s, he worked with Mossad. So it proved he had a very good relationship with State. Otto Skorzeny. So how is it that Israel is sending Mossad and military intelligence operatives to retrieve Adolf Eichmann from South America to then stand trial in Jerusalem?
Right.
But they're working with Skorzeny in the early 70s. What if Eichmann didn't get on the short list?
Yeah, it's such a mind-fucking history of this stuff and how useful certain people were, like Skorzeny to other.
Yeah, I think Eichmann was prosecuted because he ceased to be useful.
Right.
But pissed off the wrong guy.
Yeah.
So he said, I'll give it to these guys.
And what do you make of this recent stuff that like Greer's talking about with this psychic, psionic, Stranger Things type stuff, where they're kidnapping people that are like left-handed, young, from other countries, bringing them here and giving them drugs, he said, dopaminergic drugs to summon these things and crash them. So they're trying to hide. So first of all, why? If these things are so advanced, how the fuck are they crashing them with psychic abilities? And think about who are these people conducting these operations?
I think it's a complex question.
Yeah.
Right? It's a hard question. First of all, how are they crashing these things with psychic abilities? Well, consider this. If the pilot is part of the guidance system of a UFO, and the pilot integrated into the airframe psychokinetically, if you fuck with the pilot's mind, you're going to crash the airframe. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you have a powerful enough psychic, get it to the head of the UFO pilot, you can bring the saucer down.
And who's the pilot in your mind?
Well, these Nordics, in some cases with a bunch of these gray robots on board for them to be abductees. The Nordics don't like to handle the abductees. But you see this in the Travis Walton case. Travis Walton case, they sent the robots to deal with it.
Right.
Then he beat up the robots. big strapping guy who wants to beat up the robots, right? And he went out into the hallway, and then the orders were like, man, we gotta deal with this guy. We gotta deal really seriously. We have to deal with this guy now. So it's like they use the Grays and then Whitley Strieber. So Whitley Strieber, look, he's very clear. The people who put the implant in were people, European-looking people. Two guys and a woman came into his house. One stayed outside, two of them came in. They did this thing, put the implant in. People.
Yeah.
There's an orders. They use the Grays to handle terrified abductees, because who wants to do that job?
What is the connection between, and you're the one who told me about this, by the way, before I conducted that Whitley Strieber podcast. You gave me a whole history of Whitley Strieber over like 2 hours on the phone, which was fascinating. And I don't know anybody who has been doing so deep on the history of Whitley.
I read his work like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's been very long. When I read it, like I read most of it.
And when I brought up, you mentioned to me, you told me to bring up with Whitley about his history in Mexico, what was going on with him in Mexico. And when I asked him on the podcast, he said he like straightened up and said,
Well, yeah, because it was horrific child abuse managed by Nazis in Mexico. They had a huge presence in it. Remember what I was saying earlier?
Yeah.
Is that paper clip rocket scientists would come to the border towns in Texas and Mexico and do data traps, hand in classified information to their fellow Nazis.
Yep.
Who operated more freely in Mexico and throughout Latin America.
So this was some sort of program to induce trauma in kids.
Pre-MK Ultra. So MK Ultra was like the light, the bug light. They had shit before MK Ultra that was even worse. Bluebird and other things before that are basically extensions of the experiments on children that were done in concentration camps.
That's what it is. And how did that, what did that psychological traumatic experience that he went through in Mexico, what was it specifically? What were they doing?
Okay, I heard this very clearly. He has this radio program.
Yeah.
It's been going on for, 25 years or so. I heard him describe this in detail. So I don't know whether he wants to now not talk about it or say something. There was another way that I heard clearly that he described this. And he did this in more than one conversation. Once might have been a monologue, and once was an interview. And he basically said they were taken to a mansion in Mexico run by the same people as this Nazi doctor in Texas, associated with Randolph Air Force Base. And he said they were put in, these children were put in situations where they were shown mutilated bodies and horrific sounds were played to them in the dark, and they were made to believe that they had killed these people. Put in cages, show mutilated body parts, exposed to chainsaws, make the whole chain, like horrific shit. It's basically meant to produce extreme dissociation and a fragmentation of the psyche.
Okay. And how does this connect to all his experiences with, like, having sex with aliens?
Dissociation combined with absorption. These are two somewhat counterintuitive psychological processes. One, dissociation, because you don't want to deal with a traumatic situation. And second, absorption, creating tension. And you would think like these are opposites. But there's a way to induce dissociation more or less simultaneously with absorption. And the state of mind that produces is extremely side-inducing. Wow. So you might perceive things that other people don't perceive,
Right.
and you might be able to unconsciously exercise abilities that other people that are only latent in most people. Okay, so that's what it is. It's a catalyzing of dissociation and absorption.
So these beings that he's experiencing were real.
Here's one of my problems with these He says that while one of these graves was on top of him, and I don't think this was in his cabin.
Right.
He says this grave on top of him. Oh,
Yeah.
He said he, in the moments where he can even focus on anything but her, he sees that there's all these people standing around in the
Welcome.
cabin room,
How you living, man?
and one of them is a CIA
Fuck you.
officer who he knew and recognized. Okay, I mean, does that mean that there's some agreement between some of the Grays and the CIA? Maybe. Or does it mean that he was given drugs and there was some elaborately staged scenario where he was made to believe that it was a joke?
Yeah.
Take your pick. In any case, it don't look good. Don't look good.
No, it does not look good. Crazy shit, Jason Giordani. Thanks again for coming in. That was a wild follow-up to our first podcast. I mean, crazy.
It wasn't even it was.
Tell people about your new book, where to find it, so they can get in touch with you, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so the cover of my new book up there, or at least part of the cover, it's called Metapolemos. Metapolemos is Überkampf in German, sort of super war. And it refers to a metaphysical, ontological idea, disruptive departure of worldview warfare, which is kind of my reverse engineering of the basic concept behind the breakaway civilization. My reverse engineering, the concept that motivates their activities. And it's a huge breakthrough in understanding the nature of psychological warfare. So it's basically, as I said at the outset, no, that's
philosophy of the future.
And the reason that there's a similarity in cover is that I intend
Called Satanion.
No, Satanion is my last book. I write at a rather rapid pace. So Satanion came out in November.
Okay.
We're recording now in February. So my latest book, the one that you have the cover up there on, is going to be out within, let's say, 2 weeks. And the reason that if you look at the whole cover up there,
I emailed it to you, Steve.
Anyway, the reason the cover has a similarity to the graphics for Philosophy of the Future is that it's meant to be kind of companion volume to this. Philosophy of the Future, but I present an overview of the entire philosophical project in terms of my original concepts. And in Metapolemos, I give an executive summary of my whole project, but in terms of the different domains of philosophy. So my thoughts, they're there. My thoughts in the domain of ontology, my epistemology, my view on ethics, aesthetics, and political philosophy. So it's divided up into those domains and gives you either an introductory overview or a kind of executive summary of my philosophical project. The last thing I want to say about this book is that I've included in this book, which is now is my 14th book, journals which I wrote 20 years ago. So back when I was reading Whitney Street for 25 years ago.
I'm hanging out with Jack Sarfati. I saw the photos.
That's true. That was when, that's when I met Jack Sarfati. Yeah, that's right. So back in those days, for about 3 years, I kept a journal, a stock notebook. And it's really the matrix of my philosophical thought. It's the substrate from that which my ideas emerge, the genesis of my career as a philosopher, as a metaphysics. And I've included a pretty large selection of the entries from there, which is a very dangerous and revealing thing. And it'll give people a lot of insight into what motivated my philosophical project.
Gorgeous. What's up with Saturn on top of that devil horns?
It's a UFO, but it's interesting.
Oh, it's a UFO.
It's interesting that I read as Saturn.
It's more like Saturn.
Well, that's interesting because Saturn is Kronos, and the Nazis called the Bell Project Project Kronos, or Project Time. Saturn.
We gotta go through another podcast. We got a lot of people. I got some good questions.
Let's do it.
Good. All right. Thanks again, man. I'll link everything below.
Thank you again. It's been a pleasure again.
All right. Good night, world. Jeffrey Mitchell, thank you so much, sir. Pleasure. It's a pleasure meeting you. Likewise. Big fan of your show. Thank you. One of my favorite parts, not to discredit all of your episodes and all of the incredible interviews you've done, but I just have to tell you, the intro to your show is the favorite intro to a podcast I've ever seen in my life. Oh, that is the best jingle I've ever heard. I want to steal it from you. Yeah, it goes back to the 1980s. It's gorgeous. I absolutely love it. I'm a huge fan. How, for people listening, explain your background. You've been interviewing all kinds of fascinating characters in the world of telekinesis and remote viewing. How long does this go back for you? 1972. 1972. And you used to do on, was it the radio or was it television, or how did this all start? It started on the radio, KPFA-FM in Berkeley, California. If you had known me in 1972 when all of this began, I was a graduate student in criminology at the University of California, when I had probably the most powerful mystical experience of my life. And it turned me around. I realized I could no longer continue on a career track which was focusing on the negative side of human behaviors. Psychopathology. That was working in the psychiatric unit of San Quentin prison. Oh, wow. At the time, doing group therapy sessions with murderers. How was that? Well, it was, I'm grateful for the experience I had. I found the inmates there to be very interesting people, human beings, just like you and me. What I found was unfortunate is that the prison staff didn't see it that way. They thought of them as somehow non-human. They would use phrases like they're a different kind of cat, which I thought was sad. But at any point, after having had, it wasn't just a mystical experience, it was what we would now call a shared death experience. A shared death experience? Yeah. Yeah. How old were you? Let's see, 1972, I was 25, 26 years old, 25. So what happened? My great uncle Harry, who was thousands of miles away in Wisconsin, died. And he died, it would have been 9:30 in the morning his time, 7:30 my time. I was in bed, asleep. When he came to me in a dream, it was the most powerful dream I've ever had in my life. And I awakened from that dream. I was just sobbing, tears of joy, and singing at the same time. Singing? Singing. What song were you singing? I was singing from my Jewish religious tradition, one of the most sacred songs. Which one? It's called Avinu Malkeinu. It's only sung at what we call the high holidays. Which one is that? I don't know what one that is. How does it go? Avinu Malkeinu. Oh, you woke up singing. I woke up singing Avinu Malkeinu. And crying. And crying. Tears of joy. I was so touched. And I wrote home. I said, how's Uncle Harry? I had a dream about him. My mother phoned me as soon as she got my letter and said, how did you know Uncle Harry had just died? Literally at the moment of my dreams. That's why it would fit the definition of what is now known as the shared death experience. It's like you took me in one way and part way for the ride. And at that point, I said, I need to switch my career direction away from the negative side of human deviance to the positive side. Well, that death is definitely a negative thing. I mean, that's kind of scary. It's not. It's not? No. Yeah. I mean, yes, we biological creatures are frightened by the thought of death, but it was the most beautiful experience. Well, it's hard to put into language, into words, to tell you
what joy I felt, that I was just overwhelmed with this sense of peace and bliss and love.
Who was the gentleman, Steve, that we had in here who did the study on near-death experiences?
That was Jeffrey Long.
Jeffrey Long came in here. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He was explaining to me how these people have experiences when, for example, when two people are in a car crash or a car accident together and one dies and one survives. The person who survives has a near-death experience and there's been multiple accounts where the one that survived explained this near-death experience where them and the person they were with kind of ascended into this ethereal dimension, and the other one was like taken away, and then they came back down into their bodies. And this apparently is an account. I forgot the name of it, but I think it was something like shared, but something similar to what you said, very similar, but where they were both in the same situation.
Yeah. It often happens in a deathbed when grieving relatives are around a loved one who is dying. They go along with these partly and experience the transition.
What do you think that is?
Well, I think it's like going home. I'm pretty convinced that we are much larger than our biological selves. That we also have a spiritual component to our psyche. And the spiritual component, I don't know that it's infinite or eternal, but it's close, much closer to that. It's much, much larger than just being a Homo sapien here on planet Earth.
So that must have been an interesting transition for you. But when you were in these prisons, you were spending your days interviewing essentially psychopaths, right? Like murderers, rapists, some of the worst human beings on earth.
That's right.
And with your understanding of the human psyche and the makeup of the human condition, what do you think led you into the direction that you ended up going after you had this experience when you were 25?
Well, I agonized over it. Like, how do I change my career? How do I find a path that will allow me to devote my lifetime to looking at what I call the positive side of human deviance, which is mysticism, creativity, psychic functioning, and intuition. And I was at one of the world's great universities, but they didn't have programs along those lines.
What university were you at?
Berkeley.
Berkeley. Oh, okay. Were you reading books on this stuff prior? Did you know have you heard any like crazy, phenomenal stories, exceptional stories about stuff like this before this happened?
Yeah, you see, I'm a child of the 1960s. Really,
there we go, yes.
My undergraduate work went from 1965 to 69. I was exposed to the human potential movement. I was exposed to psychedelics. In fact,
you were in college during the Vietnam War?
Yes. In the University of Wisconsin, I did a senior honors thesis on the psychology of religious mysticism. So I was very aware of the literature at that point. I had just chosen a career path that was different. I mean, it's one thing to have an avocational interest with the paranormal mysticism. It's another thing, a much more difficult thing to pursue it professionally.
Yeah, I saw you interview Harrington Kennedy.
Many times.
That's badass. That is so cool. What was he like?
Lovely person, and one of the most articulate human beings I've ever known.
Yeah. Fascinating. How did you just reach out to him to be on the show, or were you like, did you guys work together on anything, or
no? We never
how did you guys come in touch?
worked together, but gosh, it's been so long.
Yeah, for sure.
I did those early programs in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Right.
And Terrence was there, and so many of the people I interviewed were there. I used to think of the Bay Area as the capital of the conscious consciousness movement.
What year did you?
Oh, it would have been in the 90s.
What? Okay.
80s, maybe 90s.
Okay.
The TV program that I hosted, the original Thinking series, ran from 1986 to 2006.
Okay. And then you were in it. Were you in the Bay? You weren't in the Bay Area in the 70s.
Yes, I was.
Oh, you still were.
Oh, yeah.
When were the Manson brothers?
Yeah.
Is that the same time?
Well, I think so.
Have you ever heard of Tom O'Neill, the guy who wrote the book called Chaos? He did so Tom O'Neill, he's a journalist in LA. Essentially he worked for an entertainment music magazine in LA, and it says the actual year. Yeah. Oh yeah. 69. Okay. Yeah. Obviously it's cheap.
So I moved to the Bay Area in 69.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, I just arrived.
You just got there. Again, Tom O'Neill was working in, I want to say it was like the year 2000, maybe. He got an assignment to write basically an article on the 30 whatever year anniversary of the Manson murders. So we started doing that, and after about 6 months, he wasn't interested in this at all to start off with. But after about 6 months, he started to get all these leads and start getting interested in it and getting led down all these rabbit holes. Whoa, couldn't believe what he was finding out about what actually happened and all. He's like, this isn't matching up because the famous Helter Skelter book that was written by the prosecutor, that was his familiarity with the case, and he was like, everything that he was learning was not lining up with any of that stuff. And long story short, he ended up getting fired from the magazine because he was taking too long, and he kept reporting on it. So he would dedicate the next 10 or 20 years to reporting this, and he followed up on everything from Manson's his probation officers and all the people that were surrounding him, all the people that were a part of that clinic, that Haight-Ashbury clinic in the Bay Area in San Francisco. And they were doing, apparently that clinic was funded by the CIA, and they were doing these experiments on people. It was part of this operation called Chaos, where they were, it was basically in conjunction with MK Ultra and the other one. I forget the other one. But they were doing experiments with LSD and amphetamines. So giving people amphetamines and LSD and seeing how they could manipulate the mind or control the mind. Yeah, it was Chaos, MK Ultra, and I forget the name of the other one. Manson kept getting let off probation. He was not supposed to be let off probation all those times. He kept getting caught for all these crazy things. Like stealing cars and all this stuff. He kept getting let out when he shouldn't have been let out. And the fact that he kept going to this clinic that was connected to the CIA, funded by the CIA and all this stuff, it's a fascinating book. But it takes place right in the area where you were, right after those murders. And then Jolly West. Are you familiar with Jolly West? Jolly West was a CIA chemist he's famous for injecting the giant circus elephant with LSD. I think he gave him a couple ounces of LSD and ended up killing the elephant. And he was really proud of that. He bragged about that openly. And Jolly West was also the guy, there he is, Jolly West. He was connected to that clinic in Haight-Ashbury. He actually visited Jack Ruby in prison multiple times before he died. So he was connected to the CIA. So anyways, that was a long tangent, but it's interesting that this was all going on at the same time you were in that area.
Yeah, it was. When I think of the Bay Area as the capital of consciousness, you have both the high and the low.
Mm. So you were talking to people like McKenna. You were talking to people like Jacques Vallée back in the day, around the same time, right?
Right.
So this is just what you went into? You went into journalism, essentially?
Well, I was agonizing over what to do for months because there was no pathway at the university, and I was a graduate student in good standing. And one day, after months of trying to figure this out, I woke up with a certainty that the answer was going to come to me that day in a dream.
My question.
And I went to bed at night feeling very confident. I'm going to have the dream tonight, and you're going to point me in the right direction. And I did. I had a dream, and in this dream, I was visiting some friends who lived across town in Berkeley in married student housing. Came up to their apartment, knocked on the door. Nobody was home. In the dream, I found the key, let myself into their apartment, walked into the living room, and there in the middle of the living room floor was a magazine. I picked it up, and it was called EYE, which, in fact, there was such a magazine back then. And then I woke up with this feeling of exhilaration, like I have the answer now. And I had no idea what it meant. None at all. So I did something very unusual. I've never done it in the States. Never done it before either. I put on my tennis shoes, ran 5 miles across town, came to this apartment, knocked on the door just as I had in the dream. Nobody was home, as I had done. And I where they kept the key. I took the key, let myself in, walked into the living room, and there in the middle of the living room floor, as I had dreamt, was a magazine. It was called Focus, which, for any of your viewers who are familiar with the San Francisco Bay Area, that's the magazine of listener-sponsored radio and television, KQED. And as I'm paging through this magazine, it dawned on me for the first time in my life, I could pursue my interests by getting involved in the nonprofit section of the media, which was a complete change because at that moment I didn't own a radio or a TV. In fact, I had an attitude about them. I felt that electronic communication was phony baloney, that the only authentic human communication was face to face. And I changed my mind at that moment and went to KPFA Radio in Berkeley, which was a nonprofit radio from the Pacifica Network. And I said, I'd like to volunteer. And they said, even though at that point I had a master's degree, they said, sure, sit at this desk, and when you hear the buzzer for people trying to get into the front door, push this button and let them in. And I gladly did it. And within 3 weeks, I had learned how to produce a radio program. I had produced one. The program director liked it, and he said, we have a regular slot, a program called The Mind's Ear, every Tuesday and Thursday at noon. Would you like to host it? So within just a few weeks of my dream, I'm sitting at a table like this with 10,000 people listening in on the conversation and world-class experts from everywhere who are doctors coming through the San Francisco Bay Area, and all the subjects that interested me the most showed up. And that gave me the confidence to go back to the University of California and take advantage of a very obscure rule they have, which is if you are a graduate student in good standing and you want to do a doctoral dissertation in a topic where no department will sponsor you, but you can find 3 faculty members from different departments who are willing to sponsor you, you can create your own unique, individual, interdisciplinary doctoral major. So I did that in parapsychology.
Parapsychology. Yes. Okay. For people listening, for normies out there, what is parapsychology?
Parapsychology is the scientific study of extrasensory perception, telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, and mind over matter, or psychokinesis and telekinesis.
Woo-woo. Crazy out there stuff.
Well, it is crazy. It's becoming about applying the scientific method.
Yes. When I first learned about this stuff, I was like this is bullshit. This is complete horseshit. There's no way this is real. These are, people out there that have just gone too far, read too many science fiction books until I realized about the program that was quite literally funded by the U.S. military to do this stuff. And if the U.S. military, the CIA, is willing to spend millions of dollars on this stuff, like David Morehouse explained, there's got to be something to it. And the way he put it is, I think it was the way one of the generals explained to him, or somebody in the intelligence agency explained to him. He goes, if there's a 1% chance that this works 1% of the time, it's worth a lot of money, especially during the Cold War. So, and I've talked to Hunter friend Jack Sarfati.
Oh, very much.
Oh, really? He's a character. Yeah, he's a funny guy. I love Jack. Yeah, we went and talked to him in San Francisco, and he was explaining the background with the SRI, the Stanford thing that was going on back then.
Back in 1975, I published them. My first book, The Roots of Consciousness. And Jack Sarfati wrote an appendix that was published in that book on physics of consciousness.
Oh, really? Yeah. What did he say about it?
He said that consciousness was related, that psychic functioning was related to the what's known as the EPR effect in physics, the Einstein-Rosen-Podolsky hypothesis, which is now known as quantum mechanics.
Okay. Anytime I try to ask him something, he just calls me Danny, you're a schmuck. It's the Copernican principle, okay? You gotta understand it. You don't understand the Copernican principle, you're a schmuck, you don't know science. He's a national treasure, that guy.
Well, he's very arrogant.
A touch of arrogance. Yeah. But he's great. From Brooklyn, you know, and it comes with the territory. His story, you believe his story?
Yeah.
His story about when he was a kid?
I'm very familiar with his story. I have no reason to disbelieve him. On the other hand, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah. So apparently he got a phone call, for people that are familiar, he got a phone call when he was like, I forget how old, 12 years old, something like that. Sorry, Jack. So, and it was some sort of being explaining to him. Do you remember what it was?
Yes, he said it was an intelligent robot.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Aboard a UFO that told him that it's from the future,
Right.
and that he is going to meet certain people, and that he's been destined to help provide a scientific understanding of our relationship with alien beings.
Yeah. Hell of a story.
It is.
Hell of a story. And it's, you know, if there's anything to it, it explains his attitude towards all this stuff, you know?
Well, I also think you have to appreciate that when you're a paranormal trickster element and involves where many authentic paranormal experiences end up misleading people.
What's up?
Well, for example, now Jack Sarfati believes himself to have solved the mystery of UFO propulsion.
Oh, yeah. Figured out warp drive.
Yeah, all of that. I have no idea whether his hypotheses are correct or not, but he's convinced that they are. But I think a true scientist would say it's just a hypothesis at this point until it's been demonstrated experimentally.
Yeah. It's just interesting that there was all that money going into the guy, him, Hal Puthoff, those guys at Stanford back in the day to do this stuff, this remote viewing stuff, this magic stuff that with Uri Geller.
Well, Sarfati didn't get into that.
No, but he was there with them, wasn't he?
Well, very much on the periphery.
Yeah, he was on the periphery. Right. He's not gonna like this. Sorry, Jack. I love you, Jack. Have you ever heard of Annie Jacobson?
Yes.
She wrote that book called The Phenomena.
Yes.
Fascinating book. And it starts out explaining the story of Uri Geller and who's the guy who discovered Uri Geller? Puhar. Yeah. Did you wrote about that Puhar quite a bit, right?
Yes, I do.
For people that don't understand, can you explain to me? Oh, you do it personally?
Oh, sure.
Really?
I invited him to come and present in Berkeley in 1972 at a big conference I sponsored called The Frontiers of Consciousness. It's where he gave the very first public report of his work with Uri Geller. And then I invited Uri Geller to come and present and demonstrate his abilities at Berkeley. I think that would have been in early 1973. It was Geller's first major public appearance in the United States.
Can he really bend spoons?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You've seen him do it?
Yes.
Like picking up a random spoon, you've seen him pick it up and bend it.
Well,
because David Morehouse was telling me he saw him do it at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Walked up to someone he didn't know, picked up their spoon and held it and did it bend.
Many of these things were witnessed by other scientists, but I myself have personally witnessed maybe 3 or 4 instances of that sort of thing.
How does that work?
Good question.
How would you guess?
Well, I suppose you'd have to say reality is much more malleable than we normally take it to be. We live in a world that we think operates to the principles of Newtonian physics. And that simply applies maybe 99.9% of the time, but not 100%.
Yeah, there was something Annie was explaining in her book, The Phenomena, where there was this new part of physics that Puhar was looking into. I forget the word. It was some crazy scientific word, but that essentially what they found out was there was a guy by the name of, I want to say his last name was Baker, who worked for the CIA, and he was a polygraph specialist. And one day, I guess he was sitting in the agency board, and he said, "Look at the plant." He goes, "I'm going to hook up this polygraph to the plant." Cleve Baxter. Yes. You're an encyclopedia on this shit. Cleve Baxter said, "I'm going to light this plant on fire and see what happens to the polygraph." And as he struck the match onto the matchbox, right when he lit the match, the polygraph went off the charts before he even touched it to the plant, which is crazy. And then I guess he went on to cut the plant into multiple pieces, put it in different areas, and see if somehow do tests to see if there was any connection between them. Are you familiar with this stuff?
I am familiar with it, and to my knowledge, other people have attempted to replicate his findings and have not been so fortunate.
Oh, really?
It often happens in the field of the paranormal, and so what we don't know is to what extent was he influencing the experiment using whatever native psychokinetic abilities he might have?
So how long does it breathe?
About 7 years.
7
I
years.
got it in 1980.
And did you just choose what to study and like what to read, or how did you go about doing it?
Well, it was independent studies, so I had a lot of leeway. I was very self-motivated. My first book, The Roots of Consciousness, was published in 75, 5 years before I got the degree. So I considered that book to be sort of the equivalent of a qualifying exam to demonstrate to my academic committee that I knew the field. It was like an overview of the whole field, that I understood the territory.
And did you ever get contacted by the government, the military, the CIA, anything like that to work on any of these special projects?
No.
Why not?
Well, probably because of my history as a pot-smoking psychedelic.
All these guys were pot-smoking hippies in the 60s, weren't they?
Well,
That was ubiquitous.
I don't know. If you had a government contract with the CIA, you probably not.
So helping these guys so funny. These guys were straight up not touching any of that stuff.
That's my impression. I've never seen them use any substances of that sort.
I heard Hal Bullock used to be a Scientologist.
Yes,
That's interesting.
that's definitely
What do you
interesting.
make
Many of the people in the original remote viewing work, Hal Puthoff, Swan, Ed May, were Scientologists.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
I think that L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, was onto something.
Really?
And he was able to communicate it to these people, and that I don't endorse or support Scientology, but I think there's something there worth taking a close look at.
You know, he was the most prolific science fiction writer of all time. I think he wrote more science fiction than anyone. And he's published more science fiction works, I think, than anyone in history, as far as I'm aware. And it's just the way that thing is structured, and there's so many horror stories of Scientology. People being kept as slaves, and actually interviewed the father of David Miscavige on the show years ago, and he was telling some terrifying stories of what he had to go through like that. And he said, "This is like 10 minutes away from where we're sitting right now. Is the flag, the head of Scientology, where L. Ron Hubbard used to, where he parked his ship." And his dad was explaining how they kept him there, and he had like escape. He like planned out this crazy dramatic escape. How he had to get out. He was chased by security, and there was a moment where he was being spied on by David Miscavige's people, and he knew they were following him everywhere. And there was a point where he was at the grocery store, and he had a literal heart attack at the grocery store. And he knew that those guys were there. They could help him, so he was like waiting for them to help them because they knew that they were hired by his son to spy on him. And they just left and didn't do anything. Like, apparently, David wanted his dad to die. So
That's very sad.
it's very sad, and it's so interesting that all these guys were so into it.
Well, before it was Scientology, it was known as Dianetics.
Okay, and that was the name of the book that he published, right?
Yes.
Right.
And I had a mentor in the early years in the parapsychology program. I was with MA, who was the founder of what was known at that time as the Institute for the Study of Consciousness. He was also the inventor of the Bell helicopter, the first commercially licensed helicopter, and he and his wife Ruth went through Dianetics and became Dianetic thinkers. Before Scientology even was founded as a separate organization, and they got a lot out of it. So
I've heard there's a lot to take from it, right? Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in the book, like eliminating all the negative influences in your life, focusing on and all the richest people in this town are Scientologists. Not all the richest people, but equally differently. Most of the Scientologists are very wealthy folks around here. And I don't know what that is. I mean, that was their there's definitely something to it that's really beneficial for people before before you start getting into the Xenu galactic overlord that came out of a volcano. You know,
I think it's probably true of most cults. They all have something of positive value in
Yes.
people.
Yes.
But then you get the organization of politics and
Right.
things go bad.
Yeah. Like the cult, they all wore the Michael Jordan sneakers, and they all committed suicide in California. They thought they were going to like beam up to a spaceship because there was like a hail bomb comet, right?
Right. I think.
Yes. Yeah. They thought they were all gonna like go up to they could get like beamed up to a spaceship after they killed
Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate, that's what it was.
Yep. That was a real setback for the field of remote viewing as well, because the prominent remote viewer was associated with promoting the idea that the Hale-Bopp comet was being accompanied by a mysterious spacecraft, and so this cult built on that belief. There wasn't a spacecraft comet, but there had been some photographs, I think, published that might have led one to draw that conclusion. But in any case, the Heaven's Gate people took that to be true, and then the suicide resulted, and so people tended to blame the remote viewers involved who got on, as I recall, the Art Bell show, and proclaimed that there was a UFO coming over the town.
Yeah, and we think they're all crazy, but maybe they did get beamed up to a spaceship. Maybe they're the ones that are laughing. Think, these guys don't. They think we all just kill each other and we're all idiots. But we're in a different planet now. We're flying around in flying saucers. Maybe we're onto something.
Maybe.
Or maybe the Scientologists are onto something. Who knows? Maybe all these documentaries and all this stuff, it's all just propaganda and this stuff strategic, just so that human beings can't figure out that Scientology really is. Maybe all that shit's real. Who knows?
Well, there's a lot of misinformation.
Yes, that's a lot. It's hard to know what's real these days. It's really hard.
That's where a focus on evidence and empiricism and the scientific method can be helpful.
Mm. Yeah, specifically in downtown Clearwater, in the area that's 10 minutes away from here. There's this beautiful downtown area that was, it's on the water. It's great. Lots of tourists come. Scientology bought basically, like, I want to say it's 75-80% of all the retail storefront buildings that are like right on the main strip there, and they just leave them empty so that like businesses don't come, because they want to keep it just Scientology land. Apparently they don't want it to be like full of tourists, but there's like this weird shadow war going on between Scientology and like the mayor of Clearwater, because they want to bring in businesses and tourists, and Scientology doesn't. Scientology's worth all this money, and they apparently still have a ton of it. I think they're the biggest real estate holder, and they own more real estate than any business. Can you fact check that? See how much real estate Scientology owns, because I know like years ago they used to be like the top 1 or 2 holders of commercial real estate in the U.S. That's probably not true anymore. I found a nice little picture, not just in Clearwater though, like in the U.S.
Oh, in the U.S.
Yeah, how much real estate does the Church of Scientology own?
It's hard to compete with the Catholic Church.
Yeah, for sure. Well, do they really own real estate though? They're kind of a different beast, right? Right, all over Europe. Yeah, the Catholic Church is crazy. That's I heard there's a lot of spooky in Nevada.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're here talking bad about Scientology, but there's a lot of bad shit that the Catholic Church has done too.
Well, of course, we have the witchcraft burnings, amongst other things, and the Inquisition. But at the same time, the Catholic Church has a very rigorous process for evaluating claims of miracles performed by saints and so on, so that there are some very interesting cases of human levitation, for example, that are very carefully investigated
by some guy who was like at the Department of Energy or something, or DARPA, I don't know what it was. Or some aerospace company called him up to do I forget the word he used. He called it like an intellectual lounge, where they wanted him, a professor of religion, to explain to them human levitation and antiquity.
Oh, it's a propulsion.
Yeah, he was a propulsion expert at like JPL or something like that. But what were we talking about? We were on the Scientology tangent.
Remote viewing.
Remote viewing. Yes, we were talking about how a lot of remote viewers, legendary remote viewers, like Al Put were Scientologists at one point.
Now, Hal Puthoff was a researcher, not a remote viewer.
Oh, okay. Okay, he's also a physicist, right?
Yes. Ingo Swann, who was considered by many people the father of remote viewing, he was psychic, he was an experiencer, and he was also a Scientologist.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and he wrote a lot about him in the Phenomenon book. Ingo Swann, who had like a really strange childhood. He was a psychologist his whole life.
Well, I don't know when he started or when he separated, if he did. I'm not sure the exact details, but he was a Scientologist, and he was instrumental in bringing Ed May into the program, and Ed May was a Scientologist, so I assume that, and also Pat Price was a Scientologist, another one of the top remote viewers. So there's definitely a strong connection there.
I would just love to hear. I don't know if you've ever heard a Scientologist, one of those guys, explain or make a case for Scientology, right? I've never heard, because I don't know if they're allowed to. I don't know if they're allowed to like publicly go out and like have debates about Scientology, because I know there's a lot of weird rules with it. I would just be interested to hear like what those guys have to say about it, what they have to say about all the naysayers and all the stuff that's come out about it. You know?
It would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And so Ed May's the guy that you wrote a book about, right?
No, I didn't write.
Who's the guy that you wrote a book about called the PK?
The PK man is a fellow named Ted Owens.
Ted Owens, okay.
He's an
Ed May's the guy that flew out helicopter.
No, that was Arthur M. Young. When Hal Puthoff left the remote viewing program at SRI, he went down to Texas to work at a think tank there, and he began doing other work, like looking at UFO propulsion and things of that sort. The program was taken over by Ed May, who was a physicist brought into the program, and also a Scientologist, brought into the program by Ingo Swann.
Okay. So tell me about the PK man.
PK man is a fellow named Ted Owens. I met him in 1976. I've been aware of his reputation before then. But there is a remote viewing connection because I met him at SRI, International. Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ were within the program. Russell, incidentally, was not a Scientologist.
Jack always talked about Russell Targ.
I recently published a book of 15 interviews with Russell Targ.
Is he still alive?
Yes, he just turned 90 last April.
Wow. What's he doing nowadays?
Well, at the age of 90, he's slowed down a bit, but he still does interviews. He's a very good friend of mine. I would call him beautiful.
Does he live? You guys live close to each other?
No, I used to live in the Bay Area, so Russell and I would get together practically every week. But now I'm far.
Right. So PK man.
The PK man, Ted Owens, I was invited to SRI to experience remote viewing for myself. It was February 1976.
Right.
And I did. I did what I regard as a successful remote viewing experience then. And, but while I was there, the people in the office were all the buzz about this character, Ted Owens, because he had been writing to them for some time, saying they had achieved already a lot of notoriety. They didn't want it because of their work with Rabbi, the Israeli psychiatrist. And Ted Owens was writing to them saying, why are you wasting your time with this Israeli psychic? Because I'm the world's greatest psychic. You should be testing me. And this went on for some time.
see you bend the spoon, buddy.
They kept ignoring it. And then, shortly before my visit, he wrote to them and said, I'm going to prove to you that I am the world's greatest scientist. And so right now, there's a terrible drought going on in California, which there was. It was so bad that they piped water where I lived across the Richmond Bridge into Marin County. And people would say, if it's yellow, let it yellow, don't flush your toilet. If it's brown, flush it down.
Mm-hmm.
So very serious drought. He said, I'm going to end that drought, and you will know that I ended it. It will happen in a matter of days. And there will be every crazy kind of weather, snow, sleet, hail, and UFO sightings, which is my trademark. And your local newspaper will publish an article saying that the drought is ending. And at the time, newspaper stories were saying no ending to the drought. So this happened like 3 days later after Owens had sent them the message. So Russell Targ sent him back a message saying that was a very good prediction. Congratulations. And Ted Owens wrote back to them and said, hell no, it was not a prediction. I caused it.
Oh.
And that's when they said, we can't have this guy working with the CIA or the government funding. We need to keep a very low profile. But Jeffrey, you're a young, promising graduate student. Would you mind taking this file that we have, a large file, communication, off of our hands? Maybe you can follow up on it.
Who said this?
I'll put it off in Russell
They
Targ.
told you.
Yeah.
To take this.
Yeah. Which I did. I took their file. And I met Ted Owens a few months later in England. I was attending a parapsychology conference in England. And it turned out that word got out about the drought in California. In fact, they published a little news story about it in a magazine popular at that time called Psychic Magazine. People in England had been experiencing the drought that summer. And they heard about it, and they invited Ted Owens to come to England to end the drought there. And when I arrived in England, I had friends who said to me, if you want to get your picture in the front page of the London Times, all you have to do is walk down Piccadilly Circus carrying an umbrella. People will think you're crazy, and they'll take your picture, and you'll be in the front page of the newspapers. And so the day that Ted Owens arrived in England, it began raining and pouring so bad it shut down the Liverpool tube subway system in London. And a few days later, the newspapers said drought is over. Just like that. Wow. And, so I met him at this conference, and we became friends, and that's when I initiated a research project with him that ran until his death in 1987. And I collected, I think, about 160 examples of this sort of demonstration that he did over and over and over again to try to prove to people that we have these abilities and that they're real and that they can be good.
What was the most compelling evidence that you were able to come up with about him?
Well, when I went through the files, one of the things that really caught my eye was the fact that he said he could make UFOs manifest. And there were eyewitness testimony from police officers who said, yes, Ted Owens said he would cause a UFO, and I saw it. And so I said, could you do that for me? And he said, yes, he would. He would create a demonstration in the San Francisco Bay Area where I live. It would be within, he said, I'll make 3 UFO sightings within 100 miles of San Francisco. And you know that I crossed that. And as the process evolved, I was in touch with him a lot. One day, I'm on the phone with him, and he said, I feel it coming really strong. He said, this is going to be one of the biggest sightings ever. He said, it will be seen by hundreds of people. It will be photographed, and photograph will be published on the front page of one of your local newspapers. And that happened 4 days later. Exactly.
What was the date and can we find it online?
Yes, if I recall correctly, it was the Berkeley Gazette.
Berkeley Gazette.
The newspaper. I think the photo was December 12th, 1976. If I have that correct.
So, and we would search for like UFO sighting.
Well, I don't know how you can search it. I can send it to you.
Okay, Steve can find it.
If you can find it,
Yeah.
it would be good. It's on the front page. And here's what happened. It's a more complex story, but the art department at Sonoma State College, as it was then, it's now Sonoma State University, sponsored an exhibit of a very unusual art form that was a pilot that Stephen Gillespie was playing with smoke trailing out the back. And he's making designs in the sky. And this is his art form. And so the whole art department is out there with the cameras. And a UFO shows up right in his airspace. So it's seen from the air and from the ground. It's photographed and videotaped. The photograph was published on the front page of the Berkeley Gazette, as Ted Owens had told me. And the videotape was broadcast on Channel 9 Evening News, KQED, in San Francisco.
What did the UFO look like?
It was lozenge shaped. It was about 30 feet.
Like a Tic Tac?
Yeah, somewhere. Okay. I don't really come to specify it offhand. But I have to say, there you go.
That was a tough one. All right, we got it.
Yeah.
Can you punch in on it? Oh, I think I found a more higher resolution of this specific. Yeah, that doesn't look like anything.
Well, see, what I'm pretty sure you're looking at is the airplane itself.
Oh,
With the smoke.
the smoke. That's the guy.
When I have reviewed the videotapes, I have reviewed the photograph, it's not at all clear to me that a UFO actually showed up.
Right.
But I've also interviewed the witnesses who insist that it did. So it's a little more peculiar in terms of understanding what actually happened.
Okay, yeah, that's the plan.
There it is, right on the front page.
Let's read what it says. Aerial artist UFO encounter. What's a little fine text underneath? Right there. Yeah, right there. Stephen Poleski, who, when permitted, creates aerial art by flying a stop plane overhead while leaving trails of colored smoke, was startled Wednesday by performing over Kowski, Sonoma. Poleski suddenly became aware of a circular white object only 1,000 feet away. The event was also captured on Channel 9 TV cameras, and Poleski said videotape reruns check out and confirm the existence of a curious co-pilot in the sky. Poleski, a visiting professor at UC Berkeley, may have attracted a vast new audience for his unique art form. Interesting. And this is right. How long after the guy told you there was going to be sightings?
4 days.
4 days. So were there any repeatable experiments that you could do with him, that you could document and test?
Very difficult.
It's not, because this doesn't pass scientific method muster, right?
No, but what I did attempt to do, because I had very little time, I said, can you do this for me? And he said, yes, starting now for the next 90 days, I'm going to do this. So I thought I'd try to create a control group.
Right.
Because I had no idea how many UFOs would appear at any 90-day window within 100 miles of San Francisco. So I took San Diego, which was a city of similar size, not the West Coast.
Right.
And similar social environment. And I had friends who were students in the physics department there. And what I did to test, I sent letters out to all the law enforcement agencies within 100 miles of San Francisco. I had the San Diego people send letters out to all the law enforcement agencies within 100 miles of San Diego as a way of comparison. And we actually didn't get 3 sightings, as always had promised. We got 2 in the San Francisco Bay Area. In San Diego, they got 1. So there was a semblance of trying to impose as many scientific controls as possible. But when you're dealing with a doctor like Ted Owens, it's usually not possible because he liked to see himself, he called it the Owens effect. He hoped people would use that, like the Geller effect for bending spoons. But his idea was that just as you can bend a spoon with your mind, you can affect large-scale systems. So he tended to focus in on droughts, UFOs, power blackouts, hurricanes, tornadoes, heat and cold spells, large-scale systems like that. They're very difficult to evaluate statistically. It's not like a clean laboratory experiment.
Right, yeah, you can't measure it in a lab. It's not repeatable.
Well, he did repeat the demonstrations. I have documents for 160 some of them, and I would say offhand that roughly 2/3 of them worked out the way he said they would. And very unusual things happened. They probably had to just my intuitive sense, maybe a probability of happening of 1% or less.
So did you ever do any experiments with him, like bring in a box with something in it? Like tell me what's in this box? Or like in Annie's book, she talks about they suspended something off the ceiling, like they suspended a flat platform from the ceiling, and they would place things on top of it, and they would have to go out of body to go figure out what it was.
Sure, those are interesting experiments, but they're different than the things that we claim to be able to do. I convened a meeting of researchers, J. Allen Hynek showed up, and many other researchers to try and get the scientific community behind doing some serious testing with Ted Owens. J. Allen Hynek, who was very familiar with the case, said, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. And the reason is because the phenomenon he produces come out of the unconscious, and they're unpredictable and not interesting. So I was a graduate student at the time doing this kind of research. One of my professors at Berkeley, a parapsychologist, resigned from my committee because I was engaged in looking at UFO phenomena.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why would they do that?
Because they believe that UFOs and parapsychology should have base. And there's still parapsychologists today who hold to that belief. It's like we've got one paranormal science and we shouldn't mix it with another one because it would be too difficult or too controversial.
What do you think about UFOs?
I think the evidence is overwhelming. They've been around for a long time, probably going back to ancient times. I think, as you expressed earlier, the hypothesis that it could be time travelers from the future, I think that's a very viable hypothesis.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
But we don't know. It's a mystery. And you referred to Jeffrey Clarkle earlier. It turns out I interviewed him last week.
Oh, no.
And as he points out, is that from his point of view, the purpose of these phenomena is simply to push us outside of our belief system. Whatever our belief system is, it's going to provoke us to look at things from a different angle.
It's interesting to see how the media and the government tries to play with this thing. You know, we have all this stuff in the press and legacy media, and you have people like this Rush guy, this UFO guy, who come out and do all these podcasts and publish these books. It's just very, very, it makes me more skeptical. And I think I'm speaking for a lot of people when I say it. I feel like, and I've said this many times before, I feel like with the trust for the government in the U.S. right now, if the government was to come out and say aliens are here, these UFOs are from this Zeta Reticuli, whatever you want to call it, and we made a deal with them, I think there would be probably a very, very large percent of people that say that basically do a 180 from believing it to not believing it, just because the government admits it. I think that's very likely.
I don't know what to say about trust for the government. I tend to be more trusted.
You do?
I do, personally.
You went to the Vietnam War.
Yeah, that's right. I went through an episode where people said, don't trust anyone over 30. That was the way we thought back in those years. So I have come to appreciate that as bad as the government might be, what are the alternatives? The various, for example, let's talk about the media. Mainstream media has a very bad reputation.
Oh, yeah.
And
Nobody trusts it.
It's good.
No, except for some people. My mom trusts it still.
I trust it.
You do?
It's compared to the alternative, yes. I have a cousin who's a reporter for the New York Times, Steve Roberts. It's Cokie Roberts' husband. And he put it this way. He said, let's take the Drudge Report as an example of the alternative media. The Drudge Report is very proud of the fact that their articles are 85% accurate. He said that would never be acceptable in the New York Times. 85%. That's just sloppy journalism. So, as much as we can question the mainstream sources, whether it's the government or the scientists or the media, the alternatives are even less reliable.
I don't think so. I disagree. I think the alternatives are people like yourself and people like me and podcasters who just like to talk to people about stuff. And there's no sort of incentive to not talk about things because of advertising. Like I don't shy away from topics because I have an advertiser. I don't talk about certain things because other people I don't have like editors or producers that are telling me what not to talk about. You have things. I think it came out a couple of years ago that I think it was like 80 to 90% of the advertising dollars that came in through MSNBC and CNN and Fox were from pharmaceutical companies during the pandemic. So, like, what is your incentive to question anything when literally 90% of your money is from the pharmaceutical companies? And, especially, and then I had a friend, Jack, who's a former Army Ranger, and he's a self-published independent journalist who was doing a story on the Ukraine war. He was doing a story on how the CIA was working with a NATO ally to conduct sabotage operations inside Russia. So they were blowing up munitions, cargo banks, blowing up railroads, and all this stuff. He spent like probably 6 to 8 months on the story, and he had lots of very credible sources in military, retired CIA officers who confirmed all this. He did all his work, crossed all his T's, dotted all his I's, and he was working with an editor of one of the top 3 publication newspapers in the country. And they were going back and forth throughout the whole process. Like, this is great. They were getting ready to launch it, and I think it was in December they planned on launching it, hit the button to publish the thing. And right before they went to publish it, the editor of this publication said, okay, the final step is we need to get a sign-off from the deputy director of CIA. So he's like, okay. So they get on a 3-way call with the deputy director of the CIA, and he says, I completely deny everything that's in here. This is false. So Jack, my friend, was publishing it. Says, okay, I guess that's fine if you deny it. We'll put that deputy director denies everything that I've said in this article. Instead of publishing it, the editor of the publication says they have an off-the-record agreement with the CIA and the deputy director. So if he denies it, we can't publish the article. So if you have the government controlling what journalists can put stories out, then What is that? That's not journalism. That's the opposite of journalism.
Well, I can well imagine that an article of that sort has all sorts of geopolitical implications. It could lead to war.
Right.
And for all I know, there might be
Sure. Sure. And that was his argument. That was the deputy director's argument. That it was bad for national security.
Yeah.
But that's a slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very slippery slope. You can say anything's a hindrance to national security. No.
Well, I agree.
That's why
with
Julian
you
Assange is where he is right now.
that it's a good idea to have conversations about
Yes.
any topic.
Yes, totally.
But that's not the same as subscribing to the viewpoints of people with who you're having these conversations. I certainly get the impression from you that you're willing to talk to all kinds of people.
Absolutely, yeah.
That you don't necessarily buy what they're telling you.
Right. Totally. So yeah, like I think from my perspective and just in general, I don't think that these legacy media outlets are gonna survive much longer. I think it's similar to what happened with the newspaper. I think they're eventually going to die out, and I think that independent journalism, podcasts, stuff like that, is going to rise up and take over. And I think we can trust that. I mean, you can see that with this last election. The guy who won went on every single podcast known to man, the biggest one, and the candidate who lost didn't. She went to 2 podcasts. So it's like if it's a podcast, I think it's, and mainly with young people too. I think there's an age group. I think a lot of boomers still trust in legacy media. Like my mom is a great example. All she watches is television. She believes everything she hears on television. And with that kind of media, you don't hear any arguments to anything, right? It's kind of like an echo chamber. And with the social media and with popular conversations like this, you can get a back and forth, a disagreement, a counterpoint to something. And I think that has a lot to do with why people trust this.
Well, I think it's healthy that these conversations are happening. I know that in my field of parapsychology, we're pretty much excluded from the mainstream of government, education, science, almost all mainstream institutions, and it's a shame because there's 150 years of solid empirical evidence.
Right. Is it empirical evidence, though?
Yes.
Do you think the CIA or the government or the military is still doing this kind of stuff, still spending money on this? David Morehouse seems to think so.
Well, I think there's good reason to think so. And every time that I have a chance, I ask people who have been involved in the government what they think, and I hear different things. Ed May, who you referred to earlier, I asked him this question recently, and he said he doesn't think so because there are so many more effective ways these days of gathering intelligence that we don't need to remote viewing.
That makes sense.
On the other hand, it was very useful in circumstances where none of the conventional methods were available. And I personally have to think that if the government isn't doing it, it would be a mistake on their part. And I also happen to think that given the social controversy and the fact that if they do it publicly, there's going to be all sorts of about, this is the work of the devil and so forth, that it's better for them to keep it secret.
Right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's so much stuff that's secret that you don't hear about until 20 years after they start doing it. Like another thing Amy wrote about when we were talking about was like the stuff that they're doing that never comes out to the public for another 20 years. It's not doesn't come out to consumers for for example, Elon Musk's Neuralink, the chip that he's putting in people's brains to help them recover from paralysis, or eventually, if you extrapolate in the future, imagine what it can be used for. But she claimed in her research that they've been experimenting on that with soldiers since the early 90s. And I think that's where most of the money goes too, right? A lot of the budgets, these black budgets that you don't see about, it's not reported to Congress, goes to the stuff that has to be kept secret for national security reasons or whatever, to go towards this stuff, because the most money that gets put into technology and innovation is for war, right?
And I can tell you, parapsychology got the tiniest little bits of that. $20 million over 20 years is not a lot of money for the government.
Right. The way David Morehouse was explaining this to me was there were experiments done, or when they did the remote viewing programs. He explained, he laid it out beautifully how they do it. Basically, how they sit down, they have the person sit down, they don't tell them anything, and they basically give them like some coordinates and ask them specific questions about what they're experiencing, and they were able to determine whether or not they were being acted or not. Apparently, they were a lot of the time. A lot of people were. So did you ever do anything like this specifically?
Yes, and when I went to SRI International in February of 1976, I did a classic remote viewing protocol. It was one in which they had the outbound experimenter, who happened to be a friend of mine, Elizabeth Rausch, who was a physicist. And she went off to a location at random. They had a list of 100 more target locations. And they get into the car, they roll some dice, they choose a random envelope from the list of targets, and we go to that location. And so I'm sitting inside of a Faraday cage, which is an electrically shielded room in the radiophysics laboratory at Stanford Research Institute. And so no radio signals can get in and out. If I had a walkie-talkie, they couldn't have signaled me to let me know where they were. It's also an advantage because it's quiet in the sense you don't have any electronic noise that might otherwise interfere with neural functioning. So I'm in the room, and what I imagined that I saw looked to me, and I drew a picture. I thought it was a rack of clothing at Macy's department store. And that's what we would call, if you're remote viewing, analytical overlay. I had an image. I drew a picture of it, but that's interpreted it. The actual target happened to be a highway overpass over Highway 101 in Palo Alto. But if you took my picture of all these hangers coming off of the clothing rack and hold it up next to a picture of the highway overpass that had a cyclone fence surrounding it, they were matched the target perfectly, even though I totally misinterpreted it. And this is often how remote viewing works. So we tell people who are doing remote viewing, don't try and interpret what you see, just report the raw sensations to try to get as directly to the impression as possible without any interpretation, because the mind is always trying to interpret and can easily misinterpret things, and we're nowhere near Macy's department store.
Yeah. Do you think that this is an ability that everybody has, or that only manifests to certain people?
I would say, by virtue of being a sentient human being, everybody has it. I would say this. Earlier, you were talking about why you disbelieve that psychic functioning could be the skeptical attitude. But the truth of the matter is, from the materialist perspective, we shouldn't be conscious at all.
Just looking at the human body.
Just looking at the human body as a machine, there's no reason for consciousness. Or no explanation. How do you take dead matter, billion ball-like particles bouncing around, and get conscious experience?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's called the hard problem of consciousness in philosophy, and it's never been resolved.
Yeah.
But it's an artificial problem. The problem only exists if you take a materialist perspective and say that the foundation of all that is real are atoms and molecules and protons and electrons bouncing around each other like inward billiard balls. You could also take the perspective that other philosophers have taken, called idealism, that actually reality is based on consciousness rather than matter.
There's there was a theory that we talked about in this podcast many times. There was a guy, Chardon. You know Chardon?
J.R.D. Chardon?
Yeah, sure. He had a theory about sort of like a universal consciousness that exists.
The noosphere.
The noosphere. Yeah. Can you explain that? I'm rusty on it.
Well, in some ways, people think of him as a materialist. You could almost say that the satellites that we have, all the electronic communication, the internet, is part of the noosphere.
Okay, yes. Yeah, it's a good way. It's a good analogy for what he is. Because I think there was.
Well, you sound better. And I'm glad to know that you're feeling better. We'll get into the cultures. Cool. You'll be back. Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. That's good. 54. Right. All right. Oh, that's good. That was very good. No doubt. Woo-hoo. Get it, girl. Number 2. Oh, perfect. Almost. Perfectly. Got it. Oh, come on. Garbage. Oh, for sure. There's no doubt. Got it. Get it. Yes, get it. Get those 2 on the right. And hit the one on the for sure. There's no doubt. No doubt. Bro. Not what I want. But I got a nut. Oh, come on. Whoa. Not what I want. Perfect. Nice. It's Aquarius. Oh, come on. Without a doubt. Thank you. Miss Aquarius. Come back down to you. That's a perfect comeback. Okay. You got 60. Get full. That's the way to do it. That's all right. No doubt. Wow. That's one in a row. That's two in a row. Going for the trifecta. Yeah, take it. That's a big score. 92. I'll take it. I will lose. Yeah. Oh no. That's unnecessary spin. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Oh! It went down. I've never had it take that long. That was amazing. Yeah. Okay. Now, just put these two on the right. Without a doubt, you can count it. Put it on the board. Okay. Touch the foot. Three on the left, three on the right. Left one. Get the left ones. Left ones. Perfect. Almost. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. That is. Oh, get it. You got this. No doubt. No doubt. Look, Mr. Curry is putting up numbers. 45 with the spare. No. Not what I wanted. Get it. No. Mr. Curry couldn't win. Get it, bro. Perfect. 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 Oh, all right. Oh, no. Very bad. Very bad. You got me, Mr. Curry. You and I win. Good job. Good job. That's great. That's right. I hope you feel better. Sounds like a plan. Alrighty, we'll see you. Oh, certainly, my pleasure. Thanks.
There was examples in history or studies that were done where, like a primate on one island, you discover one thing at the same time that a primate on like an island on the opposite side of the world would figure something out, right? And the idea is that they're connected somehow consciously with above, like an ethereal layer of consciousness that exists around us, and we're just tapping into it.
There was a researcher named Rupert Sheldrake who developed that idea. He called it the morphogenetic field that connects all the conscious beings. So, a biologist named Niall Watson wrote a book called The 100th Monkey, in which they talked about the monkeys on some Pacific islands learned how to take rocks and crack open coconuts. And as soon as they discovered that this could be done, another island of similar monkeys, 100 miles away, began doing it as if the skill somehow was communicated telepathically.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that. There's something to that. You know, it's almost impossible to measure, and it doesn't, like, how do you explain that through physics, right? Like, you can't.
That's right. Well, you can if you think about it, and I'll give Jack Sarfati some credit for thinking about quantum entanglement.
Right.
As a way, because quantum entanglement does suggest that everything is interconnected. We're not separate from the most distant galaxies.
Right. Yeah. The multi-world theory somehow connects to time travel in some weird way. There's the block universe, right?
Yeah, there are all these different theories. The many worlds theory, the black universe theory, are all separate, I think, relatively unrelated methods to account for what you could call the great mystery.
Yes. So is the block universe consistent or compatible with quantum entanglement? No, the block universe is not consistent.
Well, I'm not a physicist, but the block universe came out of Einstein's theory of relativity. And the idea of quantum entanglement comes out of quantum theory.
Right.
They're both really good theories. They both make excellent predictions, uncannily excellent predictions, but they're incompatible with each other. And that's the big mystery of physics right now. How do you reconcile relativity with quantum physics? So far, nobody's been able to do.
Yeah, I think like what we were talking about earlier with the Michael Masters theory on time travel, like the way and then with like how that works in. I think that works in the block universe in a way to where, like, if we could figure out backwards time travel, but the way he started it out was like, if we wanted to go to another star, if we want to leave our solar system, rocket time, the way we're traveling at the speed of light on Earth, time travel is like 1,000 times, 1,000 minutes, right? So, like, if we're traveling from one edge of the universe to the other, it takes us like at light speed 44 years, something like that. And on Earth, that would end up being like 40 million years or something.
13.8 billion.
13.8 billion years.
That to cross, it's probably more than that, because that was original Hubble diameter of the universe, but it's expanded since then. But from the point of view of a traveler on a spaceship
At light speed.
it takes no time at all.
Right. It'd take a couple decades probably.
No, zero.
Really? Can you Google that? How long would it take to travel from across the universe at light speed? Not the universe, across the galaxy. Right.
Oh, the galaxy.
The Milky Way.
The Milky Way is approximately 120 light years across.
120 light years. Okay, so that'd be 120 years.
From the point of view of somebody on Earth, 100. I'm sorry,
100,000. Okay, maybe they're talking about the solar system. How many light years across is our solar system? One. That's 1 light year? 2 light years. Okay, anyways, I don't know what he was explaining that rocket time, like if you were to travel across, say, halfway across the Milky Way, right? So 50 years, roughly.
The Milky Way is 100,000 light years for halfway across, and
50,000. Okay, right.
50,000 years from the point of view of somebody on Earth watching it.
Right.
But from the point of view of someone on a spaceship traveling at the speed of light, which is an impossibility, incidentally.
Right.
Photons can travel at the speed of light because they have no mass.
Right.
So, if they're a photon, it would take no time.
Right.
And so, from the point of view of a photon, time and space don't exist.
Right. So, like, if somebody was to try to, if hypothetically we figured out light speed, close to light speed travel, the person doing that trip would have to kiss everyone in the middle goodbye. They would have to kiss the world goodbye. By the time they got back, the world would have surpassed so many years. It would be gone. Like, it would be millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years in the future on Earth.
That's right.
So, like, the point he was making is that it would be futile to go on a trip like this, right? To go on a light speed trip out into the galaxy, because let's say after 10 years of rocket time on that trip, human beings on Earth would have evolved so much that they would have figured out how to get there with a full belly full of breakfast. They would pull up right next to them, and they would have left that morning and be like, what have we done? We wasted 10 years of our life, and human beings have evolved.
If we get faster than light travel.
Right.
That's the case. But there's the twin paradox. You can have two twins, and one travels at the speed of light some distance, comes back, isn't getting older. The other twin could be decades older.
Yeah, so if we were going to try to do that, if you wanted to get some scientists or astronauts to go out and do this, it would be nice to have backward time travel first, so they can go back and see their family, right?
Yes.
So if we were to ever figure out backwards time travel, which I don't know how we would do that,
there have been seminars held at the University of California in San Diego, what they call retrocausality. In other words, a particle coming from the present influence something in the past.
Yes, yeah.
It's a question that physicists are just starting to look at and are taking seriously.
Yeah, and that ties into like precognition, precognitive dreams, stuff like that. Yeah, Eric Vargo wrote about that in Time.
That's right.
So, yeah, his theory is like in the future, if there was like some sort of global thermonuclear war and it killed off a lot of humans, our species would stagnate and we would be homogenized, and we would sort of like, we would basically be, we wouldn't be as diverse as a species as we are now. Like, so if there was some sort of cataclysm or, like I said, a thermonuclear war or something that killed off a lot of species, his crazy theory is, I kind of like the theory, I don't think it's that crazy, that if we were that capable, we would go back in time and take DNA from past humans to try to diversify our species in the future, right?
Maybe that's what's going on.
And if you look at all the cases of the abduction cases from like John Mack, a lot of them are, a vast majority of them are like extracting eggs and sperm from the people that are being abducted.
I don't know if it's a majority or not, but if you many, many books.
Right, with Streaver is a good one. Not many are still. There are like some famous ones, but there's apparently there's a lot of them, and also a lot of them say of all the cases I think that were documented by John Mack, I think it was like a 70-30 split between the people who actually asked the beings who they were. 30% said they were from some star system, and like 60 or 70% said they were from the future. So that's interesting. And then he's an anthropologist. So what he explained to me was there's this concept called pedomorphism, where let's try to articulate this the best I can because it's complicated. But so he was explaining that in evolution, the farther evolved, at least for primates, they get, the children of the ancestors look more like the adults of the future descendants. Right? So if you look at a baby chimp, it's kind of like a bulbous head, sits straight up like this, right? Its body is kind of small. It's
Do you remember what those rules were? Absolutely remember very well. Here's this, like, just a few months ago, like, before following the war, you said that you never said the thoughts about this. Okay. Like, this is going to be a legal debate about that I'm not so smart in math. I agree, I'm not so smart in math. Like I can't some basic calculations, but I just know enough. You think that I'm just a tough person. Just go through math. Okay. Like, I just fucking hate math. I've always sucked at math. It's like, okay. So, she broke up with you because you aren't good at math? Yeah, you're muted. Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay. Like, just because I suck at math, she thinks I'm not smart enough. Okay. So did she say it's over? No, she didn't say it's over. She just said that I'm dumb and I don't know. But right now, like just a few minutes ago, she said that she's getting frustrated about what she did and said really wrong and I put some other country. And like, I just don't understand what's wrong with the sudden change. Okay. So the reason why directly she is having second thoughts is because she doesn't think you're intelligent enough. Yeah, she thinks that just because I suck at math, like just because she thinks I suck at math, I'm not smart enough. Okay. I mean, we'll be smart at math. I agree. There's no difference in admitting that. But I'm smart in other ways. I'm smart at like being able to go or getting out of the situation and all of that. Yeah, so I know it doesn't really have anything to do with math, truthfully. Because think about it. If you were in her position, it's got to be frustrating. She wants to be with you physically, but she's not able to. You're on the other side of the road. And there's really, if you're going international for a spouse, there are millions of men out there, perhaps probably billions, who would want to be with her. So for you to be able to get with her, she's on a pedestal. And she realizes that. On top of that, she's in an area where other guys are hitting on her all the time. Perhaps, I mean, maybe she's not the best looking girl, I don't know. But even ugly chicks can hit on her once in a while. So she's just basically in a spot where she You probably won't get to the United States within the next year. Am I wrong?
Not really. According to my calculations, if everything goes right, I would be in the United States in like a couple of months.
Okay. And we are
Yeah, because my college is going to start in September, and I have to be there by August 19th. So
oh, okay. And you're going to be going to college near her?
yeah,
Okay. So, and that's why you picked that college.
yeah.
Okay. Well, and you love her.
I do. I really do. Actually, started this whole thing because I just like let's see, the biggest complaint is that like the lack of physical, like physical touch like that. And we have to go out in a day.
Of course.
And I get that. I totally understand that. I feel that because I stay with myself. But I know that if I make like that once the wait is over, it's like a bit normal. From that.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
you go ahead.
It's just like I'm trying to simply concentrate on just being a bit more things. It's like I'm not believing on purpose.
Yeah, it's not
Like
your fault.
whenever my visa is approved, it's not in my hands, right?
Right? Is that in the hands of the United States government?
Exactly.
Okay. And are they still going to allow you, especially with all the immigration issues with students here in the United States, are they still going to let you come?
Well, I believe that if I have my documents right and I'm going through a legal way, so like what's the problem?
Yeah, they're even kicking out people who are here legally. A lot of people. They're even having a Harvard recently. In fact, every international student from Harvard was kicked out and offered a spot in Hong Kong. Let me make sure that those facts are right. Yo, now,
Yeah, I've heard about that.
what's the deal with Harvard kicking out all international students?
But I've heard about that. Like, just by the way, it's here where I got the job after work.
Well, congratulations on the job. What are you doing?
I did. I did some research.
Okay, cool. Okay, here we go. Let's check it out. What's the deal with international students in American colleges as of June 2025? Weren't the international students at Harvard kicked out? Just a moment. I'm asking ChatGPT. Yo, can you hear me? Not you, Rachel. My voice to chat. Yo, what's the deal with what's the deal with international students in USA as of June 2020? All right. As of June 2025, the landscape for international students in the United States is marked by significant policy shifts, legal challenges, and evolving opportunities. Here's an overview. U.S. immigration policy changes impacting international students. Temporary suspension of students' visa interviews. In late May 2025, the U.S. Department implemented a global suspension on new F1, M1, and J1 visa appointments. Have you ever had a visa appointment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that's good. This move is part of our show.
I have confirmed this on 5th of August.
Okay, wait a second. You think you're going to get your visa approved on the 5th of August and start school in September?
Like, I do have an appointment that is on 5th of August, and if I get, and I hopefully I get approved, so I
let's make sure. If I have a visa appointment August, if I have a visa appointment August 2025, can I realistically start college in September 2025? That seems. Have you ever already been accepted to a college? Okay, good. Okay, as of June 2025, your F1 visa appointment is scheduled for 2025. Whether you could realistically start college in 2025 depends on several factors, and there's some risk involved. Okay, best case scenario, yes, it's possible. Your interview goes ahead as scheduled in August to get approved without administrative processing delay, aka a 221G. So your passport has to be expedited within 1 to 2 weeks. To be able to fly to the U.S. before the program start date within the school period. Typical timeline. Visa interview or the approval same day within a few days. Passport return 7 to 10 days. Travel mid to late August. Start classes late September. It's doable. But that's like the best case scenario. However, there are key risks right now. Visa appointment backlogs or suspension. The U.S. State Department has paused new visa appointments globally. If this affects your consulate, it's a big thing. All right. So you can do it, but you probably will have to defer to spring 2026. I'm not saying it can't be done, but but yeah, but she's not going to. Yeah, but now she's already having second thoughts. So, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you have to understand that, like, any dude who sees her at a gas station or convenience store or whatever and just has the balls to go up to her and be like, hey, you want to go on a date? She has better prospects. Like, not that you're not amazing, but they're there. The fact that they're there is 90% of the battle. So, here's the thing for you. I really need this. You shouldn't want to be in a relationship coming in. And why? She will find better girls than that girl. I'm not saying she's not amazing and all the other things, and if she's a good for you, that's great. But there are going to be so many girls in college who want to fuck, and you don't want to just be tied down to some fucking county girl who isn't in the same environment that you are, who isn't trying to better herself or her education, who isn't going to the gym. And you can basically have your pick of the litter of freshman chicks at whatever school you're at. Now, I know you're like, hey, I'm a loyal person, and I love this girl. I just need to be with her physically. Now, there's a lot to that. You might not be what she wants, or she might not be what you want from a physical standpoint when you're intimate. There's all kind of chemistry that works out in that part. Okay, but let's say best case scenario. You like her and she likes you. But then you go to school and there are 10 chicks who like you more and they're hotter than she is. Are you telling me that you're not going to be tempted? I get it. What if a girl who sits next to you in your class says, I have a family mindset as well. I'm from India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or China or Canada or whatever, wherever. She's sending me a message, or she's from Tucson or Los Angeles or New York, wherever. It's just she's different. And she says, I love everything about you, and I'll do anything to be with you, Curry Chad. I want to have your babies at age 23. If you want to get married at 23, that's what I want. Doesn't that sound like an ideal girl for you?
Yeah, it definitely does.
It definitely does. And this girl who isn't in love with you, I can tell you that she's not. Because a girl who's in love with you would not tell you having second thoughts as she goes through it. And that's fine.
She has made plans for the that she's going to visit me in September if I need to. If she's saving money right now, or she has told me yesterday that she's eagerly waiting to see me and all of that. It's just weird. When I walked on the phone for like a good 4 or 5 hours, she texted me to me and all of that. Nothing to start. Like, all of a sudden, just changed one fucking day.
It could very easily happen if the woman decides that she wants to be with another man. Okay, so she's looking at me. Don't be sad. This is an opportunity. Absolutely, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt your future. Time heals all wounds. You need to tell yourself that. And what you can do, the best thing that you can do is improve yourself. So here's what you do. If she really loves you, she'll come back to you. So what does that mean that you do? I don't think you need to work on math or anything like that. Okay, that's fine. You'll get much better. But go to the gym, go for a walk, get physical, get sunshine, start eating well. If you smoke or do anything like that, quit. And improve. I know. Okay, I don't. And continue to. It's going to be difficult, but you're going to become. Okay, but that's the best thing you can do. Is improve yourself. Okay? And guess what? If I were you, I wouldn't text her. I would say, you told me everything that you needed to tell me. She will text you after her shift or later tonight or tomorrow because you guys are close. And she'll say, I'm having second thoughts about my second thoughts that I was having. And I do want to see you. It's just a long period to be with you physically, etc., etc. And then she'll be putty in the way. I'm not saying that this is the best way to start a relationship or, once you meet. However, you've got to see it as an opportunity to improve yourself and have her chase you. That's what she wants. She wants you to be desirable. Like, look at it this way. She has all the power in the relationship. First and foremost, she has the pussy. All right, that's like the most important, most power you can have in the relationship. Secondly, she's in the desirable people. She doesn't want to come to you. She wants you to come to her, and that's fine. And the opportunities in the United States are better, etc., etc. And on top of that, frankly, she can find another guy just like you, who's your neighbor, or another billion people in Asia or wherever you are who are just like you. The flip is not the same. There aren't many American girls who are like, I'm looking for just some international person to be my boyfriend. That's not usually the thing. They get so much dick that they can drown in it. So you have a lack of power in this relationship. So what you have to do is get yourself the power back. And the way that you do that is you take care of yourself. The best revenge is massive success. And you don't want to be a puppy dog who's just following her and like even just like I miss you or please let's talk after work or anything like that. The best advice, of course, many men do. The best thing that you could do is, and I'm going to tell you, if you want to get this girl back, don't talk to her. And you're going to be like, wait, that's the opposite of what I think I should do. I think I should want to talk to her. No, you want to make yourself desirable. No, not necessarily. You can message her, and you can say to her something along the lines of, "I respect what you said. I want you to know that I love you and I care about you. I'm going to take care of myself, and I'll be here if you need me." And if you go a few days, she'll get bored. She wants that emotional tie with someone. And so she'll text you, "Hey, what's up? I miss you. I don't think that, what I said was right." She's just going through some, perhaps hormonal changes, perhaps emotional changes. Everybody goes through them, not necessarily just women, men go through them as well. But at this point, you gotta make yourself more desirable. And you're in a really difficult position because it's not like you can just go there and fuck her brains out and get her back into work. You don't have that ability. You also don't have that ability to just even go on a date with her. So what you have to do is now just take care of yourself. And look, if you go and do your own thing and she never texts you again, then she wasn't the girl for you. Okay. Right. Oh, what are you doing? How much money you're sending? Absolutely. You need to stop doing that. You need to stop doing that. You need to stop doing that immediately. Right now, frankly, for a chat, she can have 10 guys like you who are just sending her money. I'm not saying that's what she's doing. That's not what she's doing. She cares somewhat about it. But basically, you're just like a guy who is trying to support her, but isn't really able to. Okay, so here, if I were you, and I think this is the best strategy I can give you, you don't text her. You don't call her. You wait for her to come to you. And what you do is you make yourself a better man. And how do you do that? You get in shape. You learn. You can even just go and be with friends. You take care of yourself then. And she will realize that that you're the man for her, or she'll go find somebody else. And that's the best thing that she could do. I understand you've spent 6 years. Okay, that's fine. Don't be. You are just.
Absolutely. This goes.
Wait. Have you ever had sex with a woman? She had sex with a woman right now? Wait, have you ever? No, have you ever had sex with a woman? Okay, perfect. So you understand it. So she's never really been in a real relationship. She doesn't even know what it says.
I agree with that. Like she had to do relationships before, but we had worked out and they lasted barely a week.
Yeah, that's not a relationship, dog. You know that. I mean, I get what you're saying. She considers them relationship, but she isn't emotionally mature enough at this point to be in a real relationship. So let her say you're just a boy. She's hurting. She's purposefully hurting. If I were you, man, I would not text her back. Just go do you. You know what the best thing you can do for each other and meet them, and you're gonna disagree with it. And I'm telling you, this would be the best thing. It's for you to go out and fuck some chick. Go in India. There's some chick in India who's looking to get fucked right, and you could be that guy. Now, if you're like Rabbi, I can't just do that. I don't know anybody or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Get a hooker. There's some. You are still a hooker.
So then I did this girl, so she is originally from Texas, but she doesn't live in like she I consider that she doesn't live in Texas, but she was in India with her parents because of the latest job here. So I met her like 3 years ago, I would say. Ever since then, she has been like the most hypersexual girl I've ever seen. Like simply sending me provocative pictures with like ears and all of that. Like I don't even ask her. But she just sends me one, like she just sends me like crazy.
Why'd you fuck this shit?
She's gone back for some time, only for a few months.
Okay, that's all right. Dude, there's some other chick who's horny in all of India. You have 1 billion people, and just find one woman to have sex with. Not at all. This girl broke up with you. She called you a boy. That's fine. What's that going to do to you? Okay. Okay. So you read the writing on the wall. You can end it with the right now. You can say, if you're going to insult me and you're not the right person for me, I wish you the best and thank you for your friendship. And then that's a breakup text. And then you go and you fuck some chick. And your mind, once you fuck this chick, will be completely different. And you will be like, wow, I'm so glad that whatever the girl from Michigan is no longer on my mind. Now I can focus on my visa and going to college and maybe meeting people there and taking care of myself, but I'm not going to be tied down to anybody. Now, what's that going to do to the other chick? What's that going to do to Michigan girl? She's going to be like, wow, that was a really mature thing that he said. He didn't say, oh, I am a boy or anything else like that. He handled it very maturely. I want him back. I was wrong. I should have treated him this way. And she's going to be cutting in your hand. So if you do want this chick and you want to bone her out in the fall, you'll be able to. You're going to have a great look. I know that you would normally send her $100 or $200. Just take whatever it is to go get a hooker in wherever you are, and just get this girl off your mind. It's the best thing you can do. It'll be good for you physically too. It'll clear your mind of any kind of chicks. You won't be worried about when am I going to have sex with next or anything like that. It's like it'll be like you'll it really gives you all the power of the relationship. You will have broken up with her technically because you're the one who sent her the text message, and you'll already have another girl in your life. So instead of 2 or 3 chicks, it'll be 3 or 4 chicks.
It's just like very
Not at all. You can't see it that way. You can't see it that way. You have to see it like this. Imagine you had a cramp in your back, or like a knot in your back, and you're going to keep trying to massage that knot in your back, and you're never going to be able to get it because you can't get on your backside. So instead of doing that, you just pay somebody to massage that knot in your back. alleviate all your stress and alleviate that. That's the same thing that a prostitute. You can't put feelings in it. She's not going to put feelings in it. You don't put feelings in it. But you literally, within the next 24 hours, can say, "Free Chad, I am a Chad. I'm going to go get another girl under my belt. I'm going to break up with this girl in Michigan. If she wants me, she'll come right back to me." But that's what she's not expecting. This girl in Michigan is expecting you to do this, what you always do, which is, "I'm so sorry. Do you need money? Is there anything else I can do for you? I'm here if you need me." All that other bullshit. And that's fine. That's fine. That's trying to be an attentive person. But that means that she still has all the power. You want to get that power back. Dude, I agree with it too. I, that's part of it. But generally, a good relationship is going to have both. It doesn't have to have sex, but it'll have some kind of physical and some kind of usually. It doesn't have to, but usually. Okay, so I get what you're saying. And there isn't. I mean, the United States is where James made the big thing. So let me put a scenario out to you. You've got this girl. I don't know what she looks like, but her personality sucks. Just telling you that. Okay? She's not very outgoing. She's not very kind. She's not very sweet. She isn't very sociable. She sits at home. She watches anime or does shit like that. And sits with her cats, which is not bad. But at least in the United States, that has a stereotype of being a cat lady. Like somebody who is just basically exactly. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that she can't be the most amazing person. Maybe I caught her on a bad day, but she's not very exciting, and you are. You have a great personality. You're a very loving and caring person too. Very few people will come in here or anywhere and try to help their friends the way that you did. So you have a lot to offer a woman who loves you back. Now, let me just put it to you this way: you've got this girl. I don't know what she looks like, but if she's not, exercising, do whatever you want. Please do. Dude, stop right there. 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 Shut the fuck up and just stop right there. If you're 6'2" in the United States, 90% of girls are going to find you somewhat attractive. You have to understand that you're in. Your mic went out there. Okay, so you're a tall dude, which is very wanted in society, especially today. What percent of the population is 6'2"? It's like less than 80% of the population. So you already are physically attractive to them. What's she look like? Okay. Okay, so she's not bad either. Welcome, Mr. Curtis. How you doing, girl? Okay, very well. We're just helping out. He has a friend who lives in the United States, and she may not be that interested in him. And he's a 6'2", good-looking dude, and he is looking to perhaps move to the United States this fall and start going to school as an international student. And I'm just making him aware that he is a catch, and that if this girl doesn't like him, like she texted him earlier today, or not once it doesn't like him, but isn't that interested in him, that's fine, but he can do better. That's right. Look, you have a woman here telling you the same thing. And and if this girl wants you, she'll see all the ways that you're improving yourself, etc., etc. And if you still want her, then it'll be your choice, not her choice.
Yeah, I agree on that. This is like a label and
Absolutely. You do whatever you need. Great chat. I'm here for you, big dog. Absolutely. I'm here for you, big dog. Keep your chin up, big man. No problem at all. Take care, big man. So what happened, Mr. Aquarius? Absolutely. Are you feeling better? Yes, you did. It was 97 degrees. I didn't remember. But, okay, but you were cold. Are you cold anymore? Good. Okay. Good. What do you do? Sounds like a plan. I'm watching. You know who Richard Pryor is? Or was? Yeah, so I'm watching his stand-up special live on Sunset Show. I love stand-up comedy. I love Richard Pryor. I am watching a podcast. I am creating robots and going viral. No big plans, which is a good thing. Yes, you do. And they're just doing their thing, making people aware of what I'm doing. I understand. So that's a good thing. And, I always are pretty reversed of how they should be. So I may later this afternoon probably take a little bit of a nap. But aside from that, we've got yeah, yeah. Well, those are my robots. I don't know whose robots. Oh, okay, good. My robots are different kind of robots. They like it and observe people, so that's not really anything too harmful. But yeah, I excellent. How those people in social life can treat me? I got you. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's why I don't even talk to them. Even if I did find somebody who was interesting, then it turns out that there'll be 10 other people in there, two or three of them will be kids. And it's like, I don't want to talk to children. I want to talk to mature people. There's a lot of that. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. They're not mature enough to have conversations that I want to have. And frankly, they should probably be doing other things that I'm not. If I had it my way, there'd be a little setting I could turn on and it would just say, don't interact with anyone under this age. And I can make it whatever I want. I'd at least have it at 18, but at some points I'd even want to have it higher to 21 and 25 or something, because people, you want to talk to people who have common experiences with you, but also just common maturity levels.
It's in more proportion of a human being, today. When the baby chick grows up, it's got has a smaller cranium, big muscular body. It's kind of like hunched over. He says that this is something that you can extrapolate into the future of our species. That in 100,000 or a million years, full-grown human beings are going to look like the toddlers of today. And if you look at all those accounts, they look like children as beings.
I think it's a very viable hypothesis that the inhabitants of UFOs are future humans traveling back over time. I don't know of any reason to rule that out.
Would explain the pyramids.
But yeah, it might explain a lot of other mysteries.
Well, that's crazy mystery, right?
Even the biggest mystery might be the existence of human rights to begin.
What'd you say? What did you think about like how that flies a plane, or just a simple? Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, really, autopilot is somewhat of a plain robot that we already have, and it's been in aviation for like at least 30 years. The key aspect of flying is takeoff and landing, and we don't have a plane that does that, or a robot that does that yet. And but perhaps within the next 10, 20 years or so, that will all be automated, and all the pilots will be out of jobs eventually. But perhaps we'll be able to ensure smoother takeoffs and landings and no crashes. So, Mr. Queries, when I go viral, I'll give you all the money that you need for your own plane, perhaps your own aviation company or wing of an aviation company that comes under, and we'll have you be the chief robot officer of autopilot. And they'll be able to take you anywhere in the world that you want to go. All right? Make it happen. safer to be in the air than it is on the road. Simply from the fact, one of the reasons is because you're in three dimensions. So boats have the same issue as a car, it's in two dimensions. And there are a lot of issues that can happen with sinking and all the other things, and docking. But fortunately, there's no risk of falling out of the sky like you have with the plane. So I imagine that we'll have autopilot on boats as well soon enough. We have Tesla is launching full autopilot on their vehicles in some areas. So I think in Austin, Texas, they're starting it. So it's not just where you don't even drive. You just plug into the system where you want to go and it takes you there. So it's already being started. It's okay. The Waymo cars, exactly. So there are those as well. So they're basically like Ubers that will take you without a driver, and so you'll be able to have that for a boat or plane soon enough. We'll make it happen. How about a helicopter? Well, soon enough, we'll have you'll own your own helicopter. You go on helicopter tours. You'll be able to pilot your own helicopter or have a helicopter pilot for you. You got it. Yeah, I would like one. I would like a robot to just be able to do anything that I would normally want to do or hire a butler or maid to do. So perhaps laundry and cooking and cleaning, all of those things. And we're already working on that. I mean, there are Roombas and there's an Optimus, um, the Optimus robots and the Boston Dynamics robot. And I imagine within the next decade or so, those will be household bots. And then, you get into the world of enjoyment. Eventually, people are going to want to have sex with robots. And whether or not society accepts that, there's already a huge portion of the population that wants that. And so I imagine that will even replace some elements of relationships for some people. I personally don't want that. I enjoy people, but I think robots are going to be here in the world much sooner. And when they are, I would want to use them for some things, and certainly household chores and things like that. I'm not mind having a robot. Exactly. I agree with you. Has she decided when the wedding's going to be? Okay. Is it opening up your nasal passages? Well, that's good. I kind of like the snake. I find it enjoyable. I sometimes just find pleasure. This Aquarius, you back to your normal self. It's great to hear. Okay, one thing at a time. Is that a bed or like a blanket? Oh, there you go. That was easy. Yeah, that's fine. I see it. I see it. Yes, it does. Just like that. Yes, ma'am. All right. That's well, Taik. There we go. Sounds like a plan. Yes, it does.
Begin with.
Right. Yes. Wow. That's deep.
Well, consider, 300,000 years ago or so, there were so-called primate ancestors. They didn't, from what we can tell, have large brains.
Right.
They didn't have speech the way we know it. They certainly didn't have very scientific mechanical skills. We don't know that much about them, but something changed. Something changed very dramatically. We are nothing like gorillas or chimpanzees, our closest biological relatives.
This is what is the name of this theory that aliens somehow genetically alter? Well, this doesn't tie into McKenna's theory, right?
No, there was a fellow named Zechariah Sitchin who first proposed that he began looking at the cuneiform writing of the ancient Assyrian people and their descriptions of the gods. And as he interpreted the cuneiform literature, it looked to him as if
Do it.
if these gods were actually coming down from some other location and performing genetic experiments on the local population to mix their genes. So now that hypothesis is widely disseminated across.
This is the Anunnaki.
Yeah,
That came down and created a slave species to terraform the earth.
that's right.
Yeah, that's a wild one. That's a popular one for sure.
As far as I know, it's viable. I can't say that we have strong evidence for it, but there's, it does resolve this mystery of how did humans, modern humans, evolve out of primates.
Yeah. Did you ever talk to Terrence McKenna about the monkey mushroom theory?
Yes,
What's the name of that theory again?
I don't know that his name.
It's called, there's a name for it. What, Stone Ape theory? That's what
Stone
it
Ape
is. Stone Ape theory. Yeah. That's probably my favorite.
It also makes sense. There's every
Yeah.
reason to think not just apes, but many other biological creatures like to alter their consciousness in different ways.
Yeah, I had a guy in here a couple months ago from India, and he was explaining to us, Stephen, remember the these monkeys? There's these monkeys that are in India that love to eat psychedelic mushrooms, and he was explaining how they act so much like humans, where they will only have like they don't have a lot of kids. They stay with one mate, right? They don't go out and find a bunch of mates like other primates do. They stick with one mate forever, and they only have children with them, a couple children, and they raise them, and a lot of the way they live and the things they do in their environment are very, very similar. And he thinks that they're basically like evolving with mushrooms. It's still deep here happening in real time. Can you find the name of that monkey?
One more time, can you repeat that, please? It's a lot of work, and I didn't have one for many years because I just felt like nobody would ever come. And I will tell you this, if I didn't market it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, nobody would come. You literally have to advertise yourself, because if you don't, then nobody's there, nobody's in it, and nobody wants to join. Plus, then you have to worry about trolls, people spamming other people, and you have to play babysitting with people, and so-and-so wasn't nice to me, and so-and-so sent me this message. And it's like, take a look at this way. Oh, I gotcha. Actually, I use the same Discord account. And in here, I gotcha. Yeah, so you're 100% right, and I don't. Anybody who messages me on this one, good luck trying to get a hold of me. They'll figure it out. That's why it says in here. Ask Rabbi anything. I'm literally here. Somebody wants to talk to me. I make myself as open as possible. But yeah, when you have multiple Discord accounts, you're done. There's like no way to track. Or it's much more difficult. Word Mockingbird. I said word Mockingbird. I said yes, that's correct. You do? Oh yeah, I've seen that. That's good. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Excellent. So just keep it at
You remember that?
Really?
That's okay. I'm not trying to find it out. But you did some sort of competition or something with that billionaire dude.
Oh, yeah, the Bigelow.
Yeah. What was that about?
It was to write a 25,000 word essay on the best evidence for surviving human consciousness after permanent bodily death.
Why did he want to do that?
Well, shortly before he announced the contest, his wife died. And he also had a son, a big grandson, died from suicide. So he had developed, and I think, to be fair, he had an interest in the afterlife going back a long time. He had sort of pushed it off to the side, but at that point in time, his wife had died, his grandson and son had taken their lives, and his aerospace business had become basically, how to put it, the governor of the state of Nevada during the pandemic had declared his aerospace business to be a non-essential business, so that the employees he could have kept them on the payroll as opposed to they couldn't come into the factory. So he let all the employees go. They were swept up by other companies, and in effect, he no longer had a business. So
he decided to do that.
yeah. I mean, I think it's a very creative solution.
Oh, super creative. I mean, like people that are willing to spend that much money to do something like this, where there's no monetary return, like there's no profit to be found, just out of pure creativity and curiosity. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And what was the how did it work? So how do you pick people to do this? And
Well, you had to fill out an application.
Okay.
In order to be qualified to write the essay, you wanted serious people who really understood the field. And as I recall, there were maybe 1,200 people who filled out application forms. Some 200 of them were accepted to write essays.
Okay. And how did you get picked? You wrote that. You obviously filled out an application.
I filled it. Well, here's the interesting thing. I first heard about the competition from Leslie King.
She works for the New York Times, right?
Well, she was a straighter for the New York Times. She'd written articles about UFOs. She'd written a book about survival. And she said to me,
About survival.
yes, she has a book on called, I think it's titled Surviving Death. Something of that sort. She was known. In fact, now that I think about it, I heard about the essay and I reached out to her. I said, Leslie, you should enter. You should publish a book on the topic. Got back to me and said, no, I'm one of the judges. And And then she said, "You've got to listen to this podcast with George Knapp because Nicola was asked who should enter the competition. And he said people like Jeffrey Mishloff should enter."
Who said George Knapp said this?
No, Bigelow.
Oh, Bigelow said this. Okay. Oh, wow.
Robert Bigelow said people who've been studying
Oh, so he was a fan of yours.
this material.
That's so cool. All right. So walk me through.
Well, I told you about my experience with Uncle Harry.
Yeah.
That was sort of the beginning of my essay because it changed my life. And when I found, going through the literature, is that people who have had profound shared death, near-death experiences often experience profound life changes.
Right.
Example would be Bishop Taik. I don't know if you remember Bishop Taik. This is in the 1960s.
Yeah.
He was the Episcopalian Bishop of California.
Episcopalian Bishop of California. Okay.
Yes. And his son died. His son died of suicide. And he was terribly distraught, and he was in England at the time, meeting with the Episcopalians and English Catholics. So they had a very close relationship with the spiritualists. So his friends said to him, "Why don't you go and see this particular medium?" The name is and he went, he visited a spiritualist medium who began bringing him very detailed communications from his deceased son, along with the deceased son's godfather, a very well-known theologian, again, and so convinced him that these are authentic communications. He resigned as Bishop of California so that he could pursue this further.
Wow.
Another
It's
case
profound.
of a person whose life was changed dramatically is Lewis, a very well-known medical doctor who began writing about the stages of death and dying. She got into that field. She had this long-standing interest. There was a time in her life when it felt like it's not going anywhere for her. She was doing workshops and seminars. She just didn't feel like she was ready to give it all up. And she was about to tell her supervisor at the University of Chicago that she's going to change her career direction. And she's sitting there about to speak to him, and standing in front of an elevator. When a woman steps out of the elevator and says to the man, "Walk with me to your office down the hall." So instead of resigning, she walks with the woman toward her office, and she recognizes, wait, this woman is Mrs. Schwartz. Mrs. Schwartz is the woman who first informed her about the near-death experience. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, simultaneous to Raymond Moody, was writing about the near-death experience. But Mrs. Schwartz had died 10 months earlier. And here she was walking down the hall with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. They get to the office, and Mrs. Schwartz pleads with her, "You must not give up your work. Promise me that you won't give up your work." And Elizabeth Kubler-Ross had the presence of mind to say to her, "Okay, I will make that promise, but you mind writing that down in a little note for me?" And Mrs. Schwartz still wrote down the note. Mrs. Kubler-Ross kept that note. And then Mrs. Schwartz walked out of the office. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross immediately stuck her head out the door to see if she could see her walking down the hall. There was no one there.
Yeah. Wow.
And that, another example of a life-changing story.
Right. The one about Elizabeth Crumlin is pretty bananas as well. She's the one who was walking to a synagogue and got struck by lightning.
Yes. Yeah. She became a good friend.
She left her body until she went to this crazy garden. It's got the real place, and she had a choice. She could go to the afterlife or go back to her body. She chose to go back to her body. That blew my mind. So that's the funny part too. That I guess somebody saw her get struck by lightning and walked it. They ran to the synagogue and said, is there a doctor in the house? But everyone raised their hand.
And as I recall, it turns out there was a doctor
It was like the best one, right?
for lightning strikes.
Right. What are the chances of that? Good Lord. Yeah, and she explained like how she walked in the synagogue and she was like trying to talk to people and get help or whatever because she thought she was hurt, but then she realized that no one was like acknowledging her or interacting with her, and then she turned around and saw her body laying on the ground.
And then she noticed she's floating 6 inches above the floor.
Right. That's so wild. Okay, so you wrote about this and you ended up winning this whole competition. That's cool. How much money?
$500,000.
You pay cash. You have a suitcase full of cash.
It was a check.
Actually, let's pause real quick. I got to come real quick. All right, Steve. Those are the two biggest questions, that we have is what happens after we die and are we alone? You're right on the leading edge of all this stuff.
Where did we come from?
And where did we come from? So what do you think happened? What do you think is going on here? People are having this near-death experience. Where are we going?
I think that the near-death experience represents the early stages of the afterlife.
The early stages.
I don't think, after all, the people have recently died or nearly died.
Right.
And so this is like, I think the afterlife could be viewed as a progression. I think there are probably almost infinitely many possibilities over time, but initially you've got to get oriented.
But what do you think happens after that stage? Where do we go?
Well, I think one obvious possibility is reincarnation. There's good evidence that people do, or can, let me put it this way, people can reincarnate.
Yeah.
Not that they have to, and not that everybody does, but it's an option. Another option would be to move into other dimensions of, you could call it the supersensible realm, other hyperspace dimensions, non-physical dimensions. Another option might be to reincarnate, but not on Earth, on other planets. I think there's every reason to think that all of those possibilities are open to people depending on their choices and their destiny.
Do you believe in God?
Personally, yes.
What do you think God is?
I think God is one consciousness that unifies us all.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah, I think the more and more I think about it, I think that God is the universe.
The universe is within God.
All of that. Yeah, definitely. So after you won this award and you won all this money from Bigelow, after you wrote you the check, did you have any conversation with him about this and is he trying to explore this further, push the boundaries of this?
Well, he set up an institute called the Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies to explore life after death. He invited me to join the board of directors. And, but subsequently, I think he's moving in directions. He's creating a new foundation that is taking over that institute. So I don't know what's happening. I think I have to get back in touch with him. He's been very actively involved in politics this year.
Oh, has he really?
Yes, interesting. He was, in fact,
He's in Nevada, right?
he's in Nevada, yes. He became a DeSantis supporter.
Oh, really?
Yes, he gave millions of dollars to DeSantis, and he got fed up.
Why DeSantis?
Well, I did have many conversations with him about it. I think he felt that after the January 6th insurrection, Trump was not a viable candidate.
Oh, he wanted DeSantis.
And then after DeSantis signed the bill to make abortion illegal in Florida after about 6 weeks. He felt that was too extreme, and he switched his allegiance to Trump.
Interesting guy to have that much money to be willing just to throw it out at all these crazy ideas, crazy, just like dump millions of dollars just into curiosity that's not gonna pay you back. Like all the people with the most money in the world, it seems like they do the things that's gonna make them more money.
Well, I give him a lot of credit. I think that nobody had more to bring the field of survival research into public prominence.
Right. I heard something a while ago. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that with all like there's some sort of rule in the FAA where if pilots or commercial pilots or anything see any kind of UFO or unidentified object in their airspace, they have to report it to his private. I think it was his private aerospace company, but not the FAA. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, sort of. He set up what was called the Bigelow Aerospace Advanced and then he was close friends with Harry Reid, who at the time was the head of the U.S. Senate, and he arranged with Harry Reid to begin researching the potential threat to national security that might be posed by UFOs. For example, if nothing else, aviation accidents.
Right, of course.
And they set up a program that was funded called AWSA, Advanced Weapons, I forget the exact initials, and it ran through his aerospace company, and they began collecting data. And so they reached out because nobody was making a systematic effort to collect it. Well, there were some organizations like UFAR that were doing some of it, but they reached out, as you point out, and asked the various aerospace air traffic control people and so on to report to them.
We had familiar with James Fox, the filmmaker.
Yes.
Yeah, he was on here and he was telling me he had a meeting with he actually said it on the podcast, he had a lunch with Bigelow. And he said at that lunch he's told him that he knows for a fact that aliens are walking among us.
Bigelow told James Fox. Well,
he didn't say he believed it, he just knows.
Well, he hasn't ever said that to me, although he might have. We had many conversations. I've done 4 interviews with Robert. But I think it's likely. I don't have any evidence for it, but I think it's likely.
Yeah, that's the thing about this whole thing, right? There's no evidence of anything. We don't have any evidence. Like this phenomena hangs out on the edge of human perception, and it's almost like it's on purpose.
Yes, as Jeffrey Kreikel said, it seems as if it has a purpose to keep us out of our habitual ways of thinking that we know anything. But in terms of evidence, my field of parapsychology has evidence.
Yeah, well, I far more than UFOs. We don't have any evidence of that. We have people see UFOs with documented accounts, these pilots seeing things, but there's nothing. There's nothing. Even with Crush, right? Came out and that Crush was everywhere for a while, like, talking about this. At least these whistleblowers, these people that were in this skiff that testified that they knew there was aliens. He even said there was biologics, whatever the hell that means. Then he came out with the story about the football field size UFO that he walked into. It was like 100 feet. It was like 40 feet long on the outside. When you walk into it, it's the biggest football field. Like, my brain goes to like, what kind of strategic deception is this? Is this guy useful idiot? One of the and another person who Annie Jacobson told me about, and I got educated on that. She told me was Paul Benowitz, his story. And ever since I learned about what happened to Paul Benowitz, that really kind of changed my view on all of this stuff.
Nice.
So he was like huge, a UFO activist going to all these meetings and these conventions about UFOs, right? He was seeing these things flying above the mountains of an Air Force base, and Richard Doe, the counterintelligence guy, went, said, "Hey, can we check out what you heard? You've seen some stuff. Let's see what you got, right? Just to see like what kind of information you actually had." And he told Paul that I think you're onto something. I think these are aliens, these UFOs. And the purpose, which makes total sense, was to use Paul as a conduit to poison the well of the UFO community, to tell them that it was UFOs or aliens, and that we don't know what this is, because they assumed, and they were probably right, that there was Russian spies within that UFO community that were trying to figure out what we were doing, right? Because they suspected that it was technology that the Air Force, the CIA was testing, right?
Well, I think it was. I think that there was experimental aircraft.
Right. Yeah.
And that they didn't want
exactly.
that
That's
to
the
be
point.
known. Yeah.
Right. And that was the whole point of it.
Right.
So I wonder, like, how many people right now, like Russia included, are being Paul Benoits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know.
And like a great example of this is this gentleman I had on the show. His name's Chris Bledsoe. He's from North Carolina, and he sees these orbs, these light orbs that fly around.
I know.
Yeah, and he took me and Steve out to the beach the night before we did the show with him and his family. And he started saying these prayers on the beach, like praying for these things to show themselves. He believes that they're angelic beings. And after like an hour and a half, there were these weird lights that came off the ocean, moving around in weird ways. They definitely weren't airplanes, because we saw airplanes that were coming in, the air traffic that was coming in the Tampa. There was a very, very specific flight path. There were a couple specific flight paths that we didn't see a pattern with airplanes that were flashing lights. These were not those. We got it on video. Steve, you have the video? Ever since I changed computers, I had to re-find it. It's on Dropbox. But anyways, so like that was one of them. But at the same time, I've never seen anything like that before. But at the same time, I've never stared at the sky for 2 hours straight. So is this stuff always there?
Well, it reminds me of Ted Owens saying, there's going to be a UFO that will be photographed and shown on the front page.
Yes, that reminded me of that.
There's a whole category of people who practice the art, and Ted Owens trained people to do this, of summoning lights in the sky.
Right.
It's not so different from Duncan Spoons.
Right, I guess not. And the other thing about him is that there was more people. He was visited by so many people in the military and within NASA and within other
CIA,
agencies, CIA, one guy from the NRO, some really shadowy guy, that was coming to play his kids' football games and stuff like that, and befriending them, trying to figure out, inviting him to the launches at NASA and Cape Canaveral. Your friend John Alexander became good friends with him, and like reinforced his belief that these are angelic beings, these are angels. You want to know how, you want to figure out how you're seeing these things, and like they've cemented his belief of this stuff. And at the same time, these are people who are trained liars for the U.S. government. Not all of them, but like the CIA. That's typically what the CIA is supposed to do. Like, when Area 51 was started, the CIA pilots started testing the first jet planes. They had to bring gorilla masks in the cockpit with them in case they came in visual distance of a passenger airplane. If they saw a jet airplane flying, they would put the gorilla mask on. So if they were to go to the bar and say, "Hey, I saw this fucking crazy jet-propelled airplane today, and it was a gorilla flying," right? It's strategic deception. We've been playing these games forever.
That's a possibility. On the other hand, as I know, Chris Bledsoe was also close with Diane Pasolka, who was a religious scholar.
Yep, and they worked together.
And it was pointed out that the biblical descriptions of angels actually are much closer to the phenomenon that he's reporting than to this sort of Hallmark card depiction of little cherubs with wings.
Yeah.
So I think that the super sensible realm is populated by all sorts of beings, including angelic beings, including demonic beings, including alien beings of the widest variety, and that humans are encountering them. And from what I know of, which is very little, that the people in the intelligence community have reached out to Chris Bledsoe, I think many of them have also had similar experiences.
Yeah, they have.
Because you're working for the government doesn't make you immune.
Right. Right. It's just knowing the history of things that they've done and how much money and effort they put into strategic deception to keep people ignorant of what's really going on for national security, whatever their excuse is.
There's also healings associated with Chris Bledsoe's experience that you can't explain as simply government deception.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. He made a very compelling case on here, and I didn't know what to make of it. Like, no one's ever been able to show me something like that before. And everything, stars flying above our heads, like less than 100 feet above our heads. Like, it was wild.
You know, there was a character in Las Vegas who called himself the Prophet Yahweh. And he claimed he could produce UFOs on demand. And so some local TV crew said that they'll take him up on it. They went to a public park. He said he started praying and pointing at the sky, and they caught on video some strange object hovering above them in the sky. I think it's actually a normal human pattern that most of us will never develop because it wouldn't occur to us that we can, but it's probably more widespread in the population than we know.
Yeah. I think too. I think human beings have like ESP or whatever you want to call it, like a heightened sense of sensory abilities or more senses that are suppressed and buried inside of us because of the technological world that we live in. We live in these concrete jungles with artificial light everywhere, and everything is on screens right in front of us, and there's this phenomena that happens. I don't know if there's a name for it, but when people go into like the Amazon rainforest for the first time, they take their feet off and they walk around and they're there for a couple hours. It's like something awakens within them, where like the cadence of the crickets or the monkeys or the birds above them, like something is being awakened in them. Wow, I kind of know how to sense stuff in a different way now, right? That they never experienced before, living in a modern technological society that we're accustomed to and that we don't ever escape.
I totally agree with you. I think Alan Watts, a philosopher, wrote a book called The Taboo Against Knowing Who You Are. We live in an environment where it's to the economic benefit of people in business, to have workers, and if the workers all began exploring, their deeper potential, what would become of the workforce?
Right. Yeah, it goes against the world we live in, because the world we live in is based on money and capitalism and profits and making and inventing new things that are going to drive the economy. And it's this train that we're on, this trajectory that humanity is on right now. It's on this. We're here to evolve technology, right? And it works right in line with the world economy, capitalism. The way we're like, if there's no way to get off the train that we're on right now, the way that we're like the path that we're on as a society and humanity, it's like the direction we're going. It's almost like not the direction you want to go.
No, you have the transhumanists saying we're just going to merge with machines. We become eventually one big machine. And it's very de-souling.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, most people are caught up in it. To talk about the things that interest me the most, this is a psychic function and the life we're making in our of the population that gets seriously involved in even appreciating these fields. Most people are too busy just trying to put food on the table.
Right, exactly. And another guy who talks a lot about the same stuff. You interviewed John Delay. Had talked to him a couple times. Right? What did you make of him?
I have the highest respect for John. I first interviewed him in 1973, and I think my most recent interview with Jacques was about maybe within the last year or so.
And you do a lot of in-person ones too, or do you do mostly remote?
Well, when I lived in the Bay Area, they were all in person.
Right.
People showed up.
Yes.
And when I moved to Las Vegas, it became about 50-50.
Yeah.
Most people eventually will pass through Las Vegas, but now I live in Albuquerque, so we're a flyover city.
Yeah, I find it the in-person interviews are just way more better. They're way more real, and there's like a certain magic in these through a screen. Having a conversation like this. But
it's true, and I appreciate that you went to some expense to fly me here to be with you in person.
Yeah,
it makes a difference.
I appreciate you coming, man. I'm sorry the hotel was lousy. Next time we get a better hotel.
It was fine.
It's been fun talking to you, man. Thank you again for your time.
You're welcome.
And tell folks listening where they can find all of your amazing interviews and search for you on all the platforms.
I'd like to share with people two things, if I may. First is the New Thinking Aloud channel on YouTube, which is newthinkingaloud.com. That's all one word, and aloud is ALLOWED, not ALOUD. And I'd also think that some of your viewers may be interested in a new program. The first time in 40 years in the United States, it will be possible to obtain a higher degree, a master's degree or a doctoral degree in parapsychology. I'm working very closely with the California Institute for Human Science to set up that program. We just launched it, and we will be offering these degrees and expanding the program. So if you have viewers who are really serious about getting engaged in 150 years of empirical evidence about human paranormal experience, this is an incredible opportunity that is now.
That's incredible. Yeah, and you have the most comprehensive library on your channel of interviews and folks that have been deep in this stuff for their whole life. Joe McMonagle, Jacques Vallée. Is your Terrence McKenna is on this channel? Your Terrence McKenna interviews?
If you dig deeply,
it's down there north of the bottom. It's crazy how long you've been published. I was watching that one, and I was watching some of your interviews, and I was looking at the date published like 13 years ago.
Well, I found that the Pacific Radio Archive still has some of my interviews going back as far as 1972.
Wow. That's fascinating. Really cool stuff. Well, thanks again. I will link all of your stuff below, including your YouTube channel, so you can go check that out. And thanks again, man. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. And let me just add, the California Institute for Human Science, their website is CIHS.edu.
Cool. I'll link that as well.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, folks. Mr. Bart Seibel, it's an honor to have you in. Allow me to make this happen. Sure, no problem. For the last 2 days, I've been reading your book and watching your documentaries, really diving deep into your background and your whole history of moon landings. And I was talking to you there on the phone, and I was telling you, like, I don't really, I'm not up to speed on all of the little nuances and like all of the actual evidence that you've gone through for your, for your idea or for your conclusion that the moon landing was a fraud. And then I watched Astronauts Gone Wild, which, by the way, is the best title to a documentary ever created in history. For people that may have not read your books or seen podcasts with you, can you walk us through how this whole journey started for you?
Yeah, I grew up as the biggest fan of the moon missions. Kind of the biggest fanboy because my father was in the Air Force. I grew up around Air Force bases, aerospace, and even though I was asleep in bed at the time, I was about 4 years old. The next couple of weeks, my father, being a high-ranking officer of the Air Force, got a VIP package of the prints from Apollo 11, the night's first trip to the moon. He gave them to me, and they were like my most cherished possession of all time. And we moved about every couple of years, and wherever we moved to, they were a prominent place, like a shrine, in every bedroom. So from about the age of 4 to 14, if I only saw them once a day, that's about 3,650 times I saw these pictures that allegedly saying they're on the moon. So when I'm 14 years old, I saw a television program with one of the first guests on Oprah Winfrey. His name was William Casey. He had the second highest security clearance to Von Braun during the Apollo program. He was an English major, and he would edit the grammar of Von Braun, whose native language was German, and he would edit the grammar of the generals at the Pentagon who graduated this program. One of the first guests on Oprah Winfrey, his name was William Casey. He had the second highest security clearance to Von Braun during the Apollo program. He was an English major, and he would edit the grammar of Von Braun, whose native language was German, and he would edit the grammar of the generals at the Pentagon who graduated at this point, but not in English, more in military tactics. And he confessed he saw a memo from Von Braun to the Pentagon warning them that the odds of going to the moon on the very first attempt with 1960s technology was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. So there was a 99.999% chance they would kill the crew on live TV if they tried. So what do you do in poker when you're crowd and you want to get alive? And he said that's what they did. So I'm an open-minded 14-year-old, and that's what it takes to see the truth. It says in the ancient text that pride blinds us from seeing the truth. And pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is the willingness to be wrong. And being wrong is great because I'm not walking around in error and I'm learning something new. So I went back to those pictures with new eyes. It was like eyes wide shut. You know, the most famous picture of Aldrin with his armpit, the suit has wrinkles all in it. It's supposed to be pressurized. How many wrinkles are in a balloon? So the truth is hidden in plain sight. My eyes were wide shut. And then I noticed that the soil in the original prints, it was kind of a caramel brown. The background's a grayish blue. It's color corrected that so that the foreground was grayish blue also. So I could see what appeared to be the end of real soil and then horizontally left to right the beginning of a slightly more out-of-focus fake backdrop. In fact, the smartest AI in the world, just a year ago, Google's neural network, not available to the public, analyzed the pictures and said the unmanned probes of the lunar surface from China are real, and every single Apollo picture is fake to fake backdrop. It can analyze the pixels. It's never been wrong. That just came out. News stories, news agencies are suppressing that truth. I saw it as a 14-year-old, so that kind of planted the seed in my mind. I wonder, did they fake the moon landing or not? Fast forward another 10 years, at age 24, I become a filmmaker. And a filmmaker's job is to make fake scenes look real. So I could tell you not only were the pictures taken with electrical light with 100% certainty,
I could tell you what kind of light because I had them in my production closet. And then, as serendipity would have it, I was editing one day for the man who had produced the program I saw 10 years earlier as a 14-year-old. And I'm like, who was that guy in your program who said we didn't go to the moon? I'd like to talk to him. He puts me in touch with them. And being a filmmaker, Bill Casey suggested I produce a documentary about the moon landings being fraudulent. I paid myself a salary for 6 months, did nothing but research. And we can look at these pictures later, but the shadows are inconsistent. The behavior, like you said, of the astronauts is off the same. The Soviets were more advanced. The administrator of NASA resigned before the first mission. All of these things seem odd to me. And so originally, Danny, I turned down the project for fear that if they fake the moon landing and I start overturning these rocks, it could be dangerous. So I actually turned it down. It wasn't until I read the Bible about 5 times from cover to cover. Still wasn't a Christian, but I'm trying to look for ultimate truth. Do things make themselves, or is there a God?
Mhm.
Evolution says a lower form of life made a higher form of life, so having something without a brain makes a brain. Kind of the opposite of the truth there. And then a judgment to come seems kind of logical. And then if you really think about it, evil and good, that is going on, that battle is going on, and evil or good starts with lies. The evil people lie. And then mankind's greatest accomplishment is putting a man on the moon. And so it had the spiritual smell. There's something important about this. So 5 years later, I changed my mind. I realized if they fake the moon landing, and I assure you with 100% certainty they did, just go to Sabrel.com, S as in Sam, Ideas of Boy, REL. You can see all of this for free on the homepage. The faking of the moon landing is so much more profound than if they'd actually gone. I mean, either they went and came back with 1960s technology, even though they can't do it today, or the most powerful nation on earth falsified mankind's greatest accomplishment and murdered their own citizens to cover it up. If that's true, and it is, that's so much more profound than if they've actually gone. I changed my mind. I said, this is important. If the truth doesn't come out, mankind in our country will die.
The thing that really opened the door to this idea for me was that the idea of the moon landing being a hoax was born during the time of the highest distrust of the U.S. government. In 1963, the president was assassinated. In 1974, the first U.S. president resigned. In 1975, the CIA admitted to doing mind control experiments on operating humans. And in April, Saigon fell, and we lost the Vietnam War. That period in time during the Cold War was when the CIA was doing some of the most sinister in its history, as far as we know. So, if they're willing to do, if our government is willing to do those things, why wouldn't they be willing to fake the moon, which isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily evil in the fact that you're hurting anybody, because you're not hurting anybody. All you're really doing is, it's propaganda to push the view of America forward in the public narrative, right?
Yeah, Nixon said at the time, the biggest threat to the United States of America was not China, it was not Russia. It was the American people protesting the federal government over the Vietnam War. And your insight, Danny, is hitting the nail on the head. According to Robert Kennedy Jr., he has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. It's his researched opinion with 100% certainty that the CIA killed the President of the United States because he was going to reform the agency. They didn't give him that.
There's a lot of reasons that you can get there, right?
Yeah, but the point is, according to the people who know more information than we do, the CIA killed their own president. And then Robert McNamara said the public was against the Vietnam War, the protesting, right? He said we need something like Pearl Harbor, because prior to Pearl Harbor, 90% of Americans were against entering World War II. A day later, 90% before it, to get even. He said before he died, started. The Gulf of Tonkin attack had never happened. Congress passed a law based on a CIA fabrication. So if they're willing to kill their own president, willing to kill 58,220 of their own soldiers without cause, I don't think they're going to have a problem faking a video image.
Right.
The difference is, whoever killed JFK is still a tragedy. Whoever did the Gulf of Tonkin, it's a tragedy. This is a positive. And I come along wanting to take away that sweet candy, and people who say they're anti-corruption are defending it. You have Bill Maher on one end of the liberal spectrum, and Glenn Beck on the conservative, saying how great it is that Americans were first on the moon. I know America has gotten bad, but at least we were first on the moon. See, they don't realize how bad it has gotten. They did fake the moon landing. There were no independent news coverage, no independent eyewitnesses, and Eugene Kranz, who I spoke to personally, flight director, said even someone in the command center can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulated flight and a real flight. So this idea that hundreds of thousands of people were involved must make it real. The exact opposite is true. Only 8 people knew that they were making the atomic bomb, and it involved 129,500 people. Right? You see, that's like saying what a bank teller knows and what the CEO of the bank knows about corruption are different. So if someone in the command center can't tell the difference between a simulation and a real flight, how could we as a 4-year-old watching it in our living room or watching it years later?
One of the things that's funny about the moon landing conspiracy is you can question 9/11, you can question JFK's nation, you can question all of these other things. But if you question the moon landing, you're a fool. Why is that?
Well, it's offending people. It's like the people who made cartoons about a certain religious icon. They're offended. There's a famous quote, my book Moon Man, which is audio that I read myself, Timberland print. There you go. It's at Sabrel.com. It's the behind-the-scenes account of making my movie, which was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA who knows that it's fake. You see, I'm offending people's God. That's why they're so offended. There's a quote. Each chapter ends with a quote. One says, the likelihood of one individual being right increases in direct proportion to the intensity to which others are trying to prove him wrong. If they really went to the moon, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Then why are there thousands of YouTube videos to reassure people that the so obvious moon landings are real? If I went around saying Mickey Mouse was the first president, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that it was George Washington? Shakespeare said, thou dost protect too much. The reason why they have to prop it up is because it's made of straw. You can prove that the moon landings are fake with the logic, not having to look at any video clip or any picture. In a world where today, with 5 decades better rockets and computers, the farthest that NASA can send an astronaut into space is only 1,000th the distance to the moon. So what they're really claiming, Danny, is that back in 1969, when all of NASA's computers combined had 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone, they sent astronauts ahead of schedule on the first attempt 1,000 times farther than they can do today with 50 years better technology. So what they're actually saying is for the first time in the history of the world, technology was greater in the past than in the future, which is impossible, which means they faked it. It's amazing. The truth is right there. And people have made a god out of this, and they refuse to see the truth.
Did you read Amy Drews' book, Area 51?
No.
She talks about you and you guys built the case, and I think it's the last chapter. And she's talking, there's a whole section about the moon landing, and what she was claiming is that there was Soviet disinformation groups that were embedding themselves in the U.S. and that Bill, I don't remember if she said Bill exactly, but there were some people that were heading up some moon landing hoax groups, and that they were essentially Soviet spies trying to sow distrust in this narrative. So, are you familiar with any of these ideas or these claims?
Yeah, basically that book says the moon landings are real, which is another reason maybe not to trust everything that's in that book. The fact is, you can go to the homepages of Braille.com, and the film that you saw, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. We have classified footage. We can show a clip of it. It's one of the first clips I have here of them faking being halfway to the moon, right in front of your eyes, from Earth orbit, using a 1-foot model of the Earth, with the third track of audio of the CIA telling them to fake a 4-second radio delay.
Here,
You want to?
I want to go through all this stuff. We're going to. But first, what do you know about, or have you talked to any people in Russia or former Soviet Union about this? Whether it be intelligence people, rocket scientists, anybody like that. Have you talked to anyone?
Yes, I have. So the two reasons that people use over and over again that the missions must be real is you can't keep a secret from hundreds of thousands of people. The fact is, you can. That atomic bomb involved 129,000 and only 8 people knew what they were doing. The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flight and a fake flight. There's no independent press coverage. The second reason is that the Soviets or the Chinese would have blown the whistle. That's not true. I know someone who personally works in the command center of the Chinese Space Agency, who I've spoken to on multiple occasions. He said everybody there knows that the moon missions are fake. They're blackmailing us in exchange for space technology, which Congress has forbidden them to receive. So there's a law that says the United States cannot give or sell space technology to China, but the CIA is doing it anyway, so that the Chinese will not blow the whistle. The same thing with the Soviets. The former director of the Space Agency of Russia, the day he resigned, he wasn't allowed to say it when he was on staff. The day he resigned, he said the moon missions are fake. The next day, I get a call from Fox News. Fox News is not your friend. Otherwise,
Sorry, what was the name of the guy who resigned and said the moon landing was
his
fake?
name was Dmitry ROTHSCHILD.
See if you can find that.
And the next day after he made that announcement, it made the rounds on the internet news. Fox News calls me up and said, we're going to do a special about, whether he went to the moon or not. Fox News is not your friend, otherwise they wouldn't have fired Tucker Carlson, who got 100 million views with every broadcast, right? They're in information control. The same with RT. That AI that said the moon missions were fake just a year ago, Vladimir Putin was there. Didn't look surprised at all. We have a video of it on my website, never covered by RT. Well, the Fox News producer said, Bart, we haven't read your book, we haven't seen any of your films, and even if the footage proves that they think being halfway to the moon, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. To reassure people, I watched their special. They found one Russian scientist from 1969 who said, congratulations. And then the narrator says, see, the Russians think we went to the moon, but they failed to mention just 6 weeks earlier the former director of the Russian Space Agency saying the moon missions are fake. You see, the Russians are blackmailing us, the Chinese are blackmailing us. Another good reason for the truth to come out. They can tell the truth about MLK, RFK, JFK, but if they don't tell the truth about the moon landing fraud, the evil people are still in power and the evil people have won. And what they don't realize, these people allegedly in the government who want the truth to come out about various things, the strongest tool to bring down the corruption in the federal government is to show the public that they were duped and made suckers at the moon landing fraud 6 times. That would unite Republicans and Democrats against corruption. Don't be afraid of the truth, because if they don't announce that truth, they are complicit with it. Evil people have won. We have institutionalized a lie to elementary school children and college students. They did fake the moon landing. You can't have 1,000 times greater space traveling technology in 1969 than today. It's that simple.
So you think Russia and China are blackmailing NASA?
Well, or the federal government, really.
Or the federal government.
Yeah, really the federal government.
So even if Russia or China came out and said, "Hey, they faked the moon landing," who would believe them anyways?
Well, it depends on what proof they have, because the Chinese probably have landers at the sites up close and can show that the coordinates, there's nothing there. Or if at the most they landed a probe there later to mimic the landing of the Apollo spacecraft.
Have you ever heard of a dude named Hal Pavlov?
Yeah.
I'm like 0 for 10 on that one, Steve. There's
I
this,
don't get out much.
there's this elusive guy who allegedly worked for NASA, mapped the moon for the Apollo missions, and his name is Hal Pavlov, secret guy. Anyways, let's not go into it. Where were we? So we wanted to go. We wanted to go to start talking about the evidence. So to you, what is the number one best, most solid, grounded piece of evidence?
Let's start with that. Steve, it is clip number 1. Play it in its entirety. It's me narrating a very brief explanation about this classified footage that I found. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. My film cost nearly $1 million. It was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave it to me as his patriotic duty to expose it. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for as long as possible until I found this footage. This footage, which we're about to see, 2 NBC News directors agree it proves with 100% certainty that they never left Earth orbit and therefore never went to the moon. They were going to broadcast it nationwide. They flew me to New York, put me up in the Waldorf Astoria, paid me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license. They got a threatening phone call from the federal government saying, "Don't broadcast it or we'll pull your plug on NBC." That's what we're about to see. There's a third track of audio of the CIA prompting the astronauts not to speak until 4 seconds go by to fake a radio delay. You'll see they're using a 1-foot model of the Earth to pretend to be halfway to the moon. It's dated 2 days into the flight. And just go ahead and hit play for 8 minutes, and my narration on the tape will prove it beyond any doubt. This is what convinced me the most. I remember when I found this tape. It was June 30th, 1999, a Wednesday, I believe. And I just quietly wept. I'm like, oh my gosh, they really did fake the moon. How sad is that? And if the person who was the biggest fan can change their mind and reluctantly admit, yes, sadly, they did fake it, then I'm sorry. This is the proof that with proven in a court of law, 2 NBC News directors agree. It proves they didn't go to the moon. Even my critics agree. What we're about to see is the crew of Apollo 11 faking being halfway to the moon. And what a surprise. 55 years later, they still can't leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins over to the moon. Go ahead and hit play. So my critics say, hey, this film that I'm about to show you is widely available. It's not. It never appeared anywhere until my film came out. And what you'll hear is a third track of audio of the CIA prompting the astronauts not to speak until 4 seconds have gone by. Now, what this footage is, and I have an unedited reel of like an hour to an hour and a half of virtually the same shot over and over again. They're claiming that this is a little blue Earth, halfway to the moon looking back. When in fact, this is a circular window of the spacecraft, outside of which is the Earth in low Earth orbit. Now, originally I said it's kind of part of the Earth out the window, which it does look like, but another cinematographer pointed out is what they did is they took a transparent photograph, like a slide or an X-ray that was color. They put it over the circular window. So it's a circular window, and of course the circular Earth. And they backlit it reverse shot. Now this is still the window. You can see the little, 2 to 3 inch indentation there, like on a ship, because it's a, pressurized bulletproof window, I presume. And first of all, if they're halfway to the moon, there would be a radio delay. So it would take 2 seconds for the radio signal to go out, 2 seconds for them to come back. They're actually in Earth orbit. This is, you'll see clear proof in a second here why they're still in Earth orbit, or proof that they are. They can't leave Earth orbit for a number of reasons. They don't have enough fuel, they don't have radiation protection, and so forth. And by them moon proves they didn't go to the moon. Otherwise, they wouldn't be faking it, right? And it also proves that the limit is Earth orbit because they can't even leave Earth orbit. And what a surprise! 50 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. Isn't that it? So what we have here, I'm about to play. NASA's going to talk, and then there's going to be exactly a 4-second delay. Remember, pretend 2 seconds out, halfway to the moon, and pretend 2 seconds back. Then you're going to hear the CIA whisper Neil Armstrong's private channel earpiece, which on this unedited version we hear. Then you're going to hear crystal clear, no radio EQ, like the astronauts in orbit or NASA, with a little muffled walkie-talkie type sound. No, this person is where the tape's being recorded. It's crystal clear, prompting them to say talk. You see, they were waiting 4 seconds. Then said talks. If he answered right away, it would give away the fact that he's screwed close to the Earth. Because there's supposed to be a 2-second radio delay going out, a 2-second delay coming back. So the CIA told them, do not answer until you hear us say talk. That's on the tape. You see that they were waiting 4 seconds. Then said talks. If he answered right away, it would give away the fact that he's really close to the Earth. Because there's supposed to be a 2-second radio delay going out, a 2-second delay coming back. So the CIA told them, do not answer until you hear us say talk. It's on the tape. Okay, so that's supposed to be the Earth floating in space. Now let's get it over here, right? And let's take a look at it. Okay, so to the right is 130,000 miles out, according to NASA and Neil Armstrong, right? That's the Earth over there on the right. But wait a minute, it's not. If you want, it's the window. They're using a 1-foot diameter circular photograph of the Earth, putting it on top of a circular window. And now here they are breaking down the shot, the photograph, in order to get ready for an interior showing the astronauts. You know what I mean? So there they are. There's proof right there that it's a fake shot. Here's even an outtake here. When an astronaut's arm gets in front of the window. Look at this. Oh my goodness. So if that's really the Earth floating in space, that must be the arm of God going, right? In front of it. Oh my goodness. So this is the smoking gun. This is them faking being halfway to the moon. Okay? There they are getting ready, and there they open the iris, and there's Michael Collins, and there's the very bright Earth out the window. Look at that one more time. That would just make that big screen. Oh, it's really not the Earth floating in space. It's really a special effect with the circular window. Now, when I saw this, I said to myself, oh my gosh, they really didn't go to the moon, just like Bill Casey said. I'm like, oh my gosh, they really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. I have them faking being halfway to the moon, right? They're only faking being halfway because they couldn't go halfway. You understand that? Which proves they didn't go to the moon. If they're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because they can't go halfway to the moon, which means they didn't go to the moon. And what a surprise, 50 years later, the same thing, they cannot leave Earth orbit 50 years later. And it's like, well, I told you so. I still wanted to believe that they win. Now, it's not because I love science or because I, wanted America to be great, although I do want America to be great. It's that I didn't want humanity to be so deplorable, despicable, that we would stoop so low to such a thing. Now, even my critics of this film admit that this is fake footage of Apollo 11 pretending to be halfway to the moon. They admit it. So the critics say, well, they were just rehearsing for an upcoming telecast. Really? Then if the mission cost about $1 million a minute, right? And every ounce, is precious because of all the fuel necessary to lift them off the ground. Why would they bring an elaborate model of the Earth when the real one is right outside the window? So if they were really halfway to the moon and they were really rehearsing, they would just rehearse with the real Earth out the window rather than creating a fake model of it. I mean, it's unbelievable. They make an excuse for faking being halfway to the moon right in front of your eyes. They still make an excuse for it. It just amazes me how they keep making excuses no matter what evidence there is. I even talked with a college professor of an aerospace department, and he said, I asked him, what if one of the Apollo astronauts confessed on national TV that we didn't go to the moon? You know what he said? He said, I still believe it anyway.
Okay. So the idea is they pulled the camera all the way back into the back of the space capsule they were in. And there was a little round window at the far end, and it was supposed to they turned all the lights off inside, and they opened up the aperture so that it would look like the blackness inside of the cabin they were in was outer space.
Well, actually, they closed the aperture, but
Close the aperture, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Right. They didn't want it to be exposed for the inside of the spaceship, so they didn't want it to be exposed for the outside. Like right now, if we shot the camera out the window, exposed for the inside, the outside.
right. So they closed the aperture to darken the walls of the spacecraft. They talked about turning out all the lights, blocking the windows, all of which they talked about because they thought these conversations would be edited out. For the part that they broadcast, again, this is on the homepage of Sorrel.com, they said there's only one window that faces the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. Because if that were really the Earth floating, space. The lens would have to be right against that circular window. But in fact, it's at the back of the spacecraft with the lights off, and you can see they're using a very clever special effect. Had I only saw the first few seconds that they broadcast to the public, I definitely would have figured it out. That's why it says, do not show to the public the beginning of the reel.
Where did you get that reel?
Well, someone at NASA gave it to us, according to Bill Casey, a whistleblower at NASA gave it to us. And that's what convinced me. That's what convinced two NBC News directors.
So a whistleblower at NASA gave it to Bill Casey?
Well, they sent it to me. And what was on the label and on the tape were completely different things. When you pop it in, it says do not show to the public. All the footage from NASA was pre-edited. In fact, there's only like maybe 15 pictures of an astronaut on the surface of the alleged moon in the first mission.
Sorry.
And there's 0 pictures of Neil Armstrong,
Right.
first man to walk in the moon. He didn't want his picture taken, right? And there's no unedited footage. Everything was pre-edited except this. This is up to an hour of them doing that special effects shot over and over again. The lights come up, and they're using, as you just saw, a 1-foot model of the Earth to pretend that the Earth is floating in space, to pretend that they're halfway to the moon.
So you're saying they use a transparency that they tape to the window or something?
Yeah, they also insert a little crescent piece of black material into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day.
Is there any evidence of that transparency thing?
No, you just saw them fiddling around with the window. On the right-hand side, if you want to cue it back up against he says for the part that was broadcast, this is Neil Armstrong calling it from 130,000 miles out, meaning that little Earth with the black around it is supposed to be the Earth floating in space. He just said it was. He lied. We put them side by side, the lights come up, and it's a 1-foot model of the Earth. They just got caught faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. It's dated 2 days into the flight. They can't walk on the moon the next day when they're still in Earth orbit 2 days into the flight. You see? And what a surprise. 50 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon, because of the radiation. That's another clip we'll show of a NASA engineer saying the technology necessary to go to the moon has not been invented yet. And so this is what convinced me. This is the key, the highlight of the film. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It's on the homepage of Sabrel.com. That's what convinced me. This film took 7 years to produce. I spent 4,000 hours editing 45 minutes. And I was doing it under the theory it might be true, that they faked it. When I saw this, I'm like, they faked it. I showed it to the director of NBC News. He said they faked it. He was going to broadcast it nationwide until he was told by the federal government.
That clip certainly is pretty obvious that they were trying to pull off a camera trick, especially when they're showing lights inside the cabin. But some of your critics say that there is footage, and I've seen footage online of Apollo 10, where the camera goes from one window showing the moon and pans over to the other window opposite showing the Earth. And there's also additional footage from Apollo 11 where it shows footage of the Earth a little bit closer than that, I think, where it shows it moving in and out of the window frame because the camera's moving around, not still.
Well, actually, on this unedited footage, as they're faking the shot, they say this is the way 10 did it. Meaning Apollo 10 that allegedly orbited the moon faked the same shot the same way from Earth orbit. So, actually, that footage is incriminating. Here it is on the right. That's them. He just said it's 130,000 miles out. It's the same proportion on the left, right? On the right, the part that was broadcast to the public, they claim that's the Earth floating in space, right, from 130,000 miles out.
Right.
Over here on the left is the unedited version that we have, where they say Apollo 10, which allegedly orbited the moon, and it never did. They faked it the same way. So, if you went to a restaurant, let's say the restaurant...
I'm with you on this. I'm completely with you on this.
But my point is this, though, about these defenses of it, right? I think I mentioned in the video, I talked to a college professor
Yes.
Okay?
Right.
He said there's nothing I could show him that would make him recant the glorious moon landings. I said, well, what if an Apollo astronaut confessed on national TV it was fake? The professor said, still think that they walked on the moon anyway. There's no piece of evidence these people who made a religion out of the moon landings would ever admit to it. Now, if we went to a restaurant that had a salad bar and one of the multiple ingredients had poison in it, would that be enough to shut down the restaurant? Or would you have to have 10 of the ingredients poison, or half of them, or 75%?
Right.
The point is, if any of the mission is fake, then all of it's fake. Now, if you want to go to the next picture, Steve, pull up that still picture called shadows. Okay, we just proved logically.
Can we talk about that other footage though from Apollo 11, where there's shots of the window where it shows the Earth moving around and it looks legitimate?
Well, you can show it if you want, if you have it queued up.
I don't know if I have it queued up.
Well,
What do you make of that?
Well, the one that I saw was them filming a reflection of the fake shot in a piece of glass on the other side of the spacecraft. You follow that? Which made it look like it was going from one end to the other. Do you follow? So they're faking the Earth shot here. They have a reflection of it in another window, and somehow they use that as an illusion to make it look real. We can prove, again, we proved logically, without having to look at any video or any footage.
Steve, I sent you the clip earlier. I texted it to you.
Well, yeah, here is the picture called Shadow, if you want to see it. That's the same fake shot right there. Because a cloud band can't go all the way across the Earth. Do it closer. See, all
It
of
was
this.
9 minutes and something. 9 minutes
Yeah.
and 15 seconds, Steve, remember? Right here, right here. That looks...
Yeah, that's a reflection.
See, he exposes, he pulls out. All right, you can pause it. That looked pretty legit.
Yeah, I think that's a reflection of the other window behind it. So the fake shot is in the glass that's behind it. Again, we only have to prove that they faked one shot
Yeah.
to prove that the missions are fake. Because if they really went to the moon, there would be no reason to fake it. I just showed them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit.
So how do they have, when it stops, it shows blackness. If they were in low Earth orbit, wouldn't you see the entire Earth moving fast with clouds moving?
Depends on whether they were in sync with the Earth or not. That's why the photographer David Percy believes that is a transparency of the Earth over the window.
On that shot.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, go back to my footage. We have them clearly faking being halfway to the moon.
I agree with the other shot.
Regardless of this, this could be in a TV studio, for all we know. What we do have is them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. I just did a side-by-side where we showed them claiming that's the Earth in space, and on the left, I showed that it was a 1-foot model. Period. It's over. We have to prove Apollo 11 faking being halfway. faking halfway to the moon, which means they could not even go halfway. It doesn't matter whether the footage that they claim is real. We only need to show poison in one of the ingredients in the salad bar to close down the restaurant. We have them faking being halfway to the moon with a 1-foot model of the Earth. We just showed it. On the right is Neil Armstrong lying, 130,000 miles out. It's the little blue Earth.
Right.
On the left, it's the window being made up to look like they're halfway to the moon. They're faking being halfway to the moon. It means they couldn't go halfway. It means they didn't go to the moon. I mean, come on. When Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927, right, 50 years later, 1977, aircraft was 1,000 times more advanced. There were millions of them flying across the Atlantic. So in comparison, if today they can only travel 1,000th the distance to the moon, what's that the equivalent of is saying after he flew across the Atlantic in 1927, 50 years later in 1977, no aircraft anywhere on Earth from any country
Right.
can fly across the Atlantic, and the best aircraft can only fly 3 miles, and that's it, 1,000th the distance. You see, after they blew up the first atomic bomb in 1945, 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now. There'd be bases all over the moon.
So one of the pushbacks to one of the pushes, the counter arguments to that would be that atomic bombs and airplanes are tied to the economy and the military industrial complex for global dominance militarily, and airplanes for commercial travel, money. All the biggest innovations in the world are tied to the economy, right? And going to the moon, I don't know how the going to the moon would benefit the economy or our military.
Well, that's kind of the lame excuse people put up, like it's money. Well, every month for the last 40 years, the federal government spent 70% more than it took in. So I don't think money is an issue. And then ever since Nixon, 8 presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. We had Reagan say it, we're going to return to the moon in 5 years. You had Clinton say it twice. You had George Bush Sr. say it once. You had George Bush Jr. say it twice. You had Obama say we're going to return to the moon in 5 years. You had Trump say we're going to return to the moon in 5 years.
Trump did say it.
So they've said they want to return to the moon 8 times in 5 years. And somehow, with 50 years better technology, they can't do it in 50 years. But somehow, they did it in 8 years with 1,000,000th computing power per cell phone, when space travel had only just begun. You see that? You cannot have greater technology in the past and in the future. Let's look at the next picture. Well, look at that still. If you want to look at, like you said, the most condemning evidence, bring up the shadow one. We just showed them faking being halfway to the moon, right? That other guy's footage may look more real. It doesn't matter. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon. We just showed it right in front of your eyes. The lights come up. It's a 1-foot model of the Earth, which means they're faking being halfway to the moon, which means they can't go halfway, which means they didn't go. Over on the left, you can prove the moon landing fraud with one simple photograph. You can make that full screen if you want. These are the way shadows should appear outside. Go ahead and make that image larger if you can't see it.
Steve, on the top left, there's the bigger.
Okay, so this is a picture I took in sunlight. You can do this yourself. Go outside in your front yard, your parking lot at lunchtime at work on a cloudless day. Look at 2 trees, 2 telephone poles, 2 people. The sun is 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth in volume, 93 million miles away. It's going to cast shadows in the same direction over the entire Earth or moon. It's scientifically and mathematically impossible for shadows lit by sunlight to intersect. They've always run parallel. Over on the right is the alleged last mission to the moon, where an astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock only 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock.
Well, the bigger shadow from the bigger rock is even more interesting.
Well, the point is that shadows should be parallel in sunlight. NASA claimed all the pictures are taken in sunlight because it's 20 times brighter with no atmosphere on the moon than the Earth. The last thing they're going to need is electrical light. and yet that is absolute proof in a court of law, scientifically, mathematically. Shadows are intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. It means it's an electrical light that's really close. So, you just proved the moon landing fraud.
And you have a cinematography background.
I do. I've won best cinematography in the first film I ever made, and best editing and best director in the first 3 films I ever made. And that was 40 years ago. Okay? Any filmmaker will tell you that that is lit with electrical light, which means they're on Earth, which means they didn't go to the moon. And you think
Electrical light, meaning
it's very close.
What you're saying is it's an artificial light source that is much closer than 90 million miles away.
Right. According to NASA, because there's no atmosphere on the moon, it's 20 times brighter than a desert at noon on Earth. So the last thing in the world you're going to need is a flash photography or electrical light. But that proves on the right it's a very close electrical light, or maybe 2 electrical lights. You can't have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart in sunlight. It's impossible.
Do you know if did they film this in like an airplane hangar?
According to the eyewitness that we have, it was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968.
I thought Bill Casey said it was shot at Area 51.
Well, he died before this confession came forward. That was the assumption. I assumed that too. But we have, so let's go through the proofs. First of all, today they can only travel 1,000th the distance to the moon with 5 decades better technology than in 1969. You can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future. You just proved that they faked it. Everything else, there's never been a technological milestone flying across the Atlantic, splitting the atom, cold fusion, whatever you want to do. There's never been a technological breakthrough that no one could repeat 50 years later, when in fact it should be 1,000 times greater 50 years later. We just proved it. You can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future. They faked it. Then we have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. That's an electrical light. We just proved it again that they didn't go to the moon. We showed it a moment ago. On the right, the little blue bird, they claim it's halfway to the moon. On the left, the lights come up, it's a 1-foot model. We proved it a 3rd time. And then we have an eyewitness, right? If I said I saw you commit the murder, I'd say that's pretty condemning evidence. And if I said it as I was dying, a court considers that twice as powerful. If you want to show the picture, Cyrus Eugene Akers, please, Steve.
Yeah, hang on, let's stay on this for a second.
Okay.
What is the pushback you get for the shadows? What is their
I've never heard pushback on it.
Steve, what do you think about the shadows? Steve has a background in cinematography.
Oh, you're going to drag me into this.
Okay. Steve, can you
I am a cinematographer. I'm a commercial cinematographer. I've not won any awards. I've just won a lot of money. I would say that it is. Well, you know what? I actually did some test shots. I didn't show Danny, but because it's a single source here, and this is a single source, or at least this is supposed to be a single source, right? It could be 2 sources. You have one here. It's easy enough to test, and so I took a photo, and this is the sun directly behind me, and you can see the shadows going straight up like that. This one is kind of at an angle, and then over here we got kind of the same thing going on.
Well, that one, you and the pole are kind of going the same direction.
Yeah, and what camera did you take that with? Was it your cell phone or what?
So, this is my personal camera. Why is this not freaking working?
Yeah, I mean, what camera did you take to the
It's not switching.
It's not switching. It's a. Oh, it's frozen.
Oh, it's frozen. Oh no.
Shoot,
The CIA.
Yeah,
It's the CIA.
Yeah, what you need to do, Steve,
They're hiding it in a mainframe.
is show us the picture you took in sunlight from objects 5 feet apart that intersect at 90 degrees. Then I'll say the moon missions are real. Because the one on the left is parallel shadows as it should be, and the one on the right is intersecting shadows because it's an electrical light that's really close.
Right.
It also has to do with the type of camera you use. So if you use a cell phone, that's a wide angle lens, and that may distort the angle.
Well,
of the shadows.
the cell phones have like 3. They all have like 3 different lengths now.
What they used was a 50 millimeter lens. That
Really?
was somewhat telephoto.
Okay.
And so,
All right, full screen this, Steve. You can see it.
All right, so
What kind of lens was this?
this is so because they had a Hasselblad
And I just looked online to kind of, I'm not trying to debunk it, but I was trying to match the lens. And so, yes, they have a 50 millimeter, but then there was one resource said that there was like a 25 to like 80. And so the equivalent for my camera would be an 8 millimeter. I don't have an 8, I have a 12, and so this is not going to be as wide, right? So this is like this is one shot right here.
This is a 12 millimeter?
This is a 12 millimeter.
Okay, so these objects are, well, this is way wider than 50. Yes, so these objects,
But on my camera, because I have a cropped sensor, the equivalent, the equivalent is the same. And so
okay,
here,
so this is a great example as to why the moon missions are fake.
Mhm.
You taking the picture and the person standing where the rock should be. If the shadows intersect in sunlight, then that moment
Would be going that way.
Yeah, it would be going straight across your shadow, but it doesn't. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So what you're actually proving is that they fake the moon landing, because you cannot have 90-degree shadows intersecting from the person taking the picture, which is the astronaut shadow, the person on the right, which is the shadow of the rock, which is going straight across your head, and the other picture, right? So, and then what you need to do is go replicate shadows intersecting at 90 degrees with one or two electrical lights.
Do you have any other
I
photos?
did that. I have a bunch of flashes, and so I did the same thing. So you can see like the shadows here. So which one's fake, right?
Well, that one's at nighttime, isn't
This
it?
is at night, but so it looks a lot more like a moon shot, right? So you can see like the angles are exactly the same. This is real sun, and this is fake light right behind
Right,
me.
but you still haven't showed them intersecting at 90 degrees in sunlight.
Well, so to put a second source there, I threw a flash. So I removed my source and put one at 90 degrees to push the shadow here, and then when you combine them,
Yeah, there you
There
go.
you go.
So basically,
That's
you're
what you
saying-
have in the moon photo, basically.
Right, so you use two light sources to do those shadows, correct?
correct. The
Okay, so that
well, there's
means
a problem here
so-
because you have two shadows. This rock is casting.
Yeah, but
Oh, it's casting two shadows.
yeah,
The first light and the second light.
right, but the shadows that we're talking about, the 90-degree difference. This picture was taken with two light sources. Well,
Correct.
NASA claims they were taken with one light source.
Steve,
the sun.
if we were on a film set, could we flag off that second shadow behind the trash can?
Dude, you were reading my mind. Holy crap! So I did flag it off.
Oh,
I took a shot with my cell phone and showed the behind the scenes, but I forgot to upload it. But this is what would happen if you put this. So this is a 4x4 floppy over here, to the right. So to eliminate that shadow that I'm casting with that double shadow, and you can see that there's a difference in contrast. For the technology that they had back in the 60s, they didn't have like a lot of extra cool stuff. It was pretty basic, like flags.
they had flags and stuff.
They had flags,
It's the user version.
Yeah, the diffusion is probably like a silk, or maybe even like was tough spun, like an insulation. They didn't have like half grid and full grid. And
Okay, so basically what you did to match the picture that NASA claims was taken with sunlight on the moon is to use two electrical lights.
Correct.
So you just proved that the picture that they claimed was in sunlight was actually taken with two electrical lights, which means they're on Earth.
So
Which is what I've been saying
So in order
for many years.
basically to get these two shadows intersecting in the way they are, one going straight, one going to the left, you cannot reproduce that with one single light source.
Not with the sunlight. They claim it was sunlight. And so this was done with two electrical lights, which is exactly how they took the picture, if you want to bring it back up. So here, this is taken with two electrical lights that have them intersecting at 90 degrees.
Right.
Now bring up my picture of them intersecting at 90 degrees.
Show the moon rock with the astronaut foreground.
So there you go. It also was taken with two electrical lights.
The big rock on the top right is crazy. It's literally a complete 90-degree angle.
So we just proved that the picture on the right was taken with two electrical lights, which means they're on Earth, which means they didn't go to the moon.
Would you agree with that, Steve?
I don't. My problem with that is you don't have a flag shadow over here with the. You would either have like
You have a double
you would
shadow.
have a double shadow, yeah, or you'd have that flag line, and that's the only like for the technology that they had. I just can't see that being done. Like, look at this one versus that. You can see a difference in contrast. I would be interested to know what the film crews were using in order to produce this effect.
Yeah, but what you would say if that is not taken with sunlight, the picture on the right.
I don't know. I think it's a really wide lens. The thing is, with the wide lens, you
Well, I mean, if you had to say yes or no, your life depended on it.
if I had a gun to my head, I would say no. I would say
It's the picture on the right taken with sunlight.
there's a.
You're asking if my life depended on
I
it?
would.
Yeah, would you say the picture on the right was taken with sunlight?
Sure. You would? I don't think I would.
Well, I'm sure.
Okay,
I'm sure thousands.
here's the problem. He doesn't want to say it.
Right.
Because that would mean the moon missions are fake, and that has an emotional attachment to it. If a college professor teaching aerospace says an Apollo astronaut confessing it was fake would not dissuade him from believing the moon missions are real, then we can understand, no offense, Steve, you have an emotional attachment to the moon landings wanting to be fake. Because we've just proven, you proved yourself, that in order to get the shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart, you needed 2 electrical lights, which means that picture was taken with 2 electrical lights because that's the way it should look on the left, very similar to your picture in sunlight. And yet, you have this reluctance to say the moon missions are fake for various emotional reasons, pride and science, who knows what. I had the same problem too. I had shadows intersecting the weird behavior of the astronauts. I saw that picture also, the one on the right. But before I found the footage of them faking being half of the moon, and I still would not admit that the moon landings were fake. You see that? I had the same problem that he did. I didn't want the world to be that fallen. Just like Glenn Beck. He says, I know it has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. Now let's show a picture of Cyrus Eugene Akers, okay? So I believe that we have 4 times the proof in a court of law that the moon missions are fake. Cannot have 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future. Never happened in the history of the world, period. We have shadows intersecting
Except for the Great Pyramids.
Well, no, not really. Those are just rocks piled on top of one another. Because now skyscrapers are 3 times taller with 1/10 of the footprint. So technology
But
has
the variation, how square they are, is not even close.
Well, I don't know about that. The point is, you can build a building that's taller with less of a footprint. 3 times taller with 1/10 of the footprint. So yeah, architecture
So you think
did improve.
You don't think the pyramids are made by aliens?
No, I think aliens is a lie. Because von Braun said they were going to fake an alien invasion. He said that right before he died. So, and this is from the guy who faked the moon landing. We can go into that a little bit later. But,
Okay.
but
What do you got? What is this, Steve?
Oh, I was trying to find the
Another photo of shadows?
No, I was trying to find like more higher resolution of this.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
I mean, it's cropped, and so I mean, what else is there?
Is there enough? Did you get this from like a secret archive or something, or is that available
it's
online?
an Apollo 17 picture.
Oh, 17. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so we've got shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which cannot happen in sunlight, which means it's an electrical light. We just proved it. We duplicated it with 2 electrical lights, meaning it was taken with 2 electrical lights, which means they're not the moon. You can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past and in the future. It's never happened in the history of the world where technological breakthrough cannot be repeated 50 years later when it should be even 1,000 times greater 50 years later. Then we just showed the footage. On the right, they're claiming it's the Earth floating in space. On the left, the lights come up, it's a 1-foot model of the Earth. That proves it. Then we have an eyewitness, okay? Cyrus Eugene Akers, if you want to show his picture, it's one of those pictures in the email.
Okay.
He said, as he was dying, fearing the judgment of God, and as best as we can tell from the ancient texts, if you confess your sin and repent of them, you're forgiven, even of murder. And that's what he said. First thing he said is, I want to get off my chest, I committed a murder in 1968. The son was there, and we're going to show a clip of that next. The son was there saying, Dad, who did you kill? He says, I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base. The son immediately calls the military police to investigate. He wants to give the victim's family closure because they just said the guy disappeared. Did he die in an accident? What happened? The military police come in. We're going to see the testimony of him eyewitnessing that. And they said, who did you kill? And he said, who? He said, when? July, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. On this one there, cue it up to, cue this one up to 336 and play it through 728 in just a second. So 336 is what we started. So Cyrus Eugene Akers, he confessed.
This is his son?
That's his son. He confessed that he killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base. He was chief of security over the Air Force's most secure Air Force base. Bill Casey said the Segment landing was supervised by the United States Air Force. Every branch of the military has its special ops division. The Army has it, the Marines have it, and the Air Force has it, and it's at that guy's Air Force Base, Cannon Air Force Base, Clovis, New Mexico. He said it killed a coworker. The military police came in to investigate, and when they said, "Why did you kill him?" He said to cover up the moon landing fraud. We both eyewitnessed him filming it on a fake set, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. And my coworker thought it was morally wrong, and I killed him to cover it up. If you start this clip at 336 and play it through 728, you're going to hear the son's testimony who eyewitnessed the deathbed confession and the investigation. Go ahead.
I've never known my dad to lie. To get caught lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on to hide the purple welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a real...
Oh, buggy today, are we?
Yeah, I guess us having problems starting.
CIA.
And a really bad attitude towards Lauren. Excuse me again. Okay, anyway, this is the story that my dad told me. And it's that Project Slam Dunk was the name of this. President Johnson in 1968, okay, in Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already two large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had fashioned it into a lunar landscape. So, okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. What's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pole framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was operated the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and anything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, that was one of three guards. They guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. And here is that list. I gave it to Bart Psycho as well. He checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Baldwin, Werner von Braun, Robert Hedger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. Now, the only two that I really have information on is Robert Emenaker. Apparently, did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense.
So basically, what he's saying is his dad was a security guard during the filming of the videos that we see for them on the surface of the moon.
Correct. Bill Casey said it was supervised by the United States Air Force. The most secretive Air Force base is actually Cannon Air Force Base, and his father was the chief of security there. And as he was dying, he confessed to killing somebody to keep secret the fact that they filmed the first quote moon landing a year earlier at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. President Johnson showed up first day filming. According to the minutes, he was 1 hour flight away on the holiday. And he got curious and showed up. He personally gave Cyrus Eugene Akers this list of 15 VIPs. And these people, some of whom have admitted in their memoirs, were there. Cannon Air Force Base used to say on their website that President Johnson visited in 1968, and they rehearsed part of the lunar landing there. And then they scrubbed that off of their website when we got a hold of this information. After I secured this information, my book Moonman, again, it's an audio Kindle right at Sobrel.com. I was verifying this. It took me 15 years to write the book, 2 years to edit the book.
When did you publish it?
I published it in, I think, 2021. And I'm verifying this information with him. And a couple of days later, while he's out, even though we had some cameras and security system in the bathroom, so we disabled it, took everything there was related to his father from his house. 2 days later, two guys showed up, government agents, and threatened to kill him and his family. The White House at the time actually investigated this. The press secretary did. So did a senator on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate and the local FBI. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. People were being threatened to be killed because of this coming out. If UFOs were real, there wouldn't be any disclosure in Congress. They want us to believe in them. You see, Stephen Greer's number one source that UFOs are real are the Apollo astronauts. You see, the lying Apollo astronauts who said their whole life the moon missions are real and aliens are real. So aliens are just as real as the moon landings. And if Stephen Greer, who believes the moon landings are real, can't discern that they are fake, then maybe what he has to say about aliens is an incorrect discernment as well. So the fact is, only one person has come forward that the moon landings were fake, and to say as you're dying, you killed somebody to cover it up, and the guy is verified to have been a chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. And Bill Casey, I have on tape saying it was filmed at an Air Force base, all the pieces are coming together. So we have an eyewitness, we have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees that should be parallel. We have them using a 1 foot model to pretend that they're halfway to the moon, that even the NBC News director agrees they didn't go to the moon. And the fact that today they can only travel 1,000th the distance to the moon, even with 50 years better technology. And then if you want to show the next clip, we show one of the reasons. You ask for the evidence, there's just a couple of more evidences as to why they did indeed fake the moon landing. We have an engineer from NASA saying that most people don't know. If you want to show this still picture, Steve, it's called radiation belts down there.
Is this the Gus Grissom guy?
No, that's another matter which we can get into. It's the radiation belts picture. It's on the most recent
Van Allen.
Yes, the most recent.
Van Allen was also one of the guys on set that day.
Yeah, he was. So
It's named after him.
Well, the Van Allen radiation belts were named. So go to new technology not invented yet. Okay, so basically, people don't know that surrounding the Earth. You want to pause it there. Go. You can show that picture if you can find it there. The 6 attachments radiation belt. Most people don't know this, but high above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles up, is a radiation field that's 30,000 miles thick, called the Van Allen radiation belt. You have to go through it to reach the moon. You have to go through it on the way back as well. Every space mission has been well below the radiation, generally about 750 miles below the radiation, except going to the moon. You have to go through it. You say, here's a NASA engineer saying that the radiation is dangerous, meaning lethal to people, and then he says, we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology necessary to go through the radiation and survive has not been invented yet. Go ahead and play the clip. Oh, there's an image, if you want to show it, of the radiation belt. You see, every manned mission has been below it, except going to the moon. You have to go through it. There's been no
Astronauts that have been anywhere near that.
no, except going to the moon. You have to go through it to the moon and through it on the way back. And the clip we're about to see is NASA's own engineer saying the technology necessary to go to the moon and back through the radiation has not been invented yet. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space, meaning the challenges to radiation protection have not been invented yet.
Smith and I work on navigation and guidance for Rabbi. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on a run. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We won't have astronauts inside. We won't have astronauts inside. We won't have astronauts inside.
So there you go. Now you know why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. Somehow, with 1960s technology, with one million computing power of a cell phone, we can drive cars and play golf on the moon. But 55 years better technology, we can only have mannequins orbiting the moon. The guy just said we must solve these radiation challenges before we send people through this region of space, meaning the technology to go through the radiation and back has not been invented yet.
So the Van Allen radiation belts are like big donuts that go around like the equator of the moon. They go pretty high and they go pretty low. But there's holes in the top and bottom, right? Some people speculate that the Apollo missions could have slingshotted, they took off from Florida and could have slingshotted themselves around a little bit north or a little bit south and gone like through the top or to the bottom of it.
Well, I would love the people to say that because they're admitting that the radiation belts are deadly, which they are. According to NASA's own flight log, they went straight through the radiation belt of the equipment.
Oh, really?
They didn't have enough fuel to zigzag, and the only way to go through them would be to launch from the North or South Pole. But seeing how the space shuttle launched at 38 degrees and blew up, launching at the North or South Pole would be too cold, plus you'd have to have the capability of the personnel surviving there. So, according to their own press release,
They didn't have enough fuel to go all the way around to the north or the
not
south.
at all. And they didn't have the ability to do that. They never claimed to have done that.
And also another interesting thing is to get through that radiation belt, they would have had to have a lot of protection around that capsule they were in, right? They would have had to have lead maybe or
About 3 feet of water is the latest idea.
okay.
This is why, I mean, they said in 2014.
So sorry to interrupt, but they've sent animals through there, right, to test it?
That I don't know. They have covered up some information about that. What they did do is send 2 Geiger counters into the radiation around the time of this guy's report.
Explosive.
So well, almost. I called up NASA and I said, hey, first let me talk to this guy. They said, well, he misspoke. We don't allow him to talk reports anymore. And then I said, well, you sent up probes directly into the radiation belt and back with 2 Geiger counters. Can you please have those Geiger counter readings? is they said, I cannot have them, it's a military secret. So the temperature of the sun isn't a military secret, it's just nature. And when they sent probes to Jupiter to find out how much, let's say, helium is in the atmosphere, it's not a military secret. Why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth be a military secret? Look at this. Because it proves that they cannot go to the moon.
Yes, animals have been sent through the Van Allen radiation belts. Laika, a dog, was the first animal in space aboard Sputnik 2, but her mission was intended for 10 days and she only survived for 2 days due to the spacecraft overheating. However, no animals were specifically set to evaluate the effects of radiation on biological organisms before sending astronauts through the Van Allen radiation belts. Instead, NASA designed the Apollo missions to minimize exposure by sending aircraft through the narrowest part of the belts at the poles and ensuring the trajectories avoided the densest regions of the belts.
But that's they're contradicting themselves.
It's contradicting the NASA flight logs.
Yeah, because that's why they launch at Florida to be near the equator. And they claim they use gravitational effect to simply loop around. There was no additional fuel to zigzag through the belts. Their own printouts that they gave to the press corps show them going right through the belts.
This would be an interesting
And that's why the guy said the technology to go through them hasn't been invented yet. Look at the next article. Look at this article here. It says, article says modern technology cannot go to the moon. It talks about the radiation right here. What's keeping us from Mars? If you want to bring up that link, okay? So I'll read it here. You can enlarge it if you want.
Published in 2009.
Yeah. It says cosmic rays are so dangerous and so poorly understood that people are unlikely to get to Mars or even back to the moon until better ways are found to protect astronauts, experts said Monday. So right now, today, with 55 years better technology, they do not have the technology to protect astronauts from radiation.
Zoom in a little bit, Steve, so I can read that a little bit better. Down below that, I'll just punch it in so I can see the whole line. One of the big issues is that they have really cut funding for biology.
You want the first part. Right after Washington. Cosmic rays are so dangerous and so poorly understood that people are unlikely
to go to
to
Mars.
get to Mars or even back to the moon until better ways are found to protect astronauts from the radiation. So they're saying right there the technology does not exist today to send astronauts to the moon.
Right.
You see? It's right there out
What
in the
does
open.
Elon say about this?
Well, Elon said the Apollo projects are a technological and historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place. In fact, if you want to look at another clip, he says that it's going to take 8 fuel trips in order to go. Look at Von Braun, the guy who said we're going to go to the moon. If you want to go down to Werner Von Braun, multiple fuel trips.
Let's take a pause. I gotta take a look.
Okay.
Okay, we were just talking about before we took our break. We're back. We're talking about Elon saying that he would need 9 fuel stops to get to the moon.
Correct. First, he said it's a historical and technological anomaly, meaning out of place according to logical progression of technology. And then he said with the taller rocket than the Saturn V, he's going to take at least minimum 8 fuel trips to go to the moon.
Can you find out where he said that, Steve?
Well, yeah, and then we're actually going to show a NASA scientist saying it may take even more than that.
Okay.
So first of all, let's listen to this clip. So basically, Kelly Smith misspoke, got in trouble. He said the technology to go through the radiation has not been invented yet. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. They claim they looped around the equator through the belts. They're trying to make up for it now. So there it is right there.
Go to the headline. What does the headline say?
Yeah.
Elon Musk says it could take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a single moon trip.
And this is with a rocket that's slightly taller than the Saturn V. He's going to say it's going to take 8 of them. If you want to
zoom in, Steve, real quick. I just want to read the first part of this. Delivering astronauts to the moon is no easy feat, and it requires a disgusting amount of rocket fuel to pull it off. With its fuel tanks filled to the brim, NASA's Saturn V rockets weighed in at 6.5 million pounds during the Apollo missions almost half a century ago. It managed to burn up to 20 tons of rocket fuel every second. Fast forward several decades, and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk is trying to achieve similar greatness with the space company Starship rocket. This time, it's going to take a lot of refueling to get there. In fact, SpaceX competitor Blue Origin recently bragged that SpaceX might need as many as 16 launches. Holy crap.
Right. So von Braun, and this is in my book, Moonmaker, at my website, he said originally to go to the moon and one rocket is impossible. We're going to show a clip of that in just a second. And minimum you could do would be 3 rockets, each weighing 800,000 tons, being taller than the Empire State Building. The Saturn V only weighed 2,500 tons instead of 800,000 tons times 3. So that's a difference of 32,000% times 3. Take a look at this clip. Just like Kelly Smith misspoke and accidentally told the truth, the technology to go to the moon through the radiation belts has not been invented yet. Here's an astronaut saying the best we can do with 50 years better technology is orbit the Earth, and we hope to go to the moon eventually. Take a listen.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to. And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Yeah, he just said they hope to go to the moon eventually. Now take a look at this clip from von Braun himself saying the largest rocket that you can build can only achieve Earth orbit, and that's exactly what Elon Musk said. He's going to take 3 trips. Take a listen.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun. A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use all the fuel it carries just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So each one of those 9 rockets Elon's talking about would have to be full of fuel.
In order to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
But so just to make sure I'm following, the first one would be able to get with full of fuel, would be able to get into orbit.
That's it.
The next one would have to go, I'm assuming would be able to go the same distance, fuel the one up in orbit,
And at least 8 trips of fuel.
so after it fuels it up again, I guess they can hit the blasters and go even farther. But then you have to send another one up twice as far to fuel it up again, right?
Well, then you need fuel to land on the moon and to leave the moon,
Right.
which they didn't have. This is why NASA destroyed all the technology. It's one of the clips at Sabrel.com, a NASA engineer saying, we intentionally destroyed all of the moon landing technology. Now, if they were ever going to destroy technology, you might do that with the atomic bomb, right? We used it in the war, but let's not do that again.
Sure.
And yet, just 10 years later, atomic bombs are 1,000 times more powerful. You see, so if they really went to the moon, the last thing they would do would be to destroy all the technology.
Right.
They destroyed the technology. They destroyed the telemetry data where the rocket really was. They destroyed all of the original videotapes, which you would never do if you really went, but that's exactly what you would do if you were faking it. So that's actually incidental proof that they faked it as well. Now look at this.
And they specifically said that it was all destroyed?
That's a clip if you want to go to Sabrel.com and video links. Look for the one NASA admits they destroyed the technology. His name is Don Pettit.
And how much did it cost to put the
In today's dollars, $250 billion. So, yeah, so you can imagine where Bill Gates spent $250 billion making the first AI. Hey, that worked great, and then throw the schematics, the blueprints, and the hardware in the furnace. You would never do that. But that's what they did with the moon technology, because you could prove, like we're proving now, it didn't have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit, doesn't have the radiation protection, it can't, have the lunar module come back 250 degrees outside with air conditioning on a bunch of car batteries. It didn't even have enough fuel to leave the lunar surface. It was only 2 aluminum foil thickness in the spacecraft. Would you even get into a spacecraft thickness of 2 pieces of aluminum foil, where your elbow or your knee or your finger.
I thought it was an eighth of an inch.
No, that's the shielding on the spacecraft, but they're talking about the lunar module itself. You're talking about the command module. The lunar module itself was only the thickness of 2 pieces of aluminum foil, but anyone even get into that. Now, this clip below, it says NASA engineer, multiple field trips needed. Start that at 2855. This just came out. Okay, NASA, it's the one in the last email I sent you. It says modern NASA engineer, multiple field trips needed. At 2855. So I take a listen for 1 full minute.
Really interesting. And then I started trying to understand the architecture to get there. Okay? I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys, and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to take up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, wow, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start, because I know people, I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. Okay, so I was like, some people were like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? Then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off, and this is how many rockets it's going to take.
Right.
To blow up that thing to get it to the moon.
So you can pause there. So he said he did the math. It's going to take up to 24 rockets taller than the Saturn V to go to the moon. You see that? This is why they destroyed all the schematics, the blueprints, and everything in the attempt to cover up the fact that it's technologically impossible to go to the moon with the Saturn V rocket, which he just proved. If you saw the Saturn V was smaller than the Elon Musk rocket, and it's going to take 24 rockets taller than the Saturn V to have enough fuel to go to the moon. Are we convinced yet that they fake going to the moon? Now, here's another interesting clip. I think you saw it in Astronauts Gone Wild if you want to cue up Hot Mike of my assassination. So basically...
So this is Buzz Aldrin, you go to his house?
No, this is Edgar Mitchell.
Edgar Mitchell.
Right.
Right.
So the very first thing we started this conversation with, although you can show that if you want.
Well, he punches you. Buzz Aldrin's what punches you, right?
Right. Basically, you said the behavior of the astronauts at their press conference was off. It took, the window shot of them faking being halfway to the moon to convince me. Here's the famous, incident where I'm asking him to swear the Bible, and he punches me. Now, if I walked on the moon, it would be just like what you said, Danny. If I walked on the moon and someone thought otherwise, I would find that hysterically funny, right? I would be like, sure, I'll swear in the Bible. Would 2 Bibles make you feel better? What about 3? Mm-hmm. But it's like me walking up to him in front of his wife and saying, oh, your mistress says so. You see, a sword with no point causes no injury. The fact that he's getting angry is only because I'm right. So after we made the first film, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. There's Neil Armstrong refusing to swear in the Bible, and he walked on the moon. I came up with this idea of tracking down the astronauts. I showed Edgar Mitchell the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. He turned beet red. He said, where did you get this? He kicks me in the butt from behind on the way out. Right here. Sit right here. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my camera guy forgot to hit stop record. So if you want to fast forward this to 48:59, while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car, we're accidentally still recording the audio of the astronaut and his son in their house with the door closed.
Right.
And starting at 48:59.
Yeah, you're good. Right there. A little bit before that. See.
Yeah, just turn up the audio from here. Yeah. Should we get this done? Shoot them out? Or get out now? No, we have a video camera ready if you want to do it. Right. That would be great footage for us. See you later. Or no. You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked. So do you want to call the CIA and have them whacked? Okay, you can stop there. That's a little director's art film about me being chased by the CIA. But basically,
How long after they walked you out to the driveway did they say that?
that was them closing the door on the inside of their house. I didn't find that until the transcript was done.
Rewind. What's that again? Steve, from the point they're arguing. Rewind it. Right then, yeah. Play it from there. So that's him right there. That's a song behind him. Right.
No, we have a video camera ready if you want to do
So
it.
they're both right. They're outside.
There'd be great footage for us. See you later. Report on it.
Court.
CIA.
So that sounds like they're inside though.
Yeah, they are. So as soon as I said that remark, they were on their way back in the house and closed the door. That's why you hear the echo sound of the inside of the house. I mentioned court because he threatened to take me to court, and I'm like, please do.
What did you do?
Well, I didn't find the recording until like 3 months later. We had a film secretary who did a transcript of all of this. Mind you, we have a millionaire backing us. So about 3 months after I did all these interviews, she calls me up frantically on the telephone. Part. You know what they're talking about privately in their house with the door closed before you found out you left your hand on a microphone and you turned to go get it? I'm like, I don't know. What are they saying? They're talking about calling the CIA to have you killed. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty funny. There's no part. They're talking about calling the CIA to have you killed. And I'm
What
like,
was Edgar's response to that?
well, I don't know. But the point is, if they really walked on the moon, right? And I'm some silly person who thinks it was filmed at Canada Air Force Base, why would the CIA care? Right?
So I'm curious to give it context. Because I'm sure did he stop recording right after he got the question, or was there more audio after that?
Well, there was more audio after that, but that's the relevant part.
And what I would share, I think it'd be really interesting or relevant also to hear what Edgar said to that. Like if he was joking with him, or if he was like, if he had like or maybe he didn't say anything, or maybe he was like, yeah, I think we should call.
Yeah, I don't remember anything relevant, otherwise I would have put it in there. The fact is, we left that microphone on him accidentally because I was assaulted. And I got confused and forgot to get it. And my camera operator, when normally didn't stop, he was so, shocked that I was assaulted, he forgot to hit stop recording. So,
well, I would like, I understand that part. I'm just saying it would be super relevant to leave in what his response was to his son.
yeah, I don't think there was a response, otherwise I would have left it in there. Okay. Yeah. But we might have been out of range as we were driving away. It's a radio wave. It only works with I don't know, maybe keep them out or something.
Right.
In any case, that's the part that stood out to me. If I'm some silly person who thinks the moon landings were fake or filmed at Canada Air Force Base, why would the CIA care? You see, why does an astronaut on a civilian mission have the CIA's Rolodex? And why would the CIA be involved in killing me if they really went to the moon? You see? So that's incidental proof they didn't go. So it's destroying all the original videotapes, technology, telemetry data, which they would never do if they really went. But that's exactly what they would do if they were covering up a fraud. You see? So there's plenty of proof that we didn't go to the moon. The problem is people have this religious attachment to it. They don't want to admit that America has gone that far down the drain. The fact is there's no independent press coverage, and people wanted to believe it. And if the guys in the command center don't know the difference between a practice flight and a quote real one, no one else could possibly know as well.
So I want to ask you about this rich millionaire rocket scientist guy who funded your movie. How did you meet him?
Well, it's very interesting if you believe in serendipity or divine intervention. You remember I told you that I originally got scared. The shadows intersecting, the weird behavior of the astronauts, the Soviets had 5 times more man hours in space than we did, and we never went. Right. Never went to this day. And I'm like, something doesn't smell right. And I have this relentless, never give up personality, and I love puzzles. And I thought, well, if anyone could figure out whether we didn't go to the moon or not, it would be me. And so I turned down the project, and then I later changed my mind when I realized that the faking of the moon mission is more profound than if they had actually done it. And so it was kind of a staged experience. And so as soon as I changed my mind 5 years later, again after reading the Bible 5 times, I kept asking my friends, it wasn't Christian, smoking pot, sleeping around, or whatever, but it did show me there is a battle between good and evil. Come on, surely murder is wrong, and pedophilia is wrong, and stealing is wrong. And so lies precede crime. You see, conspiracy is half of all crimes are conspiracies. Either they're done in the emotion of the moment or they're plotted out in advance, right? The government plotted this out in advance. So as soon as I changed my mind and literally was willing to risk my life for the truth to come out, serendipity, divine intervention, a day or so later, I meet a multimillionaire who works as an aerospace company building rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, who decided to give me $1 million to expose it. And like I said, I was producing the film under the theory it might be true that they faked it. I figured we'll never know. We'll never get a concrete proof that they faked or not. I was wrong. When I popped in that tape and said, don't show to the public, and the CIA is telling them to fake a 4-second radio delay, and they're claiming it's the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and ends up being a 1-foot window, I'm like, they really did fake it. So this guy wants to remain anonymous. I guess so his stock doesn't go down or something. And it just shows you that when you're in pursuit of the truth and what is right, God, the universe, backs you up on it.
How certain are you guys? How certain are you that this guy who funded you wasn't some sort of foreign operative?
Well, I've known him for 20 years or more. He's like most people.
When you first met him and accepted the money, I mean, like you would see how Russia or China had the incentive to fund you to make a movie exposing how.
No, they don't want it exposed. Like we talked about before, they're better off blackmailing the United States. I could have a picture of a leader with a prostitute and bring it down by uploading that picture to the internet. Or the smarter thing would be to blackmail them for every year. They don't want the truth to come out. Otherwise, Fox News would have exposed it, and RT would have exposed it. That the smartest AI, Putin was there. Go to Sabrel.com, see the clip. Yeah. He's shown that the AI shows the moon missions as being fake, doesn't look surprised, looks scared that the truth might come out.
So you're certain this guy works for NASA as a
rocket? He worked for a company that built rockets for NASA.
A private contractor.
A private space company that built rockets for NASA. Don't want to give too much away. Who knows that the moon missions are fake?
Is he still involved in this stuff?
No comment on that, but basically, he's absolutely genuine. I mean, when he knows about it for 20 years.
What does he think about UFOs?
He thinks they're demonic. I also wrote a book called All of Them Are Demonic. Well, according to the top 2 UFO researchers, Jacques Vallée and Alan Hynek, UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, they're from Earth.
But that doesn't mean they're demons, right?
Well, those 2 people also concluded the third point, which is that they're demonic. I just wrote a book, just came out, called Aliens from Planet X, that talks about that coming alien deception by the federal government. They're leaking out all of this stuff to give it street cred, to make it look like it's real. But the fact is, Von Braun's closest friend said that they were planning on faking an alien invasion.
Yeah.
This is coming from the guy who faked the last greatest historical event, the moon landing. So all this stuff of all these people coming out saying UFOs are real, when they're pinned down on it, did you personally see a UFO? Did you personally see an alien? No, but my friends in the military told me so. I mean, they want us to believe in it. Why are there congressional hearings about JFK or the moon landing fraud? But there are about UFOs because they want us to believe in them, which means they're not true. This is my new book at Sabrel.com. I read it in audio, Kindle, and print. It's 10, 20 years of research about this, and it's based on the experts' opinion. It's their opinion, not mine, that UFOs are terrestrial, and that there will be a fake alien invasion perpetrated by the corrupt federal government, who also faked the moon landing.
Okay. Interesting. So you're not willing to say whether this guy's still involved in this rocketry stuff or NASA or SpaceX or anything like that?
Well, I don't want to give away too much about his identity.
Okay.
The saddest thing, though, if I may bring up a question we sidestepped earlier, you brought up the Apollo 1 fire. Okay? Now, when I made this movie, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, given $1 million to do it and astronauts gone wild. I had sources who asked me not to release information until after they died. This is why the book is so correct. This is why the book is so different. That and it's interactive with 17 links. I interviewed the widow of the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon, Virgil Grissom. He was the most beloved of all the astronauts. I interviewed his widow for 4 hours. It's her opinion, not mine, with 100% certainty, that he was murdered by the CIA for not cooperating in the fraud in the Apollo program. She told me so. She said on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said this: "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today inspecting the equipment. I've been here 3 years," he said. "They've never been here before. Why did they show up today?" The very next day, he's dead from faulty equipment. Because a few days before this, he held a press conference without permission when he took a bunch of reporters up to the top of the rocket and fixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit to the top of the Apollo rocket, calling it a piece of junk. He was preparing reports, according to his widow, to give the Congress and the Senate that the CIA confiscated from his house the day he died before they even informed his widow that he had died. He knew they were 10 years or more away from going to the moon. He would not participate in the fraud, and they killed him. So this is why the 2 of the 3 astronauts, act kind of bizarre and don't like giving interviews. This is why, at their first and only press conference, they look like they're at the funeral of their mother instead of the winning locker room with the Super Bowl. Because I believe if you threaten the life of test pilot Neil Armstrong, participate in this or we'll kill you, I don't think that meant a lot to a test pilot, right? But if you threaten his wife and his children, you see, and this is why it's so significant. You mentioned earlier the faking of the moon landing as if no one died because of it. But the fact is, people did die. There are at least 4 other backup crews that were murdered. We know that Cyrus Eugene Akers killed 1 person, that's 5. And we know the crew of Apollo 1 was murdered by the CIA, that's 8. You see, if they had just faked the moon landing and never killed anybody, maybe the devious part of it might respect their ingenuity. The team of robbers who go from, let's say, the dry cleaner into the vault next door at the bank, right? But you don't respect them if they slit the throat of 2 young guards with wives and children. And that's what they did. This is why it's so important for the truth to come out. And if the current administration really wants to unite both political parties against the corruption, they need to tell the truth about the moon landing fraud. Not only were they played for suckers 6 times, they murdered their brethren and covered up. Not my opinion, even the dead man's widow. So our country was founded before the Constitution on the Declaration of Independence, which says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter it or abolish it. We have the right to reform the federal government. And what's the first one? The right. They murdered the crew of Apollo 1 because they wouldn't participate in the moon landing fraud. Our taxes, $250 billion. If you add up state, local, and federal taxes, that's more than half of our income, is used to finance fake moon landings and to pay the salaries of CIA agents who murdered innocent men with wives and their children to cover it up. That's how bad it has become. We need to know. The faking of the moon landing is so much more profound than if they actually win. And that important truth is not going to come out unless somebody makes it happen. Without the truth coming out, those people are still at large. And they are endangering everybody. You see, this is so profound. My film on the homepage of Sabrel.com opens up with the Tower of Babel. There's a famous writer who said about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial to their folly. The The Messiah said, if you start to build a tower and you don't finish it, you're claiming yourself a fool. You see, they never finished it. And then we show the Titanic, and they had the audacity to put in print the ship that God himself could not sink. You see that? Never made one voyage. The technology to reach the heavens, he never made it. And then Nixon, when he knew they weren't there, said putting a man on the moon was second in greatness only to God in the universe. You see, there's a spiritual message here that they think the moon landing